Impressive, you were really lucky to meet that young master, Laras says in awe, hearing the story behind the 10 million contribution points. Lein continues to talk about his journey over the past few days. Of course, he hides important things like his own talents. Although the core members of the Alliance know that Lein has many items, they don't know exactly where Lein gets them. So I came back now because tomorrow is the 25th day of the event, and I have an appointment with Mr. Wen to complete a mission, Lein explains, concluding his story. The potion you gave me last time? I gained a lot of benefits from it, Laras says, recalling the 1,000 free points she received. Sister, how should we deal with the Indonesian alliance? Nita, who had been quiet and eating freely, now asks. She intentionally came to Laras's house because she was confused about how to deal with the Indonesian alliance. Well, we'll be leaving soon. By the way, where are Hana and Mr. Gusty right now? Lein asks. They left a day ago to search for Waikos Yurio, Nita replied. Hearing Nita's words, Lein paused for a moment. Then, he opened the Alliance system chat panel. Lein, Hana, Gusty. Cancel the mission, return to the island immediately. Gusty, yes, sir. Hana, understood, brother Lein. We'll be back in 3 hours. In a place far from the World Market Trade Alliance Island, a large ship, 2,000 meters long, sailed through the dark void full of stars. The atmosphere on the ship was lively, with bright lights surrounding the vessel. Currently, in the ship's main control room, a muscular man holding a large hammer and a young woman with round glasses exchanged confused glances. It seems Soaring has returned, Gusty said in a panic. He was the cause of everything, and he had even upset Nita. Who knows what Lein would do to him? Don't worry, Sir Gusty, Soaring isn't like that, Hana reassured him. After saying that, Hana quickly moved to the helm to adjust the ship's course. Even though she had said they could return in 3 hours, it didn't mean they had only been searching for a few kilometers. When they were searching for Waikos Yurio, smaller ships were released to conduct a widespread search. But since they were now ordered to return, there was no need to continue deploying the smaller ships. All the ship's power was directed toward returning at full speed without any obstacles. Back at Laras's house, in the garden area at the back of the house. We'll be heading to the Indonesian island in a few minutes, Lein said after sending the mission cancellation information in the Alliance chat. Awesome, we're going to war, Nita said excitedly. She couldn't wait to lead the troops. Even without Lein, the World Market Trade Alliance Island was already moving toward the Indonesian Alliance Island. But Lein's intention to go to the Indonesian island was to do so via teleportation portals. They would attempt to stop the blood race. Lein didn't really want to waste his time dealing with the problems of other alliances, but at this point, it could be said that the Indonesian alliance was his. By the way, I have a gift for you both, Lein suddenly said, pulling out 2 golden swords in his hands. The golden swords Lein pulled out were, of course, the ones he currently owned. Divine Sword, Part 1, Level 41, Growth Attribute, STR plus 1050, Ink plus 1034, Agi plus 1061, Rees plus 1078. Holy Blessing, all body wounds healed, base attributes plus 30%. Damage increased by plus 30%, for 1 minute. Cooldown 10 minutes. Binding skill, Echo Phantom, clone with 50% attributes, Blade Warp, teleportation to sword's location, Phantom Exchange, exchange position with sword, Phantom Assault, swords passively auto-attack nearby enemies. Wow, brother, it's so strong now. It's so different from when I first saw it, Nita marveled at the golden sword's glowing aura, noting how different it looked compared to when Lein first acquired it. Yeah, look at its status. Can you see the binding skill? Lein asked about the skill that was added when he did the binding. Which skill, brother? I don't see anything called binding skill, Nita replied, confused. Yes, that's right, brother Lein. I don't see it either, Laras added, staring at the golden sword in her hand with astonishment. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. Divine Sword, Part 1, Level 41, Growth Attribute, STR plus 2100, Ink plus 2068, Agi plus 2122, Res plus 2156. Holy blessing, all body wounds healed. Base attributes plus 30%. Damage increased by plus 30%. For 1 minute. Cooldown 10 minutes. Ha ha ha. 8,000 attributes at once. Where did Brother Lein get this? Laras murmured to herself. Laras was essentially a light attribute mage, but that didn't mean she couldn't use the golden sword in her hand. She could use it, though with some limitations. However, seeing the attributes the golden sword had, it compensated for all her class skill deficiencies. After all, she was a mage and a sword mage knight. Brother Lein, may I ask you something? Laras had now stored the sword in her hand and looked at Lein as if she had a very important question in mind. Yes, what is it, Laras? Lein asked casually. Where did you get this golden sword, Brother Lein? The golden sword in my hand and Nita's are exactly the same. And I thought the golden sword in your hand should be the same too, right? Laras asked innocently without any guilt. Lein stared at her in silence for a moment before finally answering. That's a secret, smile. Lein said with a wide smile. Yes, he couldn't tell them. In truth, he wasn't afraid of someone finding out he had many identical swords because he was very powerful now. He also knew that there were many skills that could duplicate weapons or items, even if the attributes and statuses weren't exactly the same. Ahaka. Sorry, Laras said, embarrassed. The golden sword Lein had given her was so fascinating that she forgot about respecting others' privacy, even though they were in the same alliance. Lein and Nita spent a few hours at Laras' house until late afternoon before finally deciding to go home. Their plan to go to the Indonesian Alliance Island was postponed until the next day. They also decided to go together, so Lein contacted all the core members to return to the island. Currently, Lein and Nita were in a luxury flying car heading to City Hall. In the front seat, a male driver dressed in formal attire drove with great caution. Brother, a few days ago I started school and managed to make some friends, said Nita with a smile. The learning system at the New Life University is also very advanced, completely different from the high school I used to attend. During the journey, Nita shared her experiences at the New Life University, which had just officially opened. The sophistication of the learning system at that university was unmatched by any schools on Earth before. Yes, of course. That's only natural, considering the arrival of the new system, replied Lein from his seat. The two siblings continued to chat, enjoying the beauty of the night sky. They deliberately rolled down the car window, letting the cool night breeze brush their faces, as if washing away the heat of the day. The journey from Laras' house to City Hall took an hour, even though they were using a flying car, not teleportation. Upon arriving home, Nita went straight to her room to continue her routine hobbies of drawing and writing. Meanwhile, Lein moved toward the secret room in the basement of City Hall. Lein was now inside his spacious room. The room was furnished with a large bed, a bookshelf filled with books, a study desk, a white chandelier, and wall decorations such as paintings and sculptures that added an artistic touch. It's time to calculate the harvest from the Kian race's territory, Lein murmured with an enthusiastic tone. Lein walked towards the large wardrobe on the right side of the door. The wardrobe was about 3 meters wide and 5 meters tall. He raised his fingers, touching a few books on the 5th shelf from the bottom. Each time his index finger touched the edge of a book, a bright light appeared briefly. Occasionally, Lein moved his fingers as if playing the piano, skipping over some books. Drzz. A creaking sound was heard, followed by a loud rumble. A long white corridor appeared in front of Lein. The walls of the corridor emitted a bright white light, making the end of the corridor clearly visible, complete with shelves filled with chests in the distance. Lein stepped into the bright corridor. Within seconds, he reached the end of the corridor and entered a large room with 3 floors. The length of this secret room was about 100 meters, with thousands or even tens of thousands of gold chests neatly arranged on each shelf. Each shelf could hold 200 gold chests. Without realizing it, it's become this much, Lein muttered calmly as he looked at the rows of gold chests. Lein actually regretted building this gold chest room, feeling that it was useless. However, since he was used to it, he always took the time to open a few gold chests in this room. Lein walked towards the center of the room, where a sofa and a large table were already set up. After sitting on the sofa, he took out a purple chest from his storage ring. Duplicating, epic chest, 10,000 times, are you sure? Yes. As if it were a routine, 10,000 purple chests appeared in Lein's gold storage room. I'm curious about the contents of this shiny purple chest, Lein said to himself. Opening, epic chest, are you sure? Yes. Immediately, the purple light radiating from the chest looked very bright and beautiful, while small stars flew around it. Successfully opened, epic chest, you obtained mid-level energy crystals X12, Savior Leaves X5, Divine Iron X8, Dragon Arm Bow level 40 X1, Lightning Slash, Skill Book. Wow! A skill book? Level 40 item? Lein said in amazement. He didn't expect the first chest to immediately provide a skill book. What's this? Lein said, picking up a green stone from the chest. Divine Stone, a stone made from the sediment of star creature bones over hundreds of millions of years. Very strong and durable. Lein nodded in satisfaction after reading the description of the green stone. He then examined the blue skill book he had just obtained. Lightning Slash, perform a quick slashing motion forward. Level 1, 0 10,000. Base damage, 1,200. Rarity, rare. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Requirement, level 20. Swordsman. Ha ha ha. Rare level, pretty good, Lein said casually. Even though obtaining a skill book was difficult, Lein was used to acquiring high-level skill books. So, a rare level book didn't really excite him. Lein then turned to the green bow inside the epic chest. The bow had a transparent string that looked very strong. Curious, Lein opened its description panel. Dragon Arm Bow, level 40. Attributes: STR plus 480, SPD plus 236, Dragon's Breath, emit a dragon's aura around the user, increasing focus by 20% and accuracy by 30% for 10 seconds. Increases bullet speed at long distances. Cooldown 5 minutes. Lein only glanced at the status panel, then continued to open another chest. He was quite surprised by the contents of the epic chest, as most of it contained rare items, far more valuable than regular gold chests. Next, Lein said, taking out another epic chest from his bag. Opening, epic chest, are you sure? Yes. The same purple light radiated from the epic chest, with small stars flying around it. Successfully opened, epic chest, you obtained mid-level energy crystals X6, Queen Leaves X5, Blueprint for Automatic Bow Tower X1. Without looking further, Lein immediately proceeded to open another chest. Opening, epic chest, are you sure? Yes. Successfully opened, epic chest, you obtained mid-level energy crystals X23, Sea Lion Fangs X5, Oman Shield X1. While Lein was busy opening chests in his secret room, the nightlife in the City of Life continued to bustle as usual. The city's development under Lein's control was astounding. The city's streets were filled with public vehicles coming and going, creating an atmosphere similar to life on Earth. In a corner of the city, a group of school students was walking home. The group consisted of 3 boys and 2 girls. Hey, did you hear that the Indonesian alliance is having an internal war? Asked one of the girls in the group. Yeah, I heard it on the news too. I didn't expect President Wieko Suryo to do something like that, replied one of the boys. Luckily we're in the World Market Trade Alliance. We've been safe all this time thanks to the power of the island's owner. Although their levels were still low and didn't have a big impact, these young people still felt comfortable living on Lein's island. Other islands had been attacked several times by large monsters, and some had even gone to war with each other. However, since the formation of the World Market Trade Alliance, there had never been a war in Lein City. The inhabitants of the Alliance Island highly respected the island's owner, Lein. Although they rarely saw him appear in public, information about him could easily be found on the internet. Javanhawk Guild, City of Life. Inside the Javanhawk Guild bar, the atmosphere was lively. Many rulers in various outfits sat relaxing, enjoying their drinks. A bartender in a black and white uniform was busy serving drinks to the hunters who kept coming in. Miss Jian, you're here again, The male bartender greeted with a bright smile as he shook a glass in his hand. "2 beers, please, Mr. Mull," the woman replied. The woman named Miss Jian was a short-haired woman with slightly revealing clothing. From her appearance, one might think she was easy to bother. However, those who met her for the first time quickly changed their minds after seeing her status panel. Status: Name, Jian, Level 14. Race, Blue Planet Human. Power Core, System. Rank, Tier 1. Soon after, the bartender served the 2 beers Miss Jian had ordered. "Thank you, Mr. Mull." Miss Jian immediately lifted her beer glass and drank it down. "Ugh," she sighed in relief after gulping down the beer. Then she took the other glass and drank it all down again. "You seem to be in a bad mood, Miss Jian." "What's the matter?" Mr. Mull asked curiously. Miss Jian didn't answer right away but instead pulled out a cigarette from the small bag beside her. After lighting it, she exhaled the smoke slowly. "My brother got hurt while on a mission outside the island," Miss Jian replied briefly. Mr. Mull just nodded, understanding the situation, and didn't ask further. Behind the comfort of life on Lein's island, the inhabitants still had to work hard to survive and thrive. As Miss Jian experienced, even though her level was already quite high as a level 14 ruler, dangers still lurked everywhere, even if they didn't directly affect her. In a vast room filled with countless rows of chests, Lein sat intently, examining the panel in front of him. Materials and items had piled up abundantly, displaying a colorful gleamer dominated by shades of purple, blue, and green. Lein yawned widely. He had been confined in his secret room for almost 2 full hours, immersed in his never-ending work. "That's enough for today," he murmured softly, covering his yawning mouth. "Tomorrow we'll continue, and also install the Galactic Fortress and Divine Dragon Nest." With practiced movements, Lein gathered all the items before him. In a matter of seconds, all the equipment was sucked into the storage ring wrapped around his finger. These items would soon be distributed to his subordinates, used for the development of their alliance and main island. After ensuring everything was safely stored, Lein left the secret room. He walked towards his bedroom, ready to rest his weary body and mind. That morning, Lein woke up earlier than usual. The gentle morning sunlight bathed the green grassy yard beside the city hall, where he began his daily exercise routine. A near broken bar, 2 broken bar, 3 a broken bar. With a straight posture, Lein counted each push-up movement with a steady and consistent rhythm. His now muscular body moved up and down with well-trained strength. Sweat slowly soaked his body, a testament to 2 months of dedication and consistency in maintaining physical exercise. After 30 minutes of exercising, Lein finally stopped, regulating his now heavy breathing. "Wow, a broken bar. I didn't realize my body had improved this much," Lein said as he looked at his well-toned, muscular body. Back on Earth, Lein had once tried to create a workout schedule and exercise routine every morning. However, those plans always fell apart midway and never reached fruition. Lein rested for a moment, then prepared to continue his goal of building the divine dragon nest that he had just acquired. "I'm curious what it will look like. Will it release a real dragon with a long body?" Lein wondered with curiosity. Lein walked towards the parking area filled with several small cars, vehicles typically used to move around the city hall. He selected one of the nearby golf carts, got in, and directed it towards the back of the city hall, where the main monster nest was located. Along the way to the nest, he was greeted by a variety of small buildings, guard posts, gardens, and well-maintained parks. The expansive city hall made it take about 5 minutes for him to reach his destination. A towering iron gate stood firmly before him. On either side of the gate, guard posts with 5 officers each stood watch with full vigilance. "Open the gate," the team captain ordered sharply, raising his hand in salute as he saw a small car approaching. In an instant, the long portal was lifted, followed by the wide opening of the gate. Lein's small car drove on without obstruction, and he took a moment to politely smile at the guards. As Lein's car entered the main monster nest area, he was greeted by the sight of various bizarre buildings in different shapes and sizes. While many appeared uniform, there were some that differed in significant aspects such as roof shape, color, and construction materials. Lein's gaze stopped on one square-shaped building, standing 5 meters tall and 10 meters wide. At the top of the building's roof, a golden wolf's head was majestically mounted, radiating an aura of nobility that startled them. The golden gleam of the wolf's head seemed both intimidating and awe-inspiring to anyone who saw it. Golden Wolf Den, a place imbued with the calling of the Golden Wolf Knights, a location that radiates strength and pride. Type: Swordsman. Level: 30. Summoning ratio: 10. Golden Wolves, Day. Ability: creatures with very high damage, capable of ignoring enemy defenses in certain attacks. The fear effect it generates intimidates and terrifies creatures with lower bloodlines. This is strong enough, Lein murmured while looking at the Golden Wolf Den with satisfaction. However, his gaze soon shifted to another building that looked far stranger. It was a structure resembling a grave with a large cross-shaped tombstone. A white skeletal hand appeared to grip the ground tightly, giving an eerie impression to anyone who saw it. Necromancer's Grave, the primary grave for the dead in their world, a dream place for those who wish to be resurrected a second time. Creatures with great and powerful magic energy, but cursed by fate. Type: Magic. Level: 34. Summoning ratio: 8. Necromancers, Day. Ability: creatures with a very strong curse effect, capable of dealing greater damage to weaker light creatures, can be resurrected once after their first death. Immortal, Lein said in awe, seeing the necromancer's ability. But after thinking about it, he smiled faintly. But it seems that it only applies once, he thought. There's no way a true immortality ability could be continuously utilized by an army of the undead. Lein continued walking past several other unique buildings. There was one building shaped like a large red stone, enveloped in scorching flames. Around the building, several stone golems with lava flowing through the crevices of their bodies stood tall, appearing mighty and intimidating. Another building was shaped like a large tree with lush, fresh green leaves. Its trunk was massive and full of wrinkles, displaying the power and grace of nature. On the tree's trunk was a door, and Lein occasionally saw creatures with round heads made of large leaves emerging from behind the door. What kind of creatures are those? Lein wondered, then checked the status panel of the creature. Olive Leaf Archer, a creature with high intelligence and extraordinary skills. They have a close bond with nature and are highly adept at hiding. Their connection with nature is unbroken, lasting indefinitely. Type: Archer. Level: 30. Summoning ratio: 10. Olive Leaf Archers, Day. Ability: creatures with near-perfect natural energy, capable of blending with nature like lifeless entities. They have a very strong instinct in environments close to nature. Very strange, Lein murmured to himself, fascinated by the unique creature. Before he knew it, Lein had arrived at the main building situated at the center of the nest area. This building was managed by several staff members tasked with leveling up newly summoned monsters and assigning them according to needs. The area visible behind the city hall was just a small part of the overall nests. Lein owned other nests were scattered in various other locations, far from the main city to avoid disrupting life there. "Welcome, sir," a guard greeted Lein respectfully as he stopped in front of the operational management building. "Find a vacant spot to build the new nest," Lein ordered as he got out of his golf cart. "Yes, sir." The staff member quickly typed a few words on a device resembling a tablet in his hand. Moments later, a chime sounded. 40 meters from here, sir. Please follow me." The staff member politely guided Lein to an empty plot of land suitable for building the Divine Dragon Nest. Lein's mind was filled with anticipation as he rechecked the status panel of the Divine Dragon Nest stored in his storage ring. Divine Dragon Nest, a nest for creatures with divine dragon lineage, a dream place for divine dragons to grow and increase their power. Summoning: 1 dragon every 7 days. Summoning cost: 10 high-tier crystals. Daily consumption: number of dragons x 1 high-tier crystal. Lein smiled with hope, imagining the power that would soon be under his control. Not long after, Lein and the staff member reached the empty plot of land that could be used to build the new nest. Detected: Divine Dragon Nest. Would you like to build it at the specified location? Yes. Immediately, the paper in Lein's hand disappeared, replaced by a bright white light. Shortly afterward, the ground in front of them cracked and split. From within the earth, a structure began to emerge. "Step back," Lein instructed the staff member as he observed the cracks spreading and growing larger. The staff member was startled but quickly stepped away from the cracking area. Slowly but surely, the cracked area expanded to 20 meters from its original center point. A large cave structure came into view, made of flawless crystal clear stone. Despite being made of crystal, the dragon cave still supported the growth of plants, even with a small tree on top. Divine Dragon Nest. Next summoning in 23:59 and 48 seconds. Next summoning in 23:59 and 36 seconds. The countdown timer for the summoning continued to decrease. Well, I thought I'd be able to get it right away, Lein said with disappointment. He was eagerly anticipating the appearance and status of the Divine Dragon. In his mind, it had to be something truly extraordinary. All right, we need to be patient. Next is to build the defense towers, Lein said calmly. He then turned around and headed back to the nest management building. He didn't forget to hand over a few Divine Dragon nests to the staff member beside him so that they could build several more nests in other locations. As for the other nests, which were numerous, they would need to be built in areas far away from the city. After building the Divine Dragon nest, Lein headed to the left side of the town hall. That area was the control center for the city's main defense towers. As usual, Lein drove a golf cart toward the main control building for the defense towers. Along the way, he saw some workers walking leisurely along the roadside and in the park area. Occasionally, Lein would smile at them and exchange greetings. Initially, they were quite surprised by Lein's friendliness, but after being on the main island for over a month, they grew more respectful of Lein's leadership. As long as you have the intention to work, you can live on Lein's island. However, if you want luxury, hard work is still required. After driving for 6 minutes, Lein finally arrived at a large gate with the symbol of a silver fortress on the archway. The silver fortress emitted a very beautiful white glow. Open the gate. Welcome, island owner. Every guard at the post came out and raised their hands in salute to Lein. Initially, these soldiers were former soldiers on Earth. Being a soldier on Earth used to be very difficult and dangerous, but after joining the guard forces on Lein's island, they realized that the danger was almost non-existent. All soldiers were equipped with top-tier equipment for free, and as long as no extremely vicious monsters appeared, there would be no life-threatening danger on any mission. Lein passed through the gate without stopping and continued to drive into the defense tower control building area. Like other government buildings on Lein's island, the control building was equally advanced, if not more so, than other government buildings. Every few dozen meters, there were small towers ready to fire as soon as ordered. No joke, even a Tier 2 soldier could be instantly killed without a trace. Lein finally reached the defense building and got out of the golf cart he was driving. There, a staff member in a white suit was already waiting. Welcome, sir. The empty area is not far from here, the staff member said politely. Lead the way, Lein said casually. The staff member immediately walked ahead, followed by Lein. Along the way, Lein noticed several strange towers. One tower was shaped like a 20-meter-tall T. The top of the tower was oval, thin, and long. Its tip emitted a frightening blue light. Curious, Lein looked at the status panel of the T-shaped tower. Blue light tower. Type, defensive tower. Defense, 70,000 power, 35,000 firing speed, 1 shot every 10 seconds, 1 minute cooldown. Range, 150 km. Energy consumption, 5000 energy crystals. Special ability, continuously fires hot blue energy in all directions at enemies. The longer the enemy is hit, the more their defense decreases. Terrifying, Lein muttered to himself. Lein had even forgotten that he possessed such a powerful tower. He didn't always keep up with the construction of new towers, but it seemed he had forgotten because of the sheer number of items and materials he owned. Sometimes Nita represented him. Lein continued walking through the defense building area, marveling at the tall towers on his island. At that moment, a gold-colored tower shaped like an inverted dome caught his attention. The elongated dome faced the sky vertically, and the tower was only 5 meters tall with a base side length of 10 meters. The golden spikes at the tip of the dome continuously rotated and moved smoothly. Lein then checked the status panel of the tower. Sky punishment mortar. Type, Ship defense weapon. Power, 50,000. Firing speed, 5 shots, 1 minute cooldown. Firing range, 100 km. Defense, 100,000. Energy consumption, 10,000 energy crystals. True to its name, that tower can really destroy the sky, Lein muttered to himself. We've arrived, Mr. Lein. The staff member leading Lein stopped in an area surrounded by yellow tape. It seemed that after Lein informed them that he was going to build another tower, the staff had quickly secured the area. All right, I hope its appearance matches its name and status, Lein murmured as he took out a golden paper from his bag. Galactic Fortress, a tower where countless stars gather, spreading star energy to all corners of the realm. Type, territory, artifact grade, heaven. Essence, 176,900. Ability, star protection, star shot, star breath, star army. Yes, this paper was a building, Galactic Fortress, that Lein had purchased earlier. This golden paper was not a blueprint that required materials to build but a finished structure that could be built at any time and could be activated as long as there was sufficient power essence. Lein immediately used the paper to build the Galactic Fortress. Building, Galactic Fortress, are you sure? Yes. The paper in Lein's hand instantly disappeared into a bright white light, and the ground in front of them, previously surrounded by yellow tape, cracked. Slowly but surely, a building in shades of purple, black, blue, and white emerged from the ground. Lein observed the structure with his mouth wide open, astonished and amazed by the appearance and form of the building emerging from the ground. The building truly had several small round blue stars orbiting around it, not just one but many. The tower in front of him continued to grow taller, now exceeding 20 meters and still rising. The tower's shaft was metallic purple with 4 sharp edges like a star fruit. Large black holes were scattered along the tower's shaft, and the diameter of the tower was currently 100 square meters, meaning each side was 10 meters long. Sir, this tower is very powerful and terrifying, the staff member beside Lein said in a trembling voice, looking up in fear. He thought the materials built by Lein were always extraordinary, but the tower in front of him was beyond his expectations. Yes, I think so too, Lein replied in agreement. After a while, the tower finally stopped growing, reaching a height of 100 meters with a side length of 15 meters. Far at the top of the tower, Lein saw many round stars spinning and floating erratically around the tower's peak. Lein checked the status panel of the Galactic Fortress, and observed the skill area. Ability, star protection, star shot, star breath, star army. Lein was curious about the effect of star protection, so he activated the skill. Activating, star protection, consumes 100 power essence, day. Are you sure? Yes. A white wave immediately spread from the tower's shaft, then expanded in all directions. The wave's movement was quite fast, and it had now almost covered the town hall area and continued to spread. Within seconds, a blue light surrounded Lein's island. Hey, did you see that shield? It looks very beautiful and strong, said a worker sitting at his office desk, watching the shield's emergence through the window. Did the island owner build another protective barrier? Is there a need for that? The island's defenses have never been breached. Stop complaining and get back to work. It's a good thing if the island's defenses are stronger. Many discussions arose due to the effects of star protection. Lein felt his power essence decrease by 100, indicating that the tower was now active. Not disappointing at all. Let's try another skill, Lein said enthusiastically. He then activated Star Breath. Activating Star Breath consumes 10,000 power essence. Activation. Are you sure? Yes. Immediately, 10,000 power essence vanished into thin air. Then a notification appeared on Lein's system panel. Gained Star Energy Blessing, EXP plus 20% for 24 hours. Amazing. This item benefits everyone, Lein said happily as he saw the EXP buff notification he received. Don't say 20% is small, 20% is equivalent to increasing work efficiency by 20%. Even though the duration is 1 day, with Lein's inexhaustible power essence, it could be said that the effect of Star Breath would never stop. Sir, is this buff that just appeared an effect of the new tower? The officer beside Lein asked in awe. "Yes, you're right." "How about it?" Lein replied casually. "Incredible, sir." "I'm just curious, how many crystals were used to activate this buff?" the officer asked, intrigued. He assumed it must have taken a large number of crystals to gain such an extraordinary buff. "Not energy crystals, but power essence. I'll distribute it to you all later," Lein responded as he continued to observe the Galactic Fortress Tower. He definitely wasn't going to try activating the Star Shot ability right now. It would be dangerous if the shot went out of control and caused unnecessary trouble. Lein then shifted his attention to the last skill, Star Army. Activating Star Army will consume 100 power essence per activation. "Are you sure?" "Yes." Immediately, a figure shaped like a human with a small portal-like head emerged from a portal beside the tower. The figure stood at a normal height of 2 meters, with a body as dark as the depths of space, and a blue portal head with a black center. Lein was very intrigued by the status of the soldiers that appeared before him, so he opened the status panel. Star Soldier. Type, Strength. Level, 41, follows the level of the island owner. Attributes, STR 20,000. Int 10,000, Agate 10,000, Reese 10,000. Ability, a soldier highly skilled in strength and close combat. Note, lifespan of 1 hour. Damn. Its stats are almost as high as mine. Lein exclaimed inwardly. The STR attribute of the creature in front of him was nearly double his own. "It's a pity they can't last long and will disappear after an hour," Lein said with disappointment as he read the description about the Star Army's lifespan. After Lein finished building the Galactic Fortress, he then returned to the town hall to have breakfast with Nita. It didn't take long for Lein to finally reach the town hall. He headed straight to the private bathroom on the 3rd floor to take a shower. The town hall had become Lein and Nita's residence since the city's construction. It was called the town hall because several government officials would come to deliver reports to either Lein or Nita. While Lein was showering, Nita was in front of the mirror, striking odd poses to check her appearance in the large mirror before her. "This skirt seems too wide, and why does it have to be purple?" Nita muttered with a pout. This outfit was very popular and often worn by several celebrities on Lein's island, but for some reason, Nita didn't like it. Nita then removed the purple skirt she was wearing and tried on another one made of softer material. She resumed posing to see herself from various angles: her back, right side, left side, and back again. There wasn't a single area that Nita didn't inspect. "Now, this fits. I wonder if Brother Lein will like it," Nita said as she tidied up the clothes she had taken out of the closet earlier. Once done, she headed to the large table on the right side of the bed to do her makeup. She grabbed the powder, opened it, and applied it with blush. Nita continued her makeup with great attention. After applying blush to her cheeks, she picked up a pink lipstick from the vanity. With smooth motions, she applied the lipstick to her lips, then carefully evened it out. Her lips now appeared fresher and more vibrant. Next, Nita took a comb and began to tidy her long, shiny hair. She combed her hair slowly, ensuring each strand was perfectly in place. Once her hair looked flawless, Nita decided to tie part of it back with a small, cute ribbon. She then checked herself in the mirror once more, making sure everything was perfect. Feeling satisfied with her appearance, Nita stood up and walked toward the bedroom door. Before leaving, she glanced at the mirror again, giving herself a small smile. "Nita, you look so beautiful today," she whispered softly, as if giving herself a little pep talk. With a sense of contentment, she opened the door and stepped out. Nita walked down the stairs to the 1st floor. Her footsteps were soft on the wooden steps of the town hall. When she reached the 1st floor, the mouth-watering aroma of breakfast immediately greeted her. The morning meal was already set on the large dining table near the big window overlooking the town garden. On the table, there was a variety of dishes, from toast with fruit jam to fried eggs and fresh fruit juice. Nita sat down at her seat and began to enjoy her breakfast while waiting for Lein to join her. She took a piece of toast and spread strawberry jam on it. She calmly started enjoying her meal, occasionally glancing at the stairs, waiting for Lein to come down from upstairs. A few moments later, footsteps were heard approaching. Lein, freshly showered and neatly dressed, finally appeared. His face looked refreshed, and a smile immediately spread across his face when he saw Nita already waiting for him at the dining table. "Good morning, Nita," Lein greeted her as he sat down beside her. "You look very beautiful today." Nita blushed at Lein's compliment. "Good morning, brother Lein." "Thank you," she replied with a smile. Lein nodded and then began to enjoy the breakfast that had been prepared. The two of them enjoyed the peaceful morning, accompanied by the sunlight slowly filling the room and the sound of birds chirping outside the window. A new day had begun, and they were ready to face whatever came their way. At a construction site with a 10-story concrete frame, a portal was being tightly guarded by heavily armed soldiers. The portal was usually still, but now its surface began to ripple, causing chaotic vibrations. Soon after, a figure emerged from the portal. An old man with a white beard appeared. He was dressed in a black and white robe with stripes in several places. With a relaxed stride, the old man stepped out of the portal. "Home," he said with a happy smile, taking a deep breath. "I wonder how my grandson is doing now," the old man muttered to himself. The old man then walked out toward the portal gate. "Welcome back, Mr. Heikel," one of the portal guards said respectfully. "Yes." The old man was Heikel Emmanuel, one of the 10 core members of the World Market Trade Alliance. Seeing the guard, Heikel nodded kindly and continued walking out. However, he suddenly stopped for a moment. "Ah. Yes, I almost forgot something," he said. Old man Heikel quickly pulled out a document from his spatial storage ring and handed it to the soldier beside him. "The Hellish Demon Realm documentation," Old man Heikel said. "Understood, sir." "I'll deliver it right away," the soldier responded promptly, taking the document. After that, Old man Heikel ignored the soldier and walked toward the nearby main road to wait for a bus. At the town hall, Lein and Nita were enjoying their breakfast. "Brother, who all will be going to Indonesia Island?" Nita asked curiously. "The 5 of us," Lein replied casually. "Sister Laras, Hana, and Brother Gusty will also be joining." Nita then remembered something. "Old man Heikel has returned. Should he join us too?" Earlier, Nita had seen a message from Old man Heikel in the World Market Trade Alliance group chat. Old man Heikel mentioned that he had returned. Nita thought that the more people joined, the safer their journey would be. "No need," Lein said, shaking his head. "Old man Heikel probably misses his grandson. So, let him rest for now. Besides, we need a core member to stay here while we're away on Indonesia Island, and Old man Heikel is the perfect fit for the job," Lein further explained. Nita considered her brother's words, then nodded in understanding. With that, the two siblings continued their harmonious breakfast in the spacious dining room on the first floor. The clinking of glass plates and light conversation filled the peaceful morning atmosphere. Teleportation Hub Number 1, 10:30 a.m. 5 people were gathered and discussing near one of the portals. Their appearance was casual, dressed in ordinary clothes like regular people. To those unaware, they might seem like a group of friends preparing for a regular trip. However, this simple appearance was highly deceptive. This group was actually Lein and his companions are 5 of the highest-ranking members of the World Market Trade Alliance. Even among all humanity, they were Tier 3 rulers, at the peak of human power. Even without using their full strength, other human rulers could hardly match them. Additionally, each member of this group was equipped with extremely rare gear and items. Pure artifacts were exceedingly rare, and only a few human rulers possessed them. Yet, each of them had at least 2 pure artifacts, the Vortex Plate and the Time Ring, which granted them incredible power. "Brother Lein, do you think the person behind Wykos Urio is a being from outside the human race on Blue Planet?" asked Hana, a girl with shoulder-length black hair. She was wearing gray jeans, a plain white t-shirt, and a colorful jacket. Lein nodded firmly. "Yes, I'm 100% sure, though it might not be direct, but through an intermediary." "How could he have access to high-level beings beyond the Divine Sky Realm? Isn't it only the top 3 alliances that have multi-space portals right now?" asked Laras, a long-haired girl dressed entirely in white. Although her appearance seemed harmless, no one dared to underestimate her, even among the core members of the alliance. "It's possible he connected through higher-ups in a Tier 3 alliance," added Gusty, a middle-aged man with a muscular build who had been silent until then. However, Nita's sharp gaze, which had been directed at him, finally made him speak. "I think the same, Mr. Gusty," Lein said, agreeing with his opinion. "But to be certain, let's go there directly," Lein said to everyone. "If there's nothing else to discuss, let's depart." The 5 of them immediately entered the portal one by one. Lein went in first, followed by the others. Main city, Indonesia Island. The entire city of the Indonesian Alliance was in chaos, the battle still raging intensely with no end in sight. "Help! Save me!" shouted an old man trapped under large debris. A woman was currently shielding her child behind her back, protecting him from the blood race. Stay away from my daughter," the woman shouted loudly. "Arg!" The blood race ruler ignored the woman's screams and immediately attacked with a long sword in his hand. Clang! The blood race sword was deflected. At that moment, a man with a large shield appeared, standing firmly in front of the distressed woman, looking like a superhero saving someone in need. "Retreat, it's dangerous here." The loud shout of a man with a large shield echoed across the battlefield. His unwavering gaze was fixed on the blood race ruler standing firmly in front of him. "You, step aside." Wasting no time, the blood race ruler activated his sword skill. A blue aura flared up from the sword in his hand, growing and extending until it reached 5 meters in length. Slash, slash. 2 powerful slashes were unleashed, sending crossing waves of energy toward the man with the large shield. However, instead of dodging, the man only gave a slight smile. Calmly, he activated his shield skill. Iron Wall. The shield in his hand glowed, creating a holographic yellow duplicate with a hexagonal pattern. In an instant, the duplicate grew 20 times its original size, resembling a giant wall ready to block the fast-approaching sword waves. Crash! Boom! The sword waves crashed into the large shield, but they couldn't inflict any significant damage. The man with the shield laughed in satisfaction. "Ha ha ha! Is that all you've got?" he said mockingly. Without hesitation, he dashed forward, directly toward the blood race ruler. The shield in his hand transformed, its edge became sharp, and its surface was covered with long spikes, their tips glowing red. "Come on!" The blood race ruler, seeing the man with the shield approaching, only sneered wickedly. Similar battles were happening all across Indonesia, between the rulers of the Indonesian Alliance and the blood race rulers. At lower levels, the strength of both sides was almost balanced, but the battles between the leaders were at the peak of intensity, nearing a decisive end. In the main city of the Indonesian Alliance, a major battle between Lord Arok and General Bowo was reaching its climax. The atmosphere of the war was tragic, with many corpses lying around. Once the rulers of the Indonesian Alliance. In the center of the city, General Bowo faced 2 formidable enemies, a fat middle-aged man and an old bald man holding a golden spear. The 3 warriors looked exhausted and severely injured. Lord Arok had a long slash wound on his arm, while several fingers of the old bald man were missing. On the other hand, General Bowo had lost his left hand, leaving only his right hand holding a long blood sword. "Ha ha ha! You'll die today, no matter what!" shouted Lord Arok with a hoarse voice. Though his words were firm and victorious, there was deep sadness in his voice. His once sharp eyes were now empty, devoid of hope and purpose. "Ha ha ha! You haven't won yet, old man. The alliance you built is already destroyed." General Bowo replied loudly. He couldn't believe that the fat middle-aged man in front of him could be so terrifying. Lord Arok's void skill was extremely troublesome, and the attacks from the old bald man beside him were deadly. "Lord Arok, what's wrong with you?" asked the old bald man beside Lord Arok, his eyes filled with confusion. "This isn't like you. Come on, let's finish this quickly." Immediately, the old man activated his golden spear skill. Divine thrust. His golden spear shot forward with incredible speed toward General Bowo. However, General Bowo didn't stand idle. His blood sword slashed with full power. Blood heart slash. The 2 skills collided midway, creating a massive explosion of energy. Thick smoke billowed, obscuring the view. General Bowo heightened his concentration, alert to every movement. Suddenly, an invisible energy wave came a surprise attack from Lord Arok. Clang! ting. General Bowo's blood sword and Lord Arok's invisible sword clashed dozens of times in mere seconds. Clang! Damn it, that bald old man again. General Bowo grumbled inwardly as he saw the old bald man joining the close combat. The golden spear in the old man's hand was extremely skillful, targeting General Bowo's vital points. Exhaustion overtook General Bowo. His dwindling stamina and the imbalance caused by losing his left hand made it difficult to face the two strong opponents in front of him. Arg! A powerful thrust from the old bald man pierced General Bowo's abdomen, cutting several centimeters deep. Quickly, General Bowo leapt back. Ha ha! Don't run. Lord Arok seemed exhilarated by the fast-paced battle happening beside him. Without giving General Bowo a chance to catch his breath, he immediately approached his retreating opponent. Void slash. Lord Arok's invisible sword slash shot forward rapidly. General Bowo's pupils shrank. He knew that Lord Arok had activated his void skill. Master Waiko, I'm sorry, I can only go this far, General Bowo said inwardly. He felt resigned. All his skills were on cooldown, and his stamina was depleted. He no longer had the strength to hold on any longer. General Bowo closed his eyes, awaiting Lord Arok's deadly attack. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds passed. General Bowo was still conscious. He slowly opened his eyes and saw a group of people standing in front of him. Leading them was a middle-aged man with golden feathers covering his body. Master Waiko, you've returned, General Bowo said with a look of disbelief. He didn't expect Waiko's Yurio to arrive at the last moment. Thank you, General Bowo, Waiko's Yurio, now radiating a noble golden aura, replied. Beside him stood several others, each exuding immense power. Master Waiko, what is the meaning of this? Asked a man with a dragon tattoo on his left cheek. He looked at Lord Arok and the old bald man beside him with a disdainful gaze, as if they were nothing but trash on the side of the road. Sorry, Lord Quillen, but they are not the people I was referring to, Waiko's Yurio replied politely, not wanting to offend the man with the dragon tattoo. HMPH. Make it quick, said another man with a holy halo behind his back, sounding impatient. All right, Lord Fian. I'll deal with these two first, Waiko's Yurio responded, looking at Lord Arok and the old bald man with a firm gaze. Feather rain. Golden feathers flew, raining down on Lord Arok and the old bald man. But that wasn't all. Waiko's Yurio also attacked directly, drawing a weapon from his spatial storage ring. The weapon he drew was a half-meter-long crease, with strange lightning patterns along the S-shaped blade. Holding the crease, Waiko's Yurio's speed increased dramatically, and in an instant, he was in front of Lord Arok. Waiko's Yurio launched an attack, thrusting the crease directly into Lord Arok's chest. Ark! Lord Arok's chest was pierced by the crease, the blade emerging from his back. He was shocked, unable to believe Waiko's Yurio's speed. However, not giving up easily, he tried to slash back at Waiko's Yurio in front of him. Space slash. Lord Arok's sword swept across a 10-meter area around him, including Waiko's Yurio who was stabbing him. Sensing the danger, Waiko's Yurio quickly retreated. Lord Arok, are you alright? At this moment, the old bald man was supporting Lord Arok, who had fallen to his knees on the ground. Lord Arok's hand clutched his pierced chest, his gaze filled with seething rage. His eyes were locked onto Waiko's Yurio with boundless hatred. Why are you doing all this? Lord Arok's voice trembled, filled with pain and betrayal. He had been very close to Waiko's Yurio, a friend and ally who had helped him build the Indonesian alliance. Yet, he couldn't understand the reason behind Waiko's Yurio's actions, sacrificing the Indonesian people for inevitable destruction. Ha ha ha. You've been on this island for too long, Lord Arok. You also lack the vision to see far ahead, Waiko's Yurio replied lightly, as if there was no burden in his heart. His gaze was cold, without a hint of regret as he looked at the injured Lord Arok. I've explained many times that this divine heavenly realm is just a small dot compared to the higher realms out there. Why are we insisting on refusing to join a greater power? Waiko's Yurio continued, his voice full of conviction. For him, joining a power like the Blood Race was the best way to achieve rapid advancement. Although the Blood Race's methods were brutal, requiring blood sacrifices, he believed that for the survival of the human race, anything had to be done. There are billions of other races in this universe, and the human race is just a newcomer, not even numbering more than 10 billion. Even if we are optimistic about our own strength, the reality is that compared to other powerful races, we are nothing. We have no competitive edge. Hearing all this, Lord Arok could only shake his head, his eyes reflecting deep disappointment. His mouth continuously cursed Waikos Urio's mindset, which he considered twisted. Your mind has strayed far from our ancestors' teachings, Waiko. Yugk. Lord Arok's voice was hoarse, fresh blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Ancestors? We're not on Earth anymore, Lord Arok, Waikos Urio retorted mockingly. It's time for you to leave those old thoughts behind. I'll send your soul to the ancestors' grave soon. After saying that, Waikos Urio moved again at high speed, preparing his next deadly attack. Waikos Urio, with his long keris, launched another attack towards Master Arok and the bald old man. This time, even fierce thunder roared, with the keris in Waikos Urio's hand becoming the epicenter of the storm. Traitor! Shouted Master Arok with an enraged glare. The old man beside Master Arok attempted to act, summoning his golden spear and preparing to stand. However, his movement suddenly halted as several people suddenly appeared before them. Who? Waikos Urio, still in mid-attack, was shocked when someone suddenly appeared to block his assault. The person standing before him was a young man dressed in blue with a hint of gold at the edges. Two swords, one gold and one black, hung from his waist. Yes, the ones who appeared were Lein and the others. They had arrived moments earlier at the portal of the main city of the Indonesian Alliance, then quickly used the teleportation skill of the Vortex Plate artifact to swiftly arrive at the main battlefield. Vortex Plate, a transparent disc that allows the user to hover, teleport, and increase attributes while riding. Type, active artifact. Grade, Heaven. Essence, 126,900. Ability, Flight, Acceleration plus 300%, Attribute plus 50%, Teleportation within 3 kilometers. Lein, now at level 40, clearly saw Waikos Urio's movement as he floated towards him. With bare hands, Lein approached Waikos Urio, his right hand aiming straight for Waikos Urio's neck. Got you, Lein said casually. Waikos Urio's neck was gripped tightly in Lein's hand like a chicken about to be slaughtered. Who are you? Lein. Waikos Urio looked at the man before him with disbelief, but soon, overwhelming fear flooded him. How could this be? This is impossible! Screamed Waikos Urio with all his might. His gaze then shifted towards the people behind Lein. They were Lara's, with a large cross on her back, a girl with short, shoulder-length hair, and two others, a woman and a man with enormous muscles. Moreover, what are they standing on? Wondered Waikos Urio in his heart. Hey, young man, let go of the man in your hand. At this moment, a deep voice broke through Waikos Urio's desperate scream. The one speaking was a man with a tattoo on his face, one of the two men Waikos Urio had brought with him earlier. Lein, who had been observing Waikos Urio with keen interest, suddenly shifted his gaze towards the voice. He saw a man dressed in animal skins, with bone accessories on each arm, and the most striking feature was a dragon tattoo on his cheek. Kid, don't think just because you're now a third-tier ruler you can act so arrogantly, said the man with a holy halo on his back, standing next to the man with the dragon tattoo. Status panel. Name, Killen. Race, Bianom race. Power core, Beastmaster. Level, Solar empowerment. Status panel. Name, Fian. Race, Demos race. Power core, Faithwooden. Level, Holy Disciple. Who are you? I warn you to return to your realm before I change my mind, Lein said casually. He didn't care much for these two men. To him, they were just rulers who would do anything to make money to survive. Damn, this kid is so arrogant. Let's go, Master Fian, said the man with the tattooed face to the man beside him. Who are you? Just mind your own business, Fian replied, looking at the man with the dragon tattoo with a disdainful gaze. He didn't consider the man to be his equal, even from the start. Unperturbed, the man with the dragon tattoo on his face raised his right hand. A blue hologram lit up on the man's wrist, rotating and displaying various animal forms. After spinning for some time, the hologram stopped at the image of a King Kong. King Kong Gatu. shouted the man with the dragon tattoo. Immediately, blue light shot out from the hologram tattoo on the man's wrist. The blue light flew forward, and within a fraction of a second, a massive figure appeared before everyone. King Kong Gatu. Level 34. Type Berserker. Attribute STR 2300, Int 2580, Ag 2450, Res 2900. Killer Quake. Leaps high into the sky. Speed increases by 50%. When landing, it causes a shockwave within a 20-meter radius. Damage increases by 25%. Cooldown 5 minutes. 7-meter-tall King Kong appeared. Thick black fur covered the large King Kong, making it even more fierce. Gatu, attack together! Shouted the man with the dragon tattoo. At that moment, white gloves made of bone appeared on both his fists. The gloves emitted a sharp blue aura. Immediately, the man named Lein charged towards Lein at great speed, followed closely by the massive King Kong behind him. Master Lein, allow me to handle this man. This time, the speaker was Gusty, already moving with his large golden hammer to face the man with the dragon tattoo. I'll help too. Hana didn't remain idle either. She flew on the vortex plate under her feet, joining Gusty in facing the Beast Master and the King Kong he summoned. Damn! The man with the tattooed face knew that Lein and the others possessed third-tier powers. However, he didn't expect that they were not newcomers to the third tier, and even Gusty and Hana, who approached him, were not far behind in strength. His eyes narrowed as he realized that the vortex plates under their feet were no ordinary items. Where did they obtain so many artifacts? Wondered the Beast Master with surprise. Boom! A loud crash resounded, causing a powerful dust wave in the surroundings. Bone gloves and the golden hammer collided, both stepping back a few paces. Ha ha! I've found a worthy opponent, said Gusty with a satisfied smile. After saying that, he rushed towards the Beast Master, not intending to give him a moment to breathe. Meanwhile, on the other side, in front of Hana, several large and sharp chunks of ice, as big as refrigerators, appeared. She hovered in the air with a vortex plate firmly supporting her. Ice meteor, Hana whispered. Immediately, the large ice boulders before her fell rapidly towards the 7-meter-tall King Kong. The massive ice boulders, like meteors, mercilessly slammed into the giant King Kong. Arg! Boom, boom, boom. The King Kong raged, pounding its chest repeatedly, preparing to face the large ice boulders with its powerful fists. Boom! The King Kong's fist sent the first ice boulder flying back and shattered it into pieces. Boom! Another large ice boulder came, and just like before, it was sent flying back and shattered to bits. Arg! The third ice boulder approached. However, this time the King Kong dodged and ran to the side. I won't let you, said Hana from the sky as she flew with the vortex plate. She redirected the ice meteor's trajectory towards the King Kong. Seeing that Lein still hadn't released his grip on his neck, Waikos Yurio felt even more terrified in his heart. He then tried to scream and looked at the other man who had come with him. Master Fian, please help me, screamed Waikos Yurio. The man named Fian ignored Waikos Yurio's screams. He watched the man with the dragon tattoo facing Gusty and Hana. How can a realm that hasn't even existed for 2 months produce level 3 individuals like this? And it's not just one, there are 5 of them, said the man named Fian to himself. A slight fear arose in the heart of the man named Fian. He searched for a teleportation talisman in his storage ring, but his action suddenly halted as a large cross quickly headed toward him. Dang! The sound of a clash between a 1-meter-long white sword and a golden cross echoed. The man named Fian was thrown 10 meters back. Impossible, said the man named Fian, horrified. He knew his own strength very well. How could he not repel that holy cross? Take this! Shouted Laris from afar. She was now running and rushing toward the man named Fian. Her cross, which had flown previously, had returned to her hand, spinning around her body as she ran. The man named Fian was no longer as relaxed as before he activated his skill. The holy halo on his back expanded and grew until it had a diameter of 10 meters. At each interval along the circle, there were white orbs emitting a terrifying power. Not stopping there, The man named Fian took out a boomerang-shaped object. The weapon was black with sharp serrated edges. Sash! The man threw the boomerang in his hand at Laras with all his strength. Then, it was followed by more than a dozen energy balls shooting from the holy halo behind him. Boom! Da! The light energy balls were extremely fast and exploded on impact. Laras was agile and easily dodged all the incoming energy balls. But when she saw the black's boomerang approaching, she stopped, and her large cross stopped spinning and stood right in front of her. Da! The black's boomerang and the large white cross collided. A massive explosion occurred, even causing Laras to leap back a little. The explosion's smoke cleared, and the boomerang returned to the man with the large holy halo. Meanwhile, Laras' large white cross remained standing firmly without a scratch. While the others were fighting, Master Arok and the bald old man approached Lein and Nita. Master Lein, Princess Nita, said the bald old man to Lein and Nita. While carrying the dying Master Arok, Nita noticed the arrival of Master Arok and the bald old man. Her eyes immediately focused on the large wound on Master Arok's chest. Every time he breathed, fresh blood would spurt out. If a human before acquiring the system had suffered the same wound, it would have been certain they would have died a few minutes ago, not even lasting a minute. How did you get this wound? Nita asked as she squatted down to examine Master Arok's wound. The wound was indeed very severe. That man is responsible for it, Princess, said the bald old man supporting Master Arok. He pointed at Wykos Yurio, who was currently motionless with his neck gripped by Lein. Brother, we should torture that man first. He's the cause of all this, said Nita to Lein as she took out a high-grade medicine bottle from her bag. Yes, I think so too, replied Lein, looking at Wykos Yurio, who was pretending to be dead in his hands. Who offered you to join the blood race? Lein asked calmly. He didn't actually expect to get an answer from Wykos Yurio, but he hoped to obtain some useful information to trace the mastermind behind it all. I was wrong, Master Lein, please release me first, said Wykos Yurio with difficulty. Arg! Wykos Yurio's groan was heard after he begged for release from Lein's hand. Not only did Lein not release him, but he also tightened his grip, showing no intention of letting go. Silent. Wykos Yurio remained firm in his stance, his mouth moving as if he wanted to speak, but he forced himself not to open his mouth. Seeing that Wykos Yurio had no intention of speaking, Lein raised his left hand. A white aura emanated from his fingertips. Then Lein placed his left hand on Wykos Yurio's forehead. Arg! Arg! Wykos Yurio's agonized screams were heard, even causing the men named Fian and Kalan to momentarily divert their attention. The previously eagle-like appearance of Wykos Yurio, with golden feathers covering his entire body, had now disappeared, returning to his original state. His strength also dropped drastically in an instant. Wykos Yurio seemed like an ordinary human. Others might think that Wykos Yurio had intentionally deactivated his power, but Wykos Yurio's eyes were filled with limitless terror, staring into the empty air in front of him in disbelief. A few seconds earlier, before Lein directed his left hand towards Wykos Yurio's forehead, Wyko had received an unusual notification from his system. Warning: a powerful force is trying to deactivate the system. Immediately evade and retreat. Warning: external power is too strong, fail to resist. System blocked. The last words of the system were still vividly etched in front of Wykos Yurio's eyes, but now the system screen had vanished, leaving only a red panel with the words, "System blocked," displayed before him. Damn it! What has this man done to me? Wykos Yurio cursed Lein in his heart. Seeing Wykos Yurio's pathetic state, Lein nodded in satisfaction. Ha ha ha. It works perfectly. It was worth spending those high-level crystals to buy this sealing skill, Lein muttered with satisfaction. Brother, what did you do? Nita noticed the change that had occurred in Wykos Yurio. She was confused and had no idea what Lein had done. Just a little trick from a skill book I bought in the Outer Realm, replied Lein casually. After sealing Wykos Yurio's system, Lein shifted his attention to the battle between Laras, Gusty, Hana, and the rulers from another realm who had come with Wykos Yurio earlier. At a glance, it was clear that Laras and the others had the upper hand. They continuously launched attacks on the two foreign realm rulers. In hindsight, This was only natural as they were wielding heaven-tier artifacts. Divine Hammer of Judgment, Gusty shouted, gripping his golden hammer with both hands. He was ready to swing the massive hammer from behind his back. As soon as he activated his skill, Divine Hammer of Judgment, a gigantic hammer shadow appeared. The enormous hammer was 50 meters long, with a head nearly the size of an elephant. It came from afar, heading straight toward the man named Lein. Damn it, where did this guy get such a destructive skill? Lein muttered with a horrified expression. It seems I can't hold back any longer. If I don't, I won't survive against a hammer that size. Lein raised his right hand again. As before, the hologram on his wrist spun incessantly. Every few moments, it stopped at a point where there was an image of a fierce beast of various forms. Stone-skinned elephant, red-furred panda, earth bear. Each time Lein called out the name of a beast depicted on the hologram, the creature appeared beside him in a matter of seconds. By now, he had summoned more than 5 beasts. Among them was a red panda with black markings around its eyes, standing 10 meters tall with long, sharp claws. There was also an enormous elephant, waving its trunk majestically. Its skin glistened, indicating its incredible toughness. Killer grasshopper. The hologram continued to spin, but this time it suddenly stopped at the image of a golden beast. The picture showed the silhouette of a dragon with an incredibly long tail. Sky-tail dragon. A golden light shot out from the hologram on Lein's hand, quickly forming into the shape of a beast. First, a tail with jagged fins along its back appeared, followed by a body covered in beautifully patterned scales. 2 small arms emerged from its abdomen, and finally, a head with a mouth full of sharp teeth and long whiskers billowing in the wind. Roar, roar. The dragon roared loudly, then looked around arrogantly. Why did you summon me again? The dragon asked, staring at Lein. I told you to stop acting arrogant in front of me, Lein replied with a frustrated tone. Roar. The dragon cried out in pain as a red collar appeared around its neck. It was clear that Lein had complete control over the dragon. Attack the man with the big hammer, Lein commanded clearly. The dragon ignored its pain and looked at Gusty, who was swinging his enormous hammer. Low-level race. As soon as it said that, the dragon flew straight toward the shadow of Gusty's golden hammer. The dragon hovered parallel to Gusty's massive hammer, then opened its mouth wide. Roar. The dragon's roar was immense and filled with a powerful suppressive force. The shockwave from the roar caused the ground to tremble, and a massive energy clash erupted with Gusty's golden hammer. Lord Gusty, be careful! Hana shouted from afar. She could see that the dragon's roar carried an immense power. Don't worry, I can handle this, Gusty replied confidently. Soon, the dragon's overwhelming energy was dangerously close to Gusty's hammer shadow. Teleportation. Gusty attempted to activate his teleportation skill. Boom! A massive explosion occurred, and Gusty was thrown back dozens of meters. His body flew and collided with several buildings before finally stopping and falling to the ground. Ha ha ha! Pathetic, the sky dragon mocked arrogantly. Lord Gusty. Hana ran over to check on Gusty. When she reached him, she saw Gusty staring blankly at the sky. There were no visible injuries on his body. He spread his arms on the ground as if he was admiring the beauty of the night sky. Seeing that Gusty was unharmed, Hana sighed in relief. But then, she suddenly remembered something. Doesn't this guy still have a golden defense talisman? Hana realized, then ignored Gusty, who was lying there like a child. As Hana turned to keep an eye on Lein and his summoned beasts, a large boulder suddenly flew toward her. No, it was heading straight for Gusty, who was lying on the ground. The massive boulder landed squarely on Gusty's head, his eyes wide as he stared up at the sky. Hey, who dares? Gusty yelled, clutching his now purple-blue head. He looked around as if searching for the culprit. What's wrong? A voice called out. Gusty then turned his gaze toward the source of the voice. He saw a woman with short hair. Her right hand was casually playing with large rocks, ready to throw another if he continued to lie there. Gusty muttered in his heart. He quickly stood up and stopped pretending to be in pain. Sorry, princess. I'll deal with that dragon, Gusty said with renewed confidence. He then shifted his gaze back to the dragon from earlier. Whoa! Gusty gasped internally. His eyes widened, and his mouth formed a big O. The island master? He said in awe. At that moment, an incredible sight unfolded. He saw Lein controlling thousands of swords, both golden and black, in the sky above. The swords looked terrifying as they attacked the Sky Dragon relentlessly. Roar! The Sky Dragon roared in fury, the swords belonging to the man before it could penetrate its defenses with ease, continuously cutting and even slicing through its body effortlessly. Sky Tail Dragon. Level 35. Attributes: 3100 STR, 2800 INT, 2780 Ag, 2370 Res. Skills: Roar of Destruction, Heaven's Breath, Dragon Blood. Lein looked at the Sky Dragon with a calm expression. He deliberately didn't use his full power because he wanted to test his own capabilities and those of the dragon before him. At this moment, he saw the dragon stop as if it were gathering energy. Lein was about to disrupt the dragon when a figure flew toward him, a red panda with extremely long claws, ready to slash at him swiftly. Sun Core Arrow. From afar, Nita had already prepared and released her third skill as an archer to attack the red panda. Sun Core Arrow shoots a sharp arrow that locks onto the target, plus 100% damage, and ignores 50% of the enemy's defense. Cooldown: 1 hour. A golden arrow soared rapidly, emanating a powerful energy. Arg! The red panda sensed the danger coming from the arrow and halted its attack on Lein. It then attempted to flee. However, the golden arrow released by Nita was locked onto its target and would not miss. Despite the red panda's quick escape, Nita's golden arrow closed in and struck the panda's back. Boom! A massive explosion occurred, shattering the panda's body into pieces, leaving nothing but ruins from the arrow's blast. Lein watched the arrow's explosion, then looked at Nita from afar. He smiled and gave her a thumbs up. Impressive, Lein muttered softly. Nita saw her brother praising her from a distance, and she simply smiled before turning her attention to the other beasts summoned by the man named Lein. How do these beast masters acquire so many beasts? Nita wondered aloud, feeling it would be cool if she had even one beast, like a rabbit. The battle between the two sides continued. Gusty, Nita, and Hana faced off against the man named Lein and his other beasts, while Lein was still toying with the Sky Dragon in the distance. Laras and the man named Fian, a Faith Wooden, were also still fighting far away. Waikos Yurio, lying helpless without any power, watched everything unfold with a look of horror. Everything that had happened from the start had shattered his confidence. Regret began to take hold of him. He looked around at the city, now in ruins, with the bodies of Alliance members strewn everywhere. Waikos Yurio's eyes filled with tears, which slowly began to stream down his face. Yes, Waikos Yurio was crying, reflecting on everything he had done. He felt guilty, realizing he was the cause of it all. Not far away, Tuana Rock, who had somewhat recovered, looked at Waikos Yurio with hatred. Even though Waikos Yurio was crying and regretting his actions, Rock's hatred had not lessened in the slightest. "You traitor!" he yelled at Waikos Yurio. "Tuana Rock, please stop. Your wounds will reopen if you keep shouting like that," the bald man accompanying Tuana Rock said worriedly from the side. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Waikos Yurio repeated these words endlessly, crying over his actions. Returning to the battle, Laras, who was currently dueling with the man named Fian, became increasingly serious. The Faith Wooden before her not only possessed immense power but also held several artifacts in his hands. "Crucifix light," Laras said calmly. Immediately, the large crucifix on her back floated in front of her, and two white chains emerged from it. These chains swayed and hovered around the crucifix like snakes dancing in the air. Laras looked at the man named Fian with a serious gaze, then directed her crucifix to approach him. Once it was close enough, the two chains from the crucifix shot out and flew swiftly toward the man with the holy halo. "A woman with pure holy energy," Fian muttered with a small smile. He looked at the approaching chains with a relaxed expression. "Holy prison," he uttered. Instantly, an area within a 50-meter radius seemed to be enveloped by a certain power, imprisoning both Laras and Fian within it. Laras surveyed her surroundings cautiously. She was quite worried because a negative warning had appeared on her status panel. "You have entered the holy prison, unable to activate dark powers, attributes reduced by 50%, Teleportation skills blocked. A seal? Laras murmured to herself. It wasn't long before a message appeared on her status panel. Lein, use their blessing potion to remove the negative effects. Laras looked at Lein in the distance, who was also watching her. She then nodded and immediately took out a bottle of blessing potion from her storage ring. Consuming blessing potion, you have received the maximum benefit of 10 times. No further effects will be gained in the future. Laras already knew it wouldn't have any effect, but since Lein had advised it, she tried it anyway. Successfully consumed. Blessing potion. Maximum effect reached. All negative effects removed. Negative effect. Holy prison, cancelled. What? It has this kind of effect too? Laras exclaimed in disbelief. Laras immediately continued to control her crucifix chains. The chains swiftly approached Fian. What? Why is her power still the same as before? Fian said in surprise. Ignoring the reason behind it, he focused his gaze on the 2 chains closing in on him. Zap! Dozens of energy orbs from the holy halo behind him shot forward at high speed, intercepting the chains as they approached. Boom, boom. Each time an energy orb struck the chains, a massive explosion ensued. The chains remained intact, but they couldn't move further due to the explosive force caused by Fian's holy energy orbs. Laras observed the situation and then brought her hands together as if in prayer. She resembled a nun preparing to pray, and a holy light enveloped her body. Her joined hands lifted high towards the sky, and then she spread them wide as if asking for a blessing. Come forth. Immediately, the sky above her began to crack open, the rift widening until it was 10 meters long. What is that? Muttered the man named Fian curiously. He focused his attention on the crack in the sky. From the crack, a figure emerged, a man standing 2 meters tall, clad in a white robe, with a crystal white sword in hand. What was unusual about this figure was the large silver wings on his back. Yes, the figure looked like an angel with a holy aura. It wasn't just one angel, several other angels slowly emerged from the crack, fully equipped for battle. Each angel had a pair of beautiful silver wings and a long crystal sword in their right hand. Holy Angel Army, Laras whispered softly. Laras watched the angels emerge from the crack with a satisfied smile. The angelic army was the result of her skill. Holy Angel Army. Holy Angel Army opens a large crack in the sky, summoning 12 holy angels with the same level as the caster. The holy angels inherit an additional 50% of the caster's power. The holy angels assist the caster in battle for 10 minutes. Dead holy angels will be resurrected after 10 minutes. Cooldown, 1 hour. When Laras first acquired this skill, she was stunned. Even if it only lasted for a few minutes, 12 immortal holy angels were incredibly powerful. Of course, the numbers in the skill description had doubled due to her talent effects. From a distance, Lein observed all the skills Laras used. Honestly, he was amazed to see the Holy Angel Army, making him feel like he was just getting to know Laras, as if he hadn't really known her before. Not only Lein, but Nita, Hana, and Gusty also looked at the angels with admiring smiles. The power of each angel was unimaginable. They are so beautiful, they look very powerful, Nita said with an eager gaze as she watched the Holy Angel Army. Holy Princess, we, the Kingdom of Heaven's army, are ready to serve, said the leader of the Holy Angel Army, a man, to Laras with great respect. He bowed his head, followed by the 11 soldiers behind him. All right, Laras nodded. She then turned and looked at the man named Fian in the distance. Destroy and kill that man for me. Yes, Holy Princess. The leader of the Holy Angels nodded and stepped back a few paces before turning and looking at the soldiers behind him. Everyone, kill that lowly creature. The Holy Princess's orders are absolute. Attack. The Holy Angel Army immediately turned and rushed simultaneously towards the man named Fian, who was now feeling intense fear. Damn, it looks like I've messed with the wrong person, said the man named Fian, his voice trembling. He then pulled a golden paper from his bag. Not only was it golden, but the paper also had strange writings on it, and small star-shaped crystals adorned the edges. Rebirth talisman. Activating the talisman will pull the caster's soul back into the soul vessel. No limitations on space and time. Father, I'm sorry, but this is the only way, he convinced himself as he prepared to activate the talisman in his hand. Not far away, The angels were flying at high speed toward the man named Fian. 7. The leader of the angels shouted, looking at a female angel behind him. "Yes, sir." The female angel then traced several patterns in the air with her fingertip. Every time her finger moved, a white light followed as if writing something. Shortly after, a strange pattern formed. "Seal activate." The female angel shouted. Immediately, a large circle surrounded the battlefield. "Damn, I can't use short-range teleportation," said the man named Lein, who was fighting Lein. He kept trying to dodge Lein's golden and black swords. Judging by his face, he was struggling and looked desperate. The dragon he had summoned was also having a hard time. Its body was covered in blood, and it could no longer regenerate. Arg! The dragon's roar was pitiful and sounded desperate. Back to the angels heading towards Fian, a faith warden with a large white halo behind his back. "First punishment," the angel leader shouted. He swung the sword in his right hand, and with a slight movement, he disappeared from his spot. In a split second, he had moved and was now directly behind the man named Fian, who was staring at him in shock. Without hesitation, the angel leader slashed directly at the man's neck. Sure. The slash created a strong gust of wind. What? But instead of what was expected, there was no blood or a head flying. The man was no longer in front of the angel leader. 7? The leader looked at the female angel with a questioning gaze, expecting her to explain. "I activated the seal, sir, but it seems that person has an advanced form of teleportation," the female angel explained. The leader was about to say something when he suddenly heard a soft voice not far away. "It's all right now." Laras observed everything and didn't want to blame the angelic army. It was understandable that people had some tricks up their sleeves. "Next order, kill those monsters," Laras said, pointing to the strange creatures summoned by the man named Lein earlier. "Yes, princess." Quickly, the angelic army rushed to the Beast Master's battle area. From afar, in the shaded area, Master Arok and the bald old man who was with him earlier observed the very unfair battle in front of them. "Hey, Master Deng, how strong do you think the World Market Trade Alliance is?" Master Arok asked the old man beside him. "I don't know, but it's definitely much stronger than those big alliances," replied the old man Deng. It seems it's time," Lein said calmly. He then directed all his golden swords at the sky-tail dragon. Like water controlled by Lein's mind, the swords flew without obstruction and pierced the dragon's entire body. TSK. Arg! The sky-tail dragon roared in pain, screaming every time a sword pierced its flesh. But there was nothing it could do. It was already exhausted and had no defenses left as it did in the beginning. Guild, sky-tail dragon, X plus 91,000, plus 100 contribution. Sky-tail dragon drops. Energy crystal X 180. Dragon blood 100 milliliters. Dragon fang X2. Dragon scales X15. Dragon eye X2. Dragon materials. "Not bad," Lein said softly. He looked at all the materials dropped by the sky-tail dragon and collected them. After dealing with the sky-tail dragon, he saw that the other battles were almost over. All the beasts summoned by Lein, the Beast Master, were already dead with nothing left. Lein was now cornered, facing the angels summoned by Laras, breathing heavily. "Damn. This seal won't let me escape or teleport," Lein said fearfully. He could only defend passively against the relentless attacks from the angels. At this moment, Lein did not notice that Laras was already behind him, ready to launch an attack. "Crucifixion light," Laras said calmly. Immediately, a large cross appeared in front of Laras. Two white chains shot out like dancing snakes. The cross floated towards Lein, and the two chains flew, trying to bind the already cornered Lein. It didn't take long for Lein, who kept retreating, to finally make contact with the chains from Laras's large cross. The chains wrapped around every part of Lein's body, binding him tightly. "No." "What are these chains?" "My power is draining." "Let go." Lein, now bound, could only scream for his life. Fear and regret filled him. The arrogance he showed earlier was gone. Unable to blame anyone, he turned his gaze to Wykos Yurio, who lay helpless on the ground not far away. "This man. It's all because of this man." Lein tried to muster a bit of strength to attack the nearly dead Wykos Yurio, but his actions were halted as a sharp golden sword pierced his chest, right through the heart. Guild, Kalin, Alpha Command, X plus 186,000, plus 1,000 contribution. Kalin drops, silver storage ring. Yes, Lein's golden sword had already pierced him. Lein sensed Kalin's intent to attack Waiko's Yurio, so he took immediate action without waiting for Laras to finish her crucifixion skill. Wow! Big Brother took action, Nita said in surprise, then praised Lein directly. Stupid girl. Quickly take the storage ring. Lein ignored Nita's praise and instructed her to retrieve the storage ring Kalin had dropped. I knew it, Master Lein must be very powerful. Yes. Of course. Hana and Gusty also watched Lein's attack with awe. The golden sword moved so fast they could barely see it clearly as it struck. Laras had already guessed that it must have been an attack from Lein. She also slightly sensed Kalin's actions towards the end of his assault and wanted to strike directly, but Lein had acted first. After all the enemies were defeated, Lein and the others gathered. All right. The main enemy is down. The next task is to eradicate the blood race across the entire Indonesian Alliance Island, Lein said to the others. Yes, Brother Lein. Several teams from other forces and alliances have also arrived to assist in attacking the remaining blood race. Hana reported the latest information. Lein nodded. He then shifted his gaze towards Waiko Suryo and was about to approach him. But before that, Lein said, if there's nothing else, you can start the cleanup in other areas. Lein told the others. Of course. They weren't obligated to do so since there were already many forces that had come to the Indonesian island to help. Lein deliberately asked them to engage in battle so that their combat skills would be honed and become even more refined. Laras, Hana, Gusty, and Nita quickly spread out to search for any blood race in the surrounding area, eliminating them if they encountered one. After giving those instructions, Lein approached Waiko Suryo. Near Waiko Suryo, Mr. Arok and the old man, Deng, were seen waiting. Waiko Suryo, I'm giving you one last chance. Who is behind all of this? Lein asked, staring at Waiko Suryo with sharp eyes. Waiko Suryo didn't dare to look back at Lein at that moment. He could only lower his head, deep in thought. After a few moments, he finally began to speak. Since Lein and the others arrived at the Indonesian Alliance Island, many media forces had been covering the battle live. Some media outlets even hired some Alliance Hunt rulers to protect their reporters, enabling them to cover the events live and bring hot news from the Indonesian Alliance Island. For several days, as the battles between the rulers of the Indonesian Alliance and the Blood Race followers unfolded, the media became the primary drivers of news dissemination. Of course, the media companies didn't broadcast the news without a return. The media system functioned similarly to how it did on Earth before, where people would subscribe to their favorite channels. The advertising business had also become widespread, with promotions for stores, items, and alliances aiming to attract other rulers to join. In recent days, news media had been filled with live broadcasts and fascinating information about the ongoing battles. Because of the easy access to news media, discussions among the public were also taking place. Did you hear? The American Alliance has already sent reinforcements to fight the Blood Race forces on the Indonesian Alliance Island. I heard that too. Not just America, but the top 5 alliances are also helping. Has the island's owner taken any action? At that moment, a heated discussion was taking place among high school students in a cafe. Copyright. They had already activated their systems and gained powers, making them very interested in the situation on the Indonesian Alliance Island. It wasn't just the students. Even elderly people were discussing the situation while hanging out in the city park. I can't believe President Waiko made such a foolish move, said an old man while puffing on a cigarette. Well, that's how it is. People tend to forget themselves when given a little power to rule, replied another old man, gazing at the lake not far from the park. Though they were old, they still paid some attention to the Indonesian Alliance. Indonesia was once their homeland on Earth, and even though they had moved to the Divine Sky Realm, a small spark of patriotism remained in their hearts. The battle on the Indonesian Alliance Island unfolded rapidly. Almost all the major alliances teleported directly to the Indonesian Alliance Island to annihilate the Blood Race. Chat of the Blue Planet Human Race. Lein. Hello everyone, I'm Lein, the leader of the World Market Trade Alliance. Anyone who obtains blood crystals can purchase equipment at any World Market Trade store with a 50% discount. Jack, is that true, Mr. Lein? You're not lying, right? Sun Lord, I'm with Mr. Lein. I really want to buy the dragon-slaying bow from the World Market Trade Alliance store. William Anderson, the American Alliance will also offer a 50% discount if you shop with blood crystals. Bai Chi, the Chinese Alliance is also giving a 50% discount to anyone who shops with blood crystals. Wipe out the blood race, leave no creature alive. Hian Bai, it's great that the major alliances have the same commitment to annihilate the blood race. The rulers who were tempted by the blood race are doomed. Andy, damn, my friend became a follower of the blood race. The messages in the human race chat had a massive impact on the destruction of the blood race on the World Market Trade Alliance island. It all started with Lein, who didn't want the human race to be destroyed. He wanted the human race to survive and become a powerful race among the other realms in the universe. Lein intentionally sent messages directly in the World Market Trade Alliance chat to reach all the rulers. Nevertheless, the announcement of the extermination mission was also conveyed through the internet and the mass media. Far from the Indonesian island, there was a large island with several tall buildings. High defense towers could be seen everywhere. Right next to the island was a magnificent white building standing strong. In front of the white building, a flag with white and red stripes and a star emblem in the top left corner fluttered in the wind. Yes, this was the main island of the United States Alliance. In front of the building, soldiers were lined up neatly, ready to receive orders. On the edge of the field, several military trucks were ready to transport the troops to the teleportation area, leading to the teleportation portal on the Indonesian Alliance island. The person leading the troops was a woman with sharp eyes and blonde hair. The woman wore a tight uniform with a distinctive military pattern. She looked very strong, but the most striking feature about her was the large axe by her side. The axe was 1 meter long with a spiked, razor-sharp head. Everyone, are you ready? Ready, the woman shouted loudly and received a unified response from all the troops. The soldiers in front of her were equally intimidating, each with their weapon by their side. Some wielded swords, others bows, and some carried spears. However, a few troops didn't carry weapons. From their appearance, it could be inferred they were of the mage class or another class that didn't rely heavily on weapons. Mage squad ready. Infantry squad ready. Each time the female commander called out a group, the soldiers responded with enthusiasm. After naming several groups, it was time for the troops to move toward the military trucks lined up on the side of the field. There were about a dozen trucks already prepared, and once filled, they floated and hurried toward the main teleportation area. The military mobilization wasn't just happening with the American troops. The Chinese Alliance was also on the move. Far from the Indonesian Alliance island, there was another large island with towering mountains and lush green valleys. In the center of the island stood a futuristic city with a blend of traditional architecture and high technology. Among the skyscrapers and towering watchtowers, there was a grand palace with white walls and red curved roofs. In front of the palace, a red flag with 5 gold stars in the top left corner waved proudly as the symbol of the Chinese Alliance. In front of the palace, hundreds of soldiers were lined up in formation, ready to receive orders. On the side of the field, armored combat vehicles were lined up, ready to transport the troops to the teleportation portal that would take them to the battlefield on the Indonesian Alliance island. This force was led by a commanding figure named General Lein. Clad in a red and black military cloak that covered his sturdy frame, General Lein exuded an aura of decisive leadership. He carried a long spear with a golden tip on his back, symbolizing the strength and precision of his troops. His face was stern, his gaze sharp, as he looked at the troops before him with confidence. "Are you ready?" General Lein's voice echoed across the field. "Ready." The synchronized response from the entire force reverberated, reflecting their high fighting spirit. In front of him stood various units, each wielding different weapons with confidence. In the front row, infantry units held long spears with crystal tips, weapons specially designed to combat enemies with regenerative abilities like the blood race. Behind them, archer units stood with longbows made of black wood, strung with gold threads. Their arrows, tipped with silver, were ready to rain down on enemies from a distance. Beside the infantry and archers, there were special forces known as the Dragon Guard. These soldiers wielded large swords with energy blazing along the blade, emitting a heat aura capable of incinerating enemies in seconds. Not far from them, mage units were also prepared, dressed in long dark blue robes with dragon symbols on their chests. They held wands that emitted a soft glow, signaling the magical power that could destroy enemies in the blink of an eye. Infantry unit. General Lein called out the first group. Ready. They answered with enthusiasm. Archer unit. He continued. Ready. General Lein continued to call out the other units, ensuring that all the troops were ready to move. After receiving a firm response from every unit, he raised his spear high, signaling the troops to start moving toward the military trucks lined up at the edge of the field. Just like that, other alliances had also sent their military forces to help annihilate the blood race on the Indonesian Alliance Island. One thing was certain, at this moment, all human races were united with the same goal to wipe out the blood race. At this point, it didn't matter which alliance you came from, what your skin color was, or your beliefs. Everyone was helping to eliminate the blood race from the Divine Sky Realm. Indonesian Alliance Island, teleportation area. Currently, in an area the size of 10 football fields, there were dozens of teleportation portals. Every few moments, people would emerge from the portals non-stop. The arrivals weren't just military forces, but also regular rulers with a burning desire to eradicate the blood race. The sight of this vast teleportation area was truly impressive. After people emerged from the portals, they would head to the nearest outpost to find out which areas of the Indonesian island still had large numbers of blood race members. There was also information about forces in need of assistance, areas requiring evacuation efforts, and many other updates that could be obtained from the nearby outpost. At this moment, American and Chinese forces were also emerging from the portals with fully armed troops. Herman, look, the military forces from the top alliances have arrived. Amazing, we're definitely going to win and eradicate the blood race from the Divine Sky Realm. Verd KZ, let's join those soldiers. We'll be safe if we stay with them. The discussions among the regular rulers who saw the top alliance forces were clearly audible from the crowd. This was quite natural, considering many people had the desire to join the military forces. In addition, the top alliance forces truly lived up to their name. As seen now, a large warship over 100 meters long appeared in the sky, and not just a near, many warships appeared. Look at that enormous ship. And what's with that tall tower on top of the warship? Said a ruler wielding a long iron weapon. Can we join them? Asked an old man with a look of admiration as he gazed at the flying ship. Wait, look. Another ship is appearing, a ship with a traditional design, but it's equally impressive. At this moment, the Chinese alliance forces had also deployed their warship. Although different in style, the Chinese alliance's warship was equally magnificent, with traditional designs and beautiful carvings along the sides of the ship. After the warships were deployed, the troops below flew up and entered the warships in an orderly manner. Once all the troops had boarded, the warships accelerated and quickly flew toward their designated locations. Every time a battleship takes off, it signals that a fierce battle is about to occur. Other rulers quickly follow suit after receiving information about the location from the nearby posts. They don't go alone. Instead, these rulers form teams to increase their chances of survival. In this way, all of humanity is working together for the first time since arriving in the Divine Sky Realm. United, they strive to eradicate the blood race. The battle on the Indonesian Alliance Island lasted for several hours. Everything unfolded quickly and smoothly thanks to the combined efforts of all humanity. The battle continued until late afternoon, at which point several messages from the top alliance announced that the blood race had been completely exterminated. Chat between Blue Planet's human race. Lein, announcement to all human rulers, the blood race has been eradicated from the Divine Sky Realm. Thank you all for your assistance. Please exchange your blood crystals to receive discounted rewards. Baichi, to anyone who betrays humanity by becoming part of the blood race, I, Baichi will be the first to kill that person. William Anderson, congratulations to us, humanity. Raiko, amazing. That terrifying blood race was dealt with in just a few hours. Hanmo, congratulations to all humanity. Aiko, by the way, who caused the blood race to appear on the Indonesian Alliance Island? I heard it was because the President of Indonesia betrayed us. Aldi, as a member of the Indonesian Alliance, I apologize to everyone. The chat between all of humanity became lively, discussing the destruction of the blood race. Many rulers sent messages congratulating one another. Of course, who wouldn't be happy about driving out another race from their homeland? At this moment, Lein and the others regrouped at a still intact location. In one area of the portal hub, Lein stood casually, observing his surroundings. Incredible, humanity's progress is so fast, he murmured. Lein, being one of the highest-ranking individuals in the Divine Sky Realm, or rather, one of the strongest and wealthy Easter, felt proud of how rapidly humanity had advanced. He had done what he could by opening branches of the Alliance world market and selling items at affordable prices. Initially, this approach didn't show results, but now the results were slowly becoming evident. Every time he saw other rulers passing by, most of them were level 10. Some had even reached level 15, and occasionally, a level 20 ruler from the top alliances would pass by. Not only were they advancing in level, but Lein also noticed that the rulers entering and exiting the portal had high-quality equipment. Green tier swords were the standard for going to battle, and blue equipment was held by rulers with some strength. Green equipment was, of course, usually reserved for the leaders of the top alliances, but even so, it wasn't unusual to see random human rulers with 1 or 2 purple pieces of equipment on their bodies. What's the matter? Do you regret it? Lein said mockingly to the middle-aged man sitting on the ground below him. The man appeared physically weak, with a depressed look on his face. I'm guilty, sir. I was wrong, the man said, crying sorrowfully. Yes, this man was Waiko Suryo, the mastermind and instigator of everything. He was the one who allowed the blood race to infiltrate the Indonesian Alliance. Driven by greed, he was willing to betray his race in exchange for a pure artifact-level item. In previous conversations, Waiko Suryo had confessed everything he had done to join the blood race. A few days ago, at the start of the interracial war event and the emergence of portals to other realms, all human rulers gained access to the outside world. This became the main route for the blood race to enter the Divine Sky Realm. Initially, Waiko Suryo was like other rulers, looking to earn contribution points to purchase high-level items. The primary goal of all rulers was the silver badge to break through the level 20 barrier. Unfortunately, during his adventure in another realm, Waiko Suryo encountered a leader of the blood race. The blood race leader's motive was to recruit rulers from newly formed realms like the Divine Sky Realm to spread the blood race lineage among the rulers there. As a reward, they would receive a pure artifact if they managed to convert over 50% of the rulers in that realm. Waiko Suryo, driven by greed and self-interest, was tempted by the sweet words of the blood race leader. The leader also revealed some crucial truths to Waiko Suryo regarding the next steps after the interracial war event and the emperor selection system in newly formed realms. The blood race leader also promised Waiko Suryo that he would be made an emperor in the Divine Sky Realm if he successfully completed his mission. Sadly, Waiko Suryo targeted the wrong group from the start. Although he knew that the World Market Trade Alliance Island was strong, he never imagined he would be killed in mere seconds. The World Market Trade Alliance rarely showed its true power, so many human rulers were unaware of just how strong the tower on that island really was. Lein conducted a thorough examination of Waiko Suryo but found nothing special except for his spatial ring. Sorry, I'm late, brother. From afar, Lein heard a familiar voice. Yes, it was Nita, who was now walking towards him. Beside Nita were a few others, Laras, Hana, Gusty, and another woman with short hair, wearing a long white robe. Yeah, you took your time, Lein replied casually. Hello, Mrs. Watty, we meet again. Lein greeted the woman in the long white robe. This woman was the one who had brought out the purification potion during the high-level meeting of the Indonesian Alliance, the meeting led by Mr. O'Rock. which resulted in the conflict between General Bowo and the small man, Momun. On reflection, it made sense. During the meeting, Mrs. Watty had distributed many high-grade purification potions. Without the help of Nita, who had long been strategizing with Mrs. Watty, it would have been impossible for her to purchase such expensive purification potions. "Yes, we meet again, Mr. N," Mrs. Watty replied with a warm smile. Initially, she didn't believe it when Nita contacted her about the plan to use the purification potion to detect the blood race. But after being promised several benefits and protection, Mrs. Watty eventually agreed, leading to the events at the high-level meeting of the Indonesian Alliance. "Mr. Lein, let me take this man away." Gusty, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. He was disgusted by Waiko Suryo, who was acting like a dead dog on the ground. "Go ahead. Just don't kill him for now," Lein replied without objection. Gusty grinned widely at Lein's response. He immediately pulled out a long stick from his storage space. He tied Waiko Suryo's hands to one end of the stick and then bound his feet tightly. "Sister Hana, give me a hand. Let's go," Gusty said to Laras, who had been listening to the discussion between Lein and Laras. Hana lifted the other end of the stick while Gusty held the front. They now looked like two adults carrying Waiko Suryo as if he were a roasted pig. "Well, if there's nothing else to discuss, let's head back to the island," Lein said energetically to everyone. Lein and the others quickly approached one of the portals and patiently entered it one by one. Mrs. Watty, of course, joined them, as she would receive many treatments and facilities promised by Nita earlier. After returning home, Lein and Nita went back to the town hall to tidy up and rest after a day of battle. Laras also returned to her home in the City of Light, and finally, Hana, Gusty, and the tied-up Waiko Suryo also moved away. The next day, World Market Trade Alliance Island. Today was the 26th day of the interracial war event. As usual, Lein and Nita were having breakfast after their daily exercise routine in the main square inches front of the town hall. At the dining table, Nita, who had been enjoying her meal, suddenly asked, "Brother, how did it go?" Nita ate while paying attention to Lein's response. She seemed to have a question deep within her heart. "Well, the usual stuff. Waiko Suryo's greed nearly led to the destruction of Indonesia and even all the rulers in the Divine Sky Realm," Lein replied while eating his food. Lein then explained to Nita everything Waiko Suryo had told him earlier, from his initial encounter with the blood race leader to the process of selecting an emperor in newly formed realms, and the information about the next event after the interracial war. "Disgusting. Someone like that makes me sick," Nita said with a tone of disgust. She couldn't understand Waiko Suryo's mindset in making such decisions. How could a president think only of himself and not care about his own people? "Then what about the Indonesian island, brother?" "What should we do?" Nita asked curiously. "So far, every city that has been built is led by one of the core members. Currently, there are only 10 core members on Lein's island, so the Indonesian island will be left without a leader." "Well, let it remain empty for now. We'll fill the position if the right person comes along," Lein replied while continuing to chew his food. "Besides, if there really isn't anyone suitable, there's no need to worry. Just let it be our mainland, our living city," Lein added. Nita listened attentively to Lein's explanation. She would follow all the orders given by her brother regarding the development of the island. "Brother, what about the promise to Elder Wen?" Nita asked Lein as she was nearly finished with the food on her plate. Hearing Nita's question, Lein had already anticipated it. "Yeah, we were supposed to leave for the Guandu realm yesterday afternoon, but due to the issues with the Indonesian island, we had to postpone it for a while," Lein replied casually. It was true that he had delayed because of the issue on the Indonesian island, but that wasn't the real reason. Lein finished the food on his plate and then said, "We will level up before going to the Guandu realm." Yes, Lein wanted to increase his level before meeting Elder Wen again. He disliked the feeling of being powerless in front of someone with such terrifying strength, capable of destroying him with just one finger. That's why Lein had deliberately gathered many Tier 5 exp bottles to break through the level 50 barrier. Lein's current level was 41, as was Nita's. Over the past few days, after duplicating Tier 5 exp bottles, Lein had amassed nearly 8 million Tier 5 exp bottles. Each exp bottle would provide 100,000 exp points to the Sovereign. In other words, one exp bottle was equivalent to the exp gained from killing several Tier 2 creatures. "Okay, brother, I'm ready," Nita replied enthusiastically. Who wouldn't want to become stronger? Around 8 a.m., Lein and Nita finished eating, and they were currently in the garden area next to the town hall building. As usual, Lein and Nita loved this place because it was very comfortable and peaceful, with fresh air, the sound of small fountains, the sound of fish jumping in the pond, and the fragrance of flowers in the garden area. The word comfortable wasn't enough to describe how Lein and Nita felt. "Brother, by the way, what is your current status?" Nita, who was sitting on one of the benches, asked Lein. Lein then explained his status panel to Nita. Status: Name, Lein, Tier 3, Level, 41, 2%. Attributes: STR 16877, AGA 16921, INT 16423, RES 16926. Class: Swordsman. Skills: Divine/Shadow, Sky Shattering / Area of Light, Sword Heaven Prison, Sacred Heart Sword, Sky Sword Rain. Sub-skills: Double / Sword Aura, Quick Movement, Light Barrier. Equipment: Divine Sword +15, Two-Step Shoes +15, Night Splitting Cloak +15, Fierce Fighting Gloves +15, Durable Helmet +15. Artifact: Time Ring, Pure, Vortex Plate. Wow! You got a lot of attribute bonuses from gaining titles and also a universe-level soul altar, Nita said with a slight hint of envy, hearing Lein's attribute values exceeding 16,000 points. Nita's average attribute was around 12,000, still 4,000 points behind Lein's average. "What's wrong? Don't you like it when your brother is stronger?" Lein asked with a sad expression. "Haha. Of course not, I was just kidding XD. Brother is the strongest," Nita said with a cheerful tone. Lein rolled his eyes at Nita's fake praise, then he took out many exp bottles and handed some to Nita to use. "Come on, use them, reach level 50, and promote." Lein didn't wait any longer. He immediately opened the exp bottle panel and used them. Using Tier 5 exp bottles, "Are you sure?" "Yes." As soon as he agreed, the exp bottles in Lein's hand disappeared. Then he felt a slight surge of energy entering his body, followed by the system notification panel. Consumed Tier 5 exp bottles, gained plus 100,000 exp. Consumed Tier 5 exp bottles, gained plus 100,000 exp. Every time Lein used an exp bottle, the notifications kept coming non-stop, clearly and in detail, showing the exp bottles consumed by Lein. Consumed Tier 5 exp bottles, gained plus 100,000 exp. Consumed Tier 5 exp bottles, gained plus 100,000 exp. Nita, you can turn off the notifications so they don't bother you, Lein said to Nita, who was also seriously consuming the exp bottles. Nita's expression was like a doctor treating a patient. She was intently focused on the exp bottles in front of her. "I already did, brother." "My power is increasing so fast," Nita replied, not even looking away from the exp bottles in front of her. "This girl." Lein sighed deeply. Since when did this girl become a power maniac? Did something happen to her? Lein wondered to himself. As far as Lein knew, Nita wasn't that interested in power. Consumed Tier 5 exp bottles, gained plus 100,000 exp. Congratulations, Sovereign level increased. Level 43, attribute points plus 1,000. Consumed Tier 5 exp bottles, gained plus 100,000 exp. Damn. Just to level up once, it took 100,000 exp bottles, Lein said in surprise. He had guessed that the higher the level, the more bottles would be needed to level up. But still, Lein was shocked to realize it. Congratulations, Sovereign level increased. Level 45, attribute points plus 1,000. Congratulations, Sovereign level increased. Level 47, attribute points plus 1,000. Congratulations, Sovereign level increased. Level 49, attribute points plus 1,000. Come on, just a little more, Lein said impatiently. He was getting a bit bored using hundreds of exp bottles. Nita, who had been very excited before, was also getting a little tired by now. Consumed tier 5 exp bottles, gained plus 100,000 exp. Congratulations, sovereign level increased. Level 50, attribute points plus 1,000. Finally, Lein spoke with an enthusiastic and relieved tone, stretching his arms back to loosen his muscles. I'm level 52, brother, Nita also said excitedly from beside him, having reached level 50 at the same time as Lein. Great, what's your status now? Lein asked casually. Nita then opened her status panel and shared all her stats with Lein. Status: name, cute cat, tier 3, level, 50, 5%. Attributes: STR 15612, AGA 15884, INT 15180, RES 15185. Class: Archer. Skills: Arrow Explosion, Nature Archery Dance, Sun Core Arrow, Killer Eye, Heavenly Archer's Heart, Falling Star Arrow. Sub-skills: Fatal Shoot, Rare, Quick Movement, Rare, Light Barrier, Rare. Equipment: Hell Arrow plus 15, Blessed Cloak plus 15. Artifact: Time Ring, Pure, Vortex Plate. Good, your attributes are higher than the top alliance leaders, Lein praised casually. And it was true, Nita's attributes were very high, even compared to the leaders of major alliances backed by their vast resources. Oh, by the way, should we also share some exp bottles with the core members? Nita asked curiously. Just imagine, if 10 core members of the World Market Trade Alliance reached such a level, who could possibly rival them in the Divine Sky Realm? Lein thought for a moment after hearing Nita's question. Out of the 8 million bottles he originally had, only a little over 3 million remained. With only 3 million bottles, it wouldn't be possible to distribute them to all the core members. Of course, we will share them, but not just yet. Tier 3 is sufficient for the Alliance's operational activities, Lein replied calmly. By the way, did you see the promotion panel, Nita? Lein asked Nita beside him. He was curious about what the promotion test at level 50 would be like, but after searching and waiting for the system, there was no response. I didn't see anything, brother, Nita replied, shaking her head. Since there was no information, Lein decided to try using another exp bottle. Maybe level 50 wasn't the limit after all. Using tier 5 exp bottles, are you sure? Yes. Failed. Level cap reached. Please wait for the next update. What? A level cap? Lein said in surprise. He found it odd that the system mentioned level 50 as the maximum level. If that's the case, then how would they break through to the levels comparable to nascent soul cultivators? Could it be that the next levels will unlock after the upcoming interracial war event? Lein wondered to himself. It made sense, but it was still uncertain. Never mind, no need to worry about it for now, Lein muttered quietly. He felt foolish trying to guess what the system would do next. Nita, get ready. We'll depart at 1 o'clock, Lein said to Nita, who was busy chatting on her phone. Roger that, brother. I'm going to meet with Sister Laras. After saying that, Nita stood up from her seat and ran toward the town hall to change her clothes. This girl, Lein said, shaking his head with a smile. Seeing Nita run off happily, Lein smiled warmly. He felt a deep sense of joy because of her. Lein recalled how, back on Earth, his sister had spent her time accompanying him as he sold fried snacks along the city's streets. Because of this, Nita had little time to play or socialize with kids her age. It could be said that Nita's childhood wasn't particularly happy, even bordering on miserable. Seeing her now, Lein was both happy and proud. Nita had made many friends, was respected by others, and could live safely on her own island. Yosh. That's why we need to keep getting stronger, otherwise, the previous situation might happen again, Lein said with determination. He then stood up from his seat, checking the time on his phone. It was 11 a.m., so there were still 2 hours before they would leave for the Grandu realm. Taking a walk around the city sounds interesting, Lein muttered to himself. With that, he started walking towards the garden, intending to get his car and drive around the city. Afternoon in the City of Life. Lein's car moved through the busy city streets. He observed the bustling city from inside the car, feeling pleased that everything was going according to plan, or perhaps even better than the initial plan he had devised. The 5-meter-wide asphalt streets were filled with luxury cars hovering slightly above the road, sleek S-shaped bicycles zipping along the sidewalks, and cheerful pedestrians with smiles on their faces. The residents of the city of life lived in great comfort. All their needs were met, they felt no external threats from monsters, and their rights as citizens were well protected by the government. Initially, the government officials chosen by innate tried to employ the same deceitful and corrupt methods they used back on Earth. However, Lein was always watching, and with his overwhelming power, he swiftly executed or imprisoned those corrupt officials. Of course, what the public saw was innate reporting them to the media, while Lein worked behind the scenes, known only to high-level individuals. "Sir, we will arrive in 5 minutes." The driver in the front seat broke the silence inside the car. Lein snapped out of his reverie, looking at the familiar buildings they were passing. He noticed several roadside shops selling various ready-made foods and unique food carts along the sidewalk offering various snacks. Lein nodded in response to the driver and continued observing the small roadside shops. 5 minutes passed quickly, and Lein's car finally arrived at a building with a large sign above it that read Rudy Risto. Yes, this was Lein's favorite restaurant. This restaurant offered a variety of traditional Indonesian dishes, representing hundreds of ethnic groups with their unique cuisines. Such a restaurant with such a vast menu was rare in the Divine Sky realm since people had migrated. The car parked in a lot next to the restaurant, and Lein got out, walking leisurely towards the restaurant. As he approached the door, he saw a security guard with a scanning device in his right hand. The guard was shocked and couldn't believe his eyes when he saw who was approaching. "Please, come in, island owner," the guard said, bowing and gesturing towards the door. He didn't check Lein, who was arriving. Lein politely replied, "Thank you," and continued walking through the door with ease. While Lein entered Rudy's restaurant, social media was abuzz with a post about a photo of Lein getting out of his car and entering Rudy's restaurant. "Wow! The island owner is at his favorite restaurant," posted someone named Gerald on a social media platform called Link. In just a matter of minutes, the post had garnered thousands of reactions and hundreds of comments. "What? Is there still an empty table at Rudy's restaurant?" commented an account named Dika. "I saw the island owner walk past my table too. His aura is intimidating. His status panel shows he's already tier 3. Very powerful," commented an account named Caleb. "I'm here right now. The island owner is very handsome. Unfortunately, we can't approach him," commented an account named Siska, attaching a photo of Lein sitting inside the restaurant near a window. As Siska mentioned, Lein had already made a statement that people were not to approach him like a celebrity. He preferred to be treated like an ordinary citizen, albeit within certain limits. Because of this restriction, it was rare to see people approaching Lein with a book, shirt, or shoes in hand for an autograph. In response, people only discussed Lein on social media, and whenever someone posted about Lein, that post would undoubtedly trend for several days. Back at Rudy's restaurant, Lein looked at the food in front of him with an excited expression. He was a bit hungry at the moment, so he couldn't wait to dig in. In front of him were several plates of food with various dishes. The first was a plate of rice, salted egg, roasted meat, and brown-colored jackfruit. Yes, this was a traditional dish from Yogyakarta. Then there was a bowl of brown soup. Lein stirred it and found minced meat inside. "Rawan," Lein said, drooling a little. For a drink, Lein ordered bandrek, a brown beverage with a strong ginger flavor. Lein loved this drink because it refreshed his throat after drinking it. Without waiting any longer, Lein started with the main course, gudg. The slow-cooked jackfruit of the gudg was very delicious, solnect at first, followed by the rice, meat, and egg. Delicious. The jackfruit is thoroughly cleaned. It's very comfortable to chew. In between bites of the food in front of him, Lein couldn't help but express words of praise and gratitude for being able to eat comfortably. Every time he dined at a restaurant, Lein was reminded of the tough times on Earth, having to save his monthly salary to pay rent and Nita's school fees. The remaining money wasn't enough to allow him to eat in a luxurious place like Rudy's restaurant where he was now. Because of those bitter experiences, Lein was always grateful for the good life he now had in the divine sky realm. After finishing the main course, Lein moved on to the raw one. Not to be outdone by the gudg, Lein thoroughly enjoyed the raw one in front of him. The minced meat inside had a smooth texture and a slight warmth from the spices. Feeling a bit thirsty, Lein drank the bandrik that had been untouched until now. Ah! Delicious. Refreshing. Just like that, Lein enjoyed his meal to the fullest. Sacred Star Academy, Leader's Room. At that moment, the leader of the Sacred Star Academy, an old man with a long white beard, was discussing something with several teachers in front of him. Mr. Yusuf, is what you're saying true? One of the teachers asked the academy leader. Hearing the teacher's question, the other teachers also paid more attention. They had only recently arrived at the leader's room, hastily summoned by the leader himself for a meeting. Yes, I also received the information unexpectedly from the island owner himself. He will be visiting our academy in 20 minutes. Said the academy leader named Yusuf. What do you think the island owner's purpose is, and what will he do? Leader Yusuf asked again. Upon hearing Leader Yusuf's question, the teachers bonded, trying to find a reason for Lein's visit. They had previously attempted to send a direct invitation to Nita to have Lein attend the academy's opening ceremony, but at that time, Lein had other commitments and couldn't attend. Now, upon hearing that Lein was coming, and without prior notice, they were puzzled and couldn't pinpoint a reason for his sudden visit. From my observation, the island owner is coming for a routine inspection. He doesn't want any evil seeds like the blood race to emerge in a power organization like our Sacred Star Academy, said a teacher. After thinking for some time, Lein was known for the freedom he granted to all the residents on his island. However, with that freedom came certain boundaries they had to adhere to, such as fairness, refraining from causing destruction or coups, and upholding humanity. As long as an organization followed these principles, they wouldn't face severe consequences like disbandment. I think the same. We don't need to be afraid because we haven't done anything that violates the island owner's rules, agreed another teacher. Several other teachers nodded in agreement, signaling that they shared the same view, believing that Lein's visit was for an inspection to prevent the rise of the blood race. I also have a suggestion to prepare a grand welcome when the island owner arrives. It would be great if one of our academy's students received something from the island owner, suggested another teacher. Hearing the teacher's suggestion, the others concurred. They needed to showcase the achievements they had made since establishing the Sacred Star Academy. All right, let's proceed with that plan, Leader Yusuf concluded. Mr. Yosep, please gather all the students to welcome the island owner. Also, ask some of the top students to perform a brief demonstration. Teacher Diane, please assist in organizing the academy grounds, defenses, and facilities so that everything runs smoothly during the welcome ceremony. Mr. Chailu, I entrust the security of the academy and its surroundings to you. Leader Yusuf made decisions and assigned tasks to the teachers in front of him. Of course, he had his own tasks to assist in the preparations for the welcome ceremony. In this way, Academy Bintang Susi is currently very busy preparing a welcoming event for Lein, who will arrive in 20 minutes. Back at Trudy's restaurant, Lein had already finished his meal. After paying at the cashier, he continued on his way to his next destination, Mall Melati. Mall Melati is one of the shopping destinations for the upper class and is also the largest mall in Kota Kehidupan, owned by Lein. As the owner of the island, it would be a pity if Lein didn't visit at least once in his lifetime. Soon, Lein's car was smoothly driving down the main highway without any obstacles. Due to the vast size of Lein's island, the city roads were very wide, preventing traffic jams. Additionally, many public transportation vehicles could hover slightly above the ground, significantly reducing traffic congestion on the main asphalt roads. Furthermore, for long-distance travel, the best option was to use small teleportation portals instead of public transport. However, it all depended on the need, as some content creators or ordinary people deliberately used long-distance public transportation to enjoy the scenery along the way. The journey to Mall Melati did not take long. only 3 minutes from the location of Rudy restaurant. Upon arrival, the driver parked the car in a large parking area and then stepped into a large building that had 50 floors. Yes, this is the largest mall in the City of Life, Mal Melati. Lun walked toward the Melati building casually, and as usual, there was a guard at the entrance with a screening device. Everyone who passed through had to go through this door to prevent anyone from carrying dangerous items like bombs and destructive weapons. "Welcome, Mr. Lun," the entrance guard greeted respectfully as Lun approached. Lun politely walked through the screening door and past it. Then he stepped into Mal Melati, his eyes immediately drawn to the magnificent and futuristic interior design. In the center of the atrium, light from the upper floors penetrated down to the ground, reflecting the bright colors of holograms floating in the air. These holograms displayed various interesting information, such as the latest discounts, directional guides, and interactive advertisements that looked so real they almost seemed touchable. Each floor in this mall had a different theme, ranging from modern fashion on the first floor to advanced technology on the upper floors. Shops were lined up neatly along the corridors, offering a wide range of items from luxury clothing to the latest gadgets. Lun walked slowly, enjoying every corner and hallway he passed, occasionally stopping to examine items that caught his attention. It's true, to facilitate people's access to trade, their businesses have also seriously developed, Lun muttered to himself. He had anticipated this from the beginning, not to make it difficult for other rulers to open businesses. If these small rulers were hindered in opening businesses, the city's development would be monotonous, relying only on himself to grow. Look at it now. Even some of the shops Lun passed were selling combat items like skill books, combat equipment, various weapons, and other items related to the outside world. Previously, humanity was limited to making weapons like pistols, cannons, arrows, and other common weapons. But now, some laser weapons had started to appear. All this technology, of course, came from the racial realms in the power player system. Naturally, those races had existed for hundreds of thousands of years and possessed the latest and the most solid technology. Meanwhile, the human race in Alam Langat Ili was like a newborn baby and needed the help of other races to develop faster. "Let's continue," Lun said to himself, continuing his journey through every corner of the mall. The bustling atmosphere of the mall gave a lively impression, with various conversations and footsteps echoing around. There were families gathered for shopping, children running towards toy stores, and couples enjoying time together. Lun then decided to go up to the upper floors, using the escalator surrounded by transparent panels that offered a view outside the mall. From here, he could see the magnificent city with tall buildings standing firmly in the distance. After arriving on a higher floor, Lun was drawn to a store selling the latest technological products. He decided to enter and check out some of the advanced gadgets on display. "Welcome, Mr. Lun." A store clerk immediately approached and greeted Lun respectfully. She had recognized him from afar but only admired him from a distance, not daring to approach. But now that Lun had entered the store she was in charge of, she was both shocked and nervous. "Please feel free to browse, sir," said the female store clerk with a slightly trembling voice, her breath a bit short at the moment. Lun nodded and examined the gadgets on the glass table inside the store. On the table were several gadgets and laptops that didn't look much different from the gadgets and laptops back on Earth. The only difference was that these laptops were incredibly thin with very wide screens. The features offered were also varied, such as elegant design, internet capabilities, privacy security, and high specifications. Lun noticed a phone with the brand name Galaxy. It had a slim and wide design, with a modern metallic black finish. Lun picked it up and tried using it. On the screen of the phone, the main display showed the time, wallpaper, and several applications. Not to mention, there was an image of a small child with an anime style on the phone's screen. "Hi, sir. My name is assist number 071. Is there anything I can help you with?" the small figure on the Galaxy phone said with a voice like a child. "What is this?" Lun was slightly surprised by the anime figure, then looked at the female clerk beside him. "Yes, sir, This is a very new feature of our product. eAssist is an AI technology that can help users do something. In addition to assisting users in operating everything on the phone, this eAssist can also connect with other electronic devices such as cars, home robots, rice cookers, and many other electronic items. The female clerk explained everything about the anime figure on the phone. In short, it was a very advanced AI feature, and the AI's emotions on the phone felt very real due to the highly developed technology. Hearing the female clerk's explanation, Lein nodded in understanding. However, he still had a slight question in his mind and said, "Why is the AI's default voice that of a child?" Lein asked in confusion. Hearing Lein's question, the female clerk could only smile shyly. She also found it strange at first. "It was deliberately set as a child's voice, sir, because usage statistics show that almost 70% of users use a child's voice as their AI voice," the female clerk explained to Lein. Lein, hearing the female clerk's explanation, could only sigh deeply. Lein couldn't be mad because he also did the same thing back then by changing his phone's wallpaper to an anime image from Japan. But why almost 70%? Have otakus already taken over the world? Lein muttered in his heart. "Alright. How much does this phone cost?" Lein asked the female clerk. Lein was interested in the Galaxy phone in his hand because of its advanced AI feature. "This is our latest product, sir, so it cannot be purchased with paper money. We only accept energy crystals, totaling 100,000, the store clerk explained clearly. She did not think someone like Lein couldn't afford 100,000 crystals, but as a store clerk, she still had to explain it fully to Lein. Lein didn't mind the price, so he immediately took out 100 mid-grade crystals from his personal storage space. "Thank you, Mr. Lein." The store clerk took the crystals and immediately ran to the back counter to prepare the purchase receipt. The female store clerk quickly scribbled something on a piece of paper and then prepared the Galaxy smartphone box. Once everything was ready, she placed it all into a tote bag and handed it over to Lein, who was casually waiting while browsing through other items. "Here you go, Mr. Lein," the female store clerk said politely. Lein accepted it and replied, "Thank you." He checked the time on his watch and saw that there were still 10 minutes left before his arrival at Sacred Star Academy. The journey to Sacred Star Academy would take about 6 minutes. "Alright, that's enough for now. Next time, I'll need to check out the upper floors," Lein said casually. He then turned to head downstairs to retrieve his car. After that, he would depart for Sacred Star Academy. Not far from Melati Mall, Sacred Star Academy was bustling with excitement. The expansive and grand academy area was now adorned with beautiful decorations that adorned the large walls surrounding it. The sturdy stone walls were now covered with colorful floral decorations, red and white flags fluttering along the fence, and other accessories that added to the majestic scenery. Along the path leading to the main gate, the students of Sacred Star Academy were lined up neatly. They wore bright-colored academy uniforms, with the shining Sacred Star emblem on their chests. Most of the students at this academy had power levels around 10, but there were also a few who had reached level 15. With enthusiasm and respect, they eagerly awaited the arrival of Lein, a figure highly anticipated by the entire academy. "What do you think Mr. Lein's reaction will be?" "I don't know. It's said that Mr. Lein is still very young, but he has managed to develop the World Market Trade Alliance into the #1 human race alliance. Do you think Mr. Lein will notice us?" "I'm so nervous." "Calm down, we're just students in Mr. Lein's eyes." "There's no need to be too nervous." The students, currently standing in neat lines, engaged in lively discussions. They felt a slight pressure after receiving instructions from the teachers to gather and prepare to welcome the island's leader. Inside the academy, preparations were in full swing. The grand and towering main academy building stood firmly, exuding an aura of greatness and power. The training rooms and expansive open grounds were ready for the students to use for practice and honing their skills. Here, the students were not only trained physically but also equipped with knowledge and strategies to help them grow and reach their full potential. The academy's teachers, who had reached level 20, stood calmly but with heightened alertness. They were highly trained and experienced individuals, ready to provide guidance and direction to the students. They understood the significance of Lein's visit and had prepared various events and special training sessions to showcase the students' best abilities. Mr. Yusuf, how many more minutes? Why hasn't the island owner arrived yet? Among the line of teachers, one of them asked the academy leader, Mr. Yusuf. Not much different from the students. Some of the teachers were also a bit nervous at the moment, knowing that the academy where they taught would soon be visited by the #1 person on the island. Not long after, a black car slowly drove past the road in front of the academy walls. Yes, it was Lein's car. From inside the car, Lein observed the rows of academy students welcoming him with various flags, and from their faces, they looked very enthusiastic. Most of the students were around 17 years old, an age typically associated with high school students. However, due to the changing circumstances, the academy also taught general subjects, though not extensively. The academy focused more on training students to fight and survive in the vast universe. We've arrived, sir, the driver in the front seat said. He then got out of the car and opened the back door, allowing Lein to step out. Ah, Mr. Lein. Welcome, Mr. Lein. Mr. Lein, welcome to Sacred Star Academy. Cheers from the students could be heard everywhere. Lein responded with a warm smile and waved his hand to all the students, from those at the far end of the wall to those closest to him. Thank you. Thank you. Lein kept expressing his sincere gratitude, seeing the enthusiasm of the students. He then turned his gaze toward the gate and saw that the path was also lined with students standing neatly in their white uniforms. Lein then walked along the main road, occasionally waving to the academy students on either side of the path. It didn't take long before Lein finally reached the end of the road and saw the Sacred Star Academy teachers. The person in the center was the first to step forward and greet Lein, followed by the other teachers behind him. Island owner, Mr. Lein, welcome, said an elderly man with a long beard, greeting Lein with a slight bow. The old man then continued, I'm Yusuf, the leader of Sacred Star Academy, the elderly man said in a warm voice. Yes, the elderly man was the academy leader, Mr. Yusuf. Hello, Mr. Yusuf, nice to meet you, Lein said, shaking Mr. Yusuf's hand and greeting him with a warm smile. After shaking hands with Mr. Yusuf, the other teachers also stepped forward and introduced themselves. Mr. Lein, I am Diane, head of the academy's maintenance department, said a middle-aged woman with shoulder-length short hair. Lein politely shook the hand of the middle-aged woman. Nice to meet you, Teacher Diane, Lein replied with a warm smile. Another teacher approached and said, Mr. Lein, I am Chailu, head of the academy's defense department. The speaker was a middle-aged man with narrow eyes, seemingly of Chinese descent. Nice to meet you, Teacher Chai, Lein replied, shaking Teacher Chailu's hand. One by one, the other teachers introduced themselves and shook hands with Lein directly. Lein welcomed them all gladly and gave them the opportunity to come forward and introduce themselves. After 3 minutes of polite handshakes and greetings, Mr. Yusuf, who had been standing calmly since the beginning, finally spoke. Mr. Lein, please come inside. I will give you a tour, he said with a commanding voice. Lein followed Mr. Yusuf along with several other teachers, entering the inner part of Sacred Star Academy. The academy was truly magnificent, with buildings standing solidly in various corners. In the distance, tall defense towers loomed, ready to protect the academy from any threats. The large training buildings, where students honed their skills, were bustling with constant activity. On the other side, the dormitory building, where the students resided, stood gracefully with elegant architecture. Mr. Yusuf first led Lein to the dormitory building. This is where the students rest and recharge their energy after a day of training, he said. While opening the main door of the building, inside the room, Lein saw rows of tidy rooms, each equipped with excellent facilities. Each room meets high standards, including air conditioning, soft beds, televisions, and other amenities to ensure the comfort of our students, Mr. Yusuf explained. Lein nodded, impressed by the academy's attention to the well-being of its students. After that, Mr. Yusuf took Lein to several defense towers scattered around the academy area. We have several highly advanced defense towers, Mr. Yusuf said, pointing to a lightning tower that stood 17 meters tall. This tower can generate a powerful lightning bolt to protect the academy. In addition, they also saw an automatic archery tower equipped with fire arrows and a mortar cannon with tremendous firepower. Lein was amazed by the level of protection the academy had. Even though Nita provided some initial funding to help develop things like flying heads, building materials, etc., the results still exceeded his expectations. The tour continued to the learning room, where Lein was shown a large holographic whiteboard that could display information interactively and dynamically. Next to it was a simulation room, a place where students could practice various skills in simulated situations as if they were real. "This cabinet is filled with knowledge books from various disciplines," said Mr. Yusuf, showing the neatly arranged bookshelves. Lein observed closely, impressed by the resources the academy provided to support the students' learning. They then headed to the training building, a place entirely dedicated to training the students' physical and skill abilities. "Here, we have training room arrays that can be customized to create various training scenarios," Mr. Yusuf explained. "With this room, students can train without the fear of severe injury because everything happens in a safe simulation." Lein also saw various sports equipment, racks full of weapons, and other tools designed to train the students' strength, speed, and accuracy. Their final stop was the main hall, where the atmosphere was already bustling. Hundreds of students surrounded a large platform that served as a battle arena. "We have planned this main event for you, Mr. Lein," Mr. Yusuf said with a smile. "Here, you will see the best quality of our students." Lein observed the platform where 10 students with impressive appearances were already present. They seemed to be the top students of Sacred Star Academy. Soon, Mr. Yusuf, Lein, and the others walked to a shaded area where several seats were prepared for the judges. Not long after, Lein and the other teachers took their respective seats. Initially, Mr. Yusuf wanted Lein to sit in the central seat, but Lein declined and sat directly on the right seat. After all the teachers were seated, the moderator in the center of the battle platform shouted loudly, "Everyone, let's give a greeting to the island's owner. Mr. Lein, welcome, Mr. Lein, welcome, Mr. Lein." All the students stood up and bowed towards Lein. "All right, on this very short notice, the duel of the top 10 students will be moved up to today," the moderator announced loudly, scanning all the students. "Yay! Hooray!" Applause. The moderator grew more enthusiastic, receiving such a lively response from the audience. The duel between the top 10 students was originally scheduled to be held 2 weeks later, but due to Lein's visit, the teachers and academy leaders had decided to move the date up. "All students, please take a ball from this box. One per person." After saying that, the moderator brought out a black box containing several balls with numbers written on them. The black box floated according to the moderator's thoughts, seemingly using telekinesis or some kind of remote control skill. The black box floated toward the 10 best students, who were currently sitting in chairs not far from the battle platform. A young man with deep black eyes looked at the black box in front of him with a relaxed expression. He reached his hand into the box and pulled out a white ball with a number written on it, number 1. "Wow, Joy got number 1. I wonder who the unlucky one is who'll have to face Joy," a student in the audience commented. "Yeah, Joy is really strong. His vampire abilities make it easy for him to recover," another student nearby responded. The black box continued to float from one student to the next until it finally reached a female student with fair skin and blonde hair. The blonde-haired girl extended her hand into the box, and without twisting her hand, she calmly took out the last ball from the black box. She looked at the number on the ball and smiled softly as she had indeed drawn number 1, the last ball. "Wow, Grace will face Joy. Quickly, record this. It's going to be exciting." "Will Grace use her strongest lightning power this time? I'm curious just how strong Grace's black lightning is. Last time, she almost destroyed the training simulation array." The discussion in the audience grew more heated when they realized Grace and Joy would be dueling. Although not officially declared, they were both recognized by the public and even by the teachers as the 2 strongest students. In the row where the teachers were seated, Mr. Yusuf seemed to be deep in thought. "Mr. Yusuf, should we redo the drawing?" From behind, Mr. Chialu whispered quietly in Mr. Yusuf's ear. Mr. Yusuf heard him, and after thinking for a moment, he waved his hand as if to let it continue. Back on the central battle platform, the moderator once again shouted loudly, taking charge of the event. Everyone has received numbers 1 through 5. Whoever has the same number will be matched as dual partners, the moderator announced. The moderator then opened a small piece of paper in his hand and shouted again, as decided earlier, the first duel will start with the students who received number 1. Great. The first match. Hooray! Go, Grace. Grace, show us your power. Many students in the audience openly cheered for Grace. As a foreign student, Grace had many fans, both male and female. Given Grace's stunning appearance, with her fair skin and immense strength, she had become an idol among the students. Grace soon stood up from her seat and walked toward the central platform. Joy, too, did not remain idle. He casually walked slowly toward the battle platform. In the right corner, Grace stood upright, ready for battle. Come on. I can't wait to show this kid my strength, Grace thought to herself, staring at Joy with a serious gaze. On the other side, Joy also stood tall and had already taken his fighting stance. His right hand was clenched and pointed forward. Both his hands were enveloped in a terrifying black aura. Grace, are you ready? Joy, are you ready? The moderator shouted to make sure both students were ready and in position. Ready. The moderator then stepped out of the battle area. At the edge of the platform was a device with a blue screen. The moderator adjusted some settings and pressed activate array. Immediately, a transparent shield in the shape of a cube enveloped the battle area where Grace and Joy stood. Start! The moderator shouted at length. Immediately, both Grace and Joy activated their equipment. In the right corner, Grace activated the purple equipment on her body. Then, a long whip appeared in her hand. The whip was over 3 meters long and had branches at the end. Grace skillfully waved the whip, spinning it into a wheel ready to strike anyone who came close. Joy also activated the equipment on his body. Like Grace, he too had purple equipment on his body. His body was also protected by a transparent black aura. Lein observed the two students calmly. He was somewhat surprised to see both of them equipped with purple gear and also that both were at level 19, just shy of level 20. Status: Name, Grace. Race, Human, Blue Planet. Power Core, System, level 19. Rank, Tier 1. Status: Name, Joy. Race, Human, Blue Planet. Power Core, System, level 19. Rank, Tier 1. Lein was actually curious about the talents they had acquired. However, he would not force them to reveal it. According to Lein, talent was crucial and greatly influenced one's development. In his own alliance, there were fewer than 10 S-rank talents. After exploring various realms and witnessing the power of high-level beings, Lein began to consider gathering strong humans to unite. Well, everything takes time, step by step, Lein said, shaking his head, deciding to stop thinking about complex matters for now. He refocused his attention on the battle platform. The first to move was Joy. He ran forward quickly, directly targeting Grace's side. His movements were focused, and seeing that Grace's whip had already been released toward him, he caught the whip with his bare hands and used it to increase his speed. Grace had anticipated that Joy could catch her lightning whip. With a simple thought, she channeled powerful lightning through the whip. Boom! Zap! Joy was ready. He let go of the whip and ran to the right, preparing to unleash his skill, vampire mode. Immediately, Joy's appearance slightly changed. His entire skin turned pale white, and his fangs extended past his lower lip. Swoosh! In a fraction of a second, Joy had already darted right beside Grace. Both his hands, now equipped with sharp claws, slashed at Grace's unprotected neck. Clang! The protective gear on Grace's body activated, blocking Joy's sharp claws from piercing her neck. Darn! Joy didn't expect Grace's protective gear to be so advanced and able to activate instantly. He intended to retreat when he noticed the end of Grace's whip quickly coiling around his waist. Lightning snare! Zap! Boom! The students in the audience watched as Joy was entangled in Grace's whip, holding their breaths. Some of the more faint-hearted students closed their eyes, hoping to skip straight to the outcome of the battle. However, What they expected did not happen. Instead, Joy, who was about to be struck by Grace's lightning, transformed into thousands of black bat shadows. TCH. That technique again. Grace had anticipated this. She quickly scanned her surroundings and finally spotted the black bat shadows merging to form Joy's figure. Without giving him time, Grace lashed out with her whip. Zap! Joy raised his hand, and a red skeletal hand shadow covered his hand. Slash! Swish! The skeletal hand shadow Joy summoned was incredibly sharp, even cutting Grace's whip with ease. Sea of lightning. From afar, Grace activated her strongest direct attack. Even from outside the simulation array, the power of the impending lightning could be felt. A shadow of black clouds appeared far above the main hall building. The energy concentrated on the battle platform. Mr. Yusuf and the other teachers also turned their attention to the battle area with great seriousness. Previously, Grace's lightning had nearly destroyed the simulation array. The cost of a simulation array was extremely high. Moreover, they were also worried that if the simulation array were destroyed, Joy, who was the target, would not be able to survive. They all then directed their gazes toward Lein, felt their stares and then said, "It's okay, let it continue, no need to worry." After saying that, Lein resumed watching the battle between Joy and Grace inside the simulation area. Immediately, the terrifying lightning directly struck Joy. The lightning first hit the protective shield of the simulation array. Crack! After the simulation array cracked, the other students nearby felt the immense power radiating from both students. Damn! The aura Joy is emitting is so strong. Yeah, I didn't expect it to be as powerful as the aura Grace is emitting. From the outside, the audience only saw Joy standing calmly without resistance. But once the simulation array shattered, the audience finally felt the aura emanating from Joy. Ha ha ha, are you using your blood energy? Laris shouted from the edge of the platform. Joy didn't answer. His gaze focused on Grace without blinking. The lightning from above now struck Joy without any obstacles. Boom, boom. Joy still stood without moving each time the lightning inflicted damage on his body and even tore his flesh. The wounds healed almost instantly. Wow! It turns out Joy's healing ability can withstand Grace's lightning attacks, shouted a student from the audience. Amazing. Come on, Joy. You can win this. Grace, hearing the cheers from the audience, could only smile slightly. On the screen in front of her, she saw the number 100, release. As soon as she said that, Joy, who had been standing calmly, suddenly felt a strange power approaching him. However, he didn't know where this terrifying power would come from. Lein, observing from the judges' seats, also sensed a powerful force approaching. He scanned the surroundings but couldn't see the source of the terrifying power. He activated his legendary skill, Divine Eyes. Divine Eyes enhances eye sharpness, detects enemy weak points, and increases reflexes for 30 seconds. Level 50. Base sharpness, plus 30%. Rarity, Legendary. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Requirement, Tier 3. Universal. After activating Divine Eyes, Lein saw a transparent thread connected to Joy's heart. The thread had no end and was floating around Joy. Lein immediately stood up from the judge's seat and leapt onto the battle platform. Mr. Yusuf and the other teachers were shocked by Lein's sudden action. Mr. Yusuf, what's happening with the island master? Asked a teacher behind Mr. Yusuf. Mr. Yusuf could only shake his head, as he didn't know either. Let's just observe. It seems something is about to happen, Mr. Yusuf replied. Hey, look, why did the island master suddenly enter the battle area? Said a male student to his friends around him. I don't know, did Grace or Joy cheat? The students in the audience were also discussing it, as no teacher had ever entered the battle platform before. Lein's sudden action was new to them. Grace, seeing Lein descend onto the battle platform, was also shocked this time. She felt a bit of fear in her heart. Joy was the most confused at the moment. What's going on? Why is the island master approaching me? He thought to himself. Lein ignored them all. His golden sword then appeared out of thin air. Casually, Lein slashed the thread connected to Joy's chest. Swoosh! Without resistance, the sword cut through the thread in Joy's chest, and it shattered. Immediately, the great power he felt earlier disappeared. What's going on, Island Master? Joy asked Lein, who had suddenly drawn a golden sword. "It's nothing. You're lucky this time," Lein said casually, then turned his gaze to Grace, who was very confused at the moment. She even wore a puzzled expression. "Where are you from?" Lein asked Grace. Grace approached and walked cautiously. "I'm originally from America, sir, but when the shift happened, I was in Indonesia. So I settled and have been living in Indonesia ever since," Grace replied politely. She was confused but not afraid. She didn't feel she had done anything wrong. "Why did you use such power on your friend?" Lein asked. Grace was confused, feeling that Lein's question was like asking why she was studying at school. Wasn't she supposed to attack with all her might to win the duel? Seeing that Grace didn't answer, Lein thought for a moment and finally realized the absurdity of his question. "What's your talent level?" Lein asked directly. What intrigued Lein the most was that the attack Grace had just unleashed was overwhelmingly powerful, almost surpassing that of a regular Tier 3 attack, even though Grace was only level 19, Tier 1. Hearing Lein's question, Grace was slightly surprised and took quite some time to think in silence. After a while, she finally spoke. "Sorry, sir, I've sent a system message request," Grace replied. Lein found Grace's answer odd. He then opened his system chat and saw a private message from the ruler named Grace. "Grace, SS rank, sir. Accumulator, SS rank." Seeing the letters SS in Grace's message shocked Lein internally. He then looked at Grace in front of him and asked, "Are you telling the truth?" Grace nodded. "Good, good," Lein said enthusiastically. "I want to know, are you interested in becoming a core member of my alliance?" Lein asked Grace directly. Lein was very interested in the girl's abilities. The fact that Grace had hidden so well since the human shift and remained in Indonesia convinced Lein that she possessed excellent survival skills. "I'm willing, sir," Grace replied eagerly. She had been hiding too deeply all this time. Even when she enrolled as a student at the Holy Star Academy, she only mentioned that her talent was A rank with lightning abilities. Initially, she had planned to join one of the major alliances. However, she didn't because she wanted to wait a few weeks to see which alliances would survive in the end. And after waiting a long time, the World Market Trade Alliance, where she was, led by Lein, had become the best human alliance, proven by Lein's 10 million plus points on the leaderboard. "All right, come with me for a moment," Lein said as he jumped back to the judge's seat. "Sorry, Mr. Yusuf, please continue." "The winner of the battle is Grace," Lein said casually, while Grace sat in the seat beside him. "Yes, Island Master," Mr. Yusuf replied promptly. He then turned his gaze to the moderator and gave some instructions. "The winner is Grace." After the winner of the battle was announced, the students in the audience cheered excitedly for Grace. "Congratulations, Grace. You're amazing." "I knew it." Grace's hidden power must be incredibly strong. Even the Island Master had to intervene. "You're right. Joy was lucky to be saved by the Island Master." Small discussions arose due to Lein's previous actions. Although the students didn't fully understand what had happened, they still grasped the big picture. Joy, who was still standing on the battle platform, looked at Lein with a blank expression. After a while, he finally opened his mouth and said, "Why did you say she's the winner?" Silence. Everyone fell silent. Even the teachers beside Lein were now pounding with anxiety. Where did this kid Joy get the courage to speak so disrespectfully to Lein, even questioning his actions? Lein had never really taken action against the people on his island, but with some actions on Indonesia Island, the defense technology on the entire island, and the military strength, everything reflected just how terrifying this seemingly friendly young man in front of them was. Mr. Yusuf was about to stand and teach Joy a lesson, but his action was stopped when a hand blocked him. "Ha ha ha ha!" Lein's light laughter echoed throughout the battle hall, which was now very quiet. "Tell me why I shouldn't kill you right now. I'll give you 10 seconds. 9, 8. Lein counted down casually, saying each word calmly and clearly. Joy didn't flinch. He opened his system panel and accessed the chat feature. Then he typed a few words into the chat panel. "Joy, Blood King, S." Lein heard the system notification sound. He opened the chat panel and indeed saw a new message from a ruler named Joy. "Damn it!" Lein cursed inwardly. Where are these people coming from? Lein looked seriously at Joy in front of him. then asked and confirmed if what Joy had written was true. "I can prove it." "Attack me with your strongest power," Joy said casually. Hearing Joy's words, Lein raised an eyebrow slightly. Without hesitation, the golden sword flew directly to pierce Joy's chest. None of the students could see the speed of the sword shot by Lein. What they saw was Joy's body shattering into blood. Then, Joy reappeared not far away, intact without a wound. Before a second had passed, Lein shot another golden sword at Joy. Seeing Joy reappear afterward, Lein continued to bombard Joy with golden sword shots. "Interesting," muttered Lein as he watched Joy's body continuously reappear without any limit. A minute passed, and Lein had already fired more than 80 golden swords, and he kept going. Just as the 95th sword was about to be launched, Joy's voice rang out. "Stop, Island Master!" Hearing Joy's shout, Lein caught the sword that was about to fly with his right hand. "This is my limit, sir," said Joy in a heavy voice, his breathing now irregular. "All right. You can live," Lein said casually. Just like Grace, Lein offered Joy the chance to become a core member of his alliance. Joy, too, agreed happily and without hesitation. The teachers beside Lein observed everything with nervousness. They looked at Joy with astonishment. Not only Grace, but this boy had also hidden his true power, registering only with an A-grade talent. "Mr. Yusuf, please continue," Lein said, returning to his relaxed demeanor. He felt fortunate this time, having found 2 rulers with S and SS level talents. Lein even considered recruiting all S-level rulers directly. With his immense influence now, it would be easy to gain people's trust. "Yes, sir." Mr. Yusuf then instructed the moderator to continue the duel showcase. "All right. Everyone, let's hear some noise," the moderator shouted, trying to revive the intense atmosphere from before. "Keep going." "Wow, it turns out Joy hid his strength very well," said a female student. "Yeah, he's always been quiet and rarely socializes," replied her friend. "Damn, it seems they're going to receive some massive rewards from the Island Master." Many small discussions took place among the students. Of course, everything that had happened shocked them and gave them a better understanding of the 2 best students at their academy. "Next up, the student with number 2, please enter the arena." As soon as that was announced, 2 male students stood up from their seats and walked towards the battle area in the center. The first student had a relaxed appearance with dark sunglasses on his face. His long hair added to his pleasing aura, and his physique was ideal. "Wow, Ariel is number 2. His opponent is Zaki. I think this battle will end quickly." Before the fight even began, the students had already drawn rough conclusions about the upcoming match. Ariel's opponent was a young man named Zaki with a bald head. His clothes were very disheveled, looking unkempt. Ariel stood on the right corner, ready and activating all the combat equipment on his body. Ariel's equipment was all blue, with a massive pair of scissors as his weapon. Meanwhile, in the opposite corner, Zaki also activated his blue equipment. Yes, everything was blue except for the armor, which was purple. In Zaki's hand was a long silver sword. "Ariel, ready?" "Zaki, ready?" the moderator shouted, ensuring the 2 students were ready and in position. "Ready." The moderator then exited the battle area. As usual, he adjusted some configurations and pressed activate array. Soon, a transparent protective cube enveloped the battle area. "Begin," the moderator shouted with a long drawl. Zaki seemed prepared. Without waiting for Ariel to attack, he had already dashed forward, making several slashes directly. Tang, tang. Ariel raised his large scissors and skillfully spun them, blocking all of Zaki's sword attacks. Zaki, who had already understood Ariel's fighting style, tried something new this time. A ball of energy appeared in his right hand, and he launched it toward Ariel's stomach. Ariel quickly and forcefully struck the energy ball. Puff. "What? Smoke? Poison?" Ariel said in a panic. He hadn't expected that the energy ball wasn't an explosive but a smoke bomb. Now confused and unable to see his surroundings, Ariel suddenly sensed movement behind his back. He lifted his scissors and immediately slashed backward with a spin. Tang. Sure enough, Zaki was behind him. But it didn't stop there. Zaki moved rapidly within the smoke, while Ariel observed his surroundings cautiously, but the thick smoke still obscured his vision. Suddenly, a silver flash appeared from the left side. Ariel quickly spun his large scissors, blocking Zaki's sword strike that had emerged from within the smoke. Tang! A loud clang echoed, but Ariel remained unfazed. He knew Zaki would try to attack him from an unexpected angle. Quickly, Ariel took advantage of his momentum, spinning his scissors at high speed and swinging them in a different direction. Zaki tried to dodge, but Ariel had already anticipated his movement. In one swift motion, the large scissors managed to strike directly at Zaki's sword, hitting it with full force. Clang! Zaki's sword was knocked out of his hand, rolling away across the arena floor. Now unarmed, Zaki retreated a few steps. Ariel didn't give him any chance. He surged forward, using his large scissors to create a powerful gust of wind that dispersed the remaining smoke lingering in the air. With a clear view now, Ariel saw Zaki looking exhausted and cornered. Without hesitation, Ariel raised his scissors high and, with one swift slash, aimed his weapon at Zaki. However, just before the strike reached Zaki, Ariel stopped, leaving only a few inches between his weapon and Zaki's body. The moderator's shout rang out, stopping the battle. The winner is Ariel. Zaki, panting heavily, acknowledged his defeat with a slight nod. Ariel, also panting, lowered his scissors and smiled, giving his opponent a respectful salute. Yeah, Ariel won. Yes, I expected that from the beginning. Ariel is known for his composure. Zaki, keep it up. Cheers erupted from the audience. While many had anticipated Ariel's victory, there were still plenty of voices encouraging Zaki. Everyone, give a round of applause. The moderator shouted, rallying the audience and preparing them for the next battle. As usual, the moderator called out the students holding numbers 3, 4, and 5. Each student with the same number would step forward to duel in the battle platform area. Of course, each battle would use a simulation array to ensure that the students wouldn't be seriously injured when fighting with their full strength. However, Grace and Joy were not included in this count because their attacks were too powerful. The next battle was between two female students wielding magical weapons. Each held a staff in their hands. In the right corner, the female student in a long skirt prepared herself, already summoning water around her. On the opposite side, the female student with a pointed hat summoned rocks from thin air, which floated around her as if weightless. The first attack came from the student with water powers, directing a large wave towards her opponent. However, the student with the pointed hat quickly responded, directing the rocks to smash through most of the water wave before it could reach her. The two continued exchanging attacks, with water and rocks colliding in the air, creating a spectacular scene. The student with water powers tried to control the battlefield by creating puddles all over the platform, but her opponent swiftly used the rocks to create a floating bridge, avoiding the water traps. In the end, the battle concluded with a narrow victory for the student controlling the rocks, who managed to trap her opponent within a sturdy stone wall. After that fight, it was time for the student with number 4. On one side, a female student with a bow radiating magical energy prepared to launch her enchanted arrows. On the other side, a male student with a large, seemingly impenetrable shield was readying his defense. The first arrow was released at high speed, but the man's shield held firm against the attack without wavering. Even so, the female student did not give up and continued to release a barrage of arrows with varied strikes, trying to find an opening in her opponent's defense. However, the man with the shield remained calm, using his defensive strength to block each attack with precision. Despite her impressive archery skills, the man's defense was too strong, and the match ended with the victory of the man who had managed to hold out without significant injury. The final battle, between the students holding number 5, brought a more serious atmosphere. A young man in a black robe stood on one side, holding a silver sword that glowed with magical light. On the other side, a young man with a long spear was ready with his weapon. As soon as the match began, both moved swiftly. The young man with the silver sword struck first with a series of quick slashes, but the long spear of his opponent kept him at a distance, making it difficult for the sword to reach its target. However, the young man in the black robe had his own strategy. He baited his opponent into making a counterattack and then skillfully dodged, closing in to deliver a precise counterstrike. This battle was intense, with both sides displaying exceptional skill in wielding their weapons. Ultimately, the young man with the silver sword found an opening in his opponent's defense, ending the duel with a precise strike and securing victory by a narrow margin. After the battle ended, the moderator announced a few closing words to conclude the duel between the 10 students. Everyone, let's welcome the 10 students who have fought bravely. The moderator shouted in the middle of the arena. All 10 top students, except for Grace and Joy, who were seated in special reserved seats, entered the arena center. Amazing. I can't wait to see what they'll get. Yeah, I'm curious too. At the very least, they'll get a lot of energy crystals. No way, it's got to be more than that. Do you think the island owner is poor? Some small discussions broke out among the students in the audience. Everyone was eagerly anticipating what rewards Lein would give. After a while, the 8 students finally lined up neatly in the middle of the arena. Then the moderator shouted loudly, "Everyone, let's welcome the island owner, Lord Lein." As soon as the moderator mentioned Lein's name, a roar of cheers erupted. "Yeah, island leader, Lord Lein, island owner." Lein observed the enthusiastic reaction of the audience calmly. He slowly rose from his seat and walked leisurely toward the center of the arena. Although his face appeared calm, Lein felt a sense of responsibility as a leader of millions of lives. At this moment, he was only at one of the academies on his island. How would it feel if all the rulers on his island cheered his name, placing their hopes on him? Lein had been gradually preparing his mentality. He was trying to strengthen himself as much as possible to become a fortress for humanity in the face of other realms out there. Lein had heard several reports while he traveled to other realms during the point hunting event in the interracial war. Every day, a new realm was being destroyed by higher-level races. Imagine, each race had at least tens of billions of beings. How terrifying that was. Lein, who had lived on Earth, have never heard of an event that wiped out billions of people, let alone an entire race. Everything takes time. At least there's still some time left before the beginning era ends, Lein said to himself, putting aside those horrifying thoughts for now. It didn't take long for Lein to reach the arena platform. Then he stood there calmly. He then looked at all the students seated below the platform. Yes, he looked at them all directly, even turning his body 360 degrees. Lein gazed at them all seriously, making sure they all saw him and gave him their full attention. Some students felt a little intimidated and surprised, as if they were being openly inspected by Lein. Some weak-minded students couldn't meet his gaze and turned their eyes toward their friends beside them. After standing in the center of the platform above the arena for a moment with a steady posture, his eyes sharp, Lein began speaking to the students seated below him. As the island owner and the strongest among them, Lein felt responsible for guiding and protecting them, but more than that, he wanted to instill a deep love for humanity in their hearts. I stand here not just as the strongest ruler or the island owner, but as a part of the same race as you. We are human, and that is not something to be taken lightly. Lein's voice was firm, echoing throughout the arena. Out there are races far stronger, more advanced, and unhesitating in destroying what they see as weak. The dragon race with its overwhelming power, the elf race with ancient magic, the alien race with unimaginable technology, and many more. They all see us, humans, as a weak race that can be crushed at any time. The students listened silently to every word Lein said. At that moment, the arena was utterly silent, with only Lein's voice clearly audible. Even the teachers, the 8 top students, and Grace and Joy were listening attentively. Lein paused, giving time for his words to sink into each student's heart. But I won't let that happen, and neither should you. You all must become stronger, more determined, and more in love with your race. Never feel comfortable with the temporary peace we have. Peace is an illusion, something that can vanish in an instant if we become complacent. He turned his body, ensuring all the students were paying attention and understanding his message. Our race, humanity, has incredible potential. We can endure, we can grow, and we can become stronger than Anya if we truly strive for it. You are the next generation that will protect humanity, not just on this planet but across the entire universe. Love your race, love humanity, and use that strength to keep us standing tall, no matter who tries to bring us down. Lein ended his speech with a determined gaze. At that moment, it was enough to instill a sense of urgency in each student's heart. Finishing his patriotic oration, Lein then pulled out several pouches from his bag. 8 pouches floated around him. "You are all winners. As long as you have a steadfast heart and continue to strive to grow, you will never be losers," Lein said to the 8 top students. "Yes, sir." "Ready, island owner?" Lein nodded in response to the students. Then he distributed the 8 black pouches to each of the top students. Ariel, who was at the end of the line, now held his pouch. Curious, he opened it to see what was inside. Reward pouch. Energy crystals 10 million. Silver badge X1. Gold chest X10. Epic chest. Silver ring. Insane. "What kind of reward is this?" Ariel exclaimed inwardly. "An epic chest? A silver ring?" He had never even heard of those before. Not far from Ariel, Zaki and the other top students also looked at the contents of their reward pouches with wide eyes. They all gaped in amazement. "Don't tell anyone about the contents. If you feel someone is trying to do you harm, contact the city's mayor immediately," Lein said to the 8 students. He certainly didn't want their lives to be threatened or terrorized by greedy rulers out there just because of the rewards he gave. "What's in those pouches? I'm so curious." "Ha. Never mind. It's a secret of the top students." The students' discussions reached Lein's ears, and he could only smile slightly. He then turned his attention to the audience. "Relax. You all get something too. Each student will receive a level 20 blue gear of their choice. You can ask the principal for distribution. You'll also get 10,000 energy crystals as academy fees per student. The top 1,000 students at the end of the school year will receive a silver badge." Lein announced everything at once without pausing. He deliberately provided these many benefits to boost the students' spirits and give them the resources to grow. A loud cheer from the students immediately echoed throughout the academy hall. "Wow! Awesome!" shouted a male student hysterically. 10,000 energy crystals. "I'm rich." "Mom, I'm rich!" shouted a male student in plain, worn-out clothes. "Thank you, island owner." "Thank you so much," a female student cried in gratitude upon hearing every word from Lein's mouth. The teachers, on the other hand, looked at the students with pride. It could be said that they had succeeded, especially since Lein was providing such benefits to their Star Academy. Calm down, Lein waved his hand casually, then he called out to Grace and Joy, who were standing in the distance. Grace and Joy immediately leapt and stood right next to Lein, one on his right and the other on his left. From this very moment, Grace and Joy are the 11th and 12th core members of the World Market Trade Alliance, Lein announced in a loud voice. Once again, the students in the audience cheered with joy. Everyone clapped without exception. 2 people from their academy had become core members of the World Market Trade Alliance, which meant their academy's position as the best would be secured for a long time. Congratulations, Grace. Congratulations, Joy. Don't forget our Star Academy. Best of luck to you both. Many students offered their full support to Joy and Grace. They were genuinely happy, especially their close friends. After announcing Grace and Joy's appointment to the students and everyone present, Lein looked at Grace and Joy, then nodded at them. He then walked towards the teachers who were standing in the same place as before. Grace and Joy obediently followed him from behind. "Mr. Yusuf, thank you for your warm welcome. I hope the Star Academy continues to advance and produces many powerful human rulers," Lein said to the head of the academy, Mr. Yusuf. "It's not a difficult task, Mr. Lein. Indeed. Our humanity will shine among the other realms in this universe." Mr. Yusuf smiled warmly and accepted Lein's praise humbly. Lein gave a light nod. Then he pulled out another pouch from his storage space and handed it to Mr. Yusuf in front of him. Mr. Yusuf accepted it without hesitation and immediately put it into his own storage bag, not intending to check its contents at the moment, to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. Lein observed how Mr. Yusuf accepted the pouch with calmness and caution. Mr. Yusuf was a wise and composed individual, so Lein entrusted the pouch to him without any doubts. The pouch itself contained the promised rewards for the students, as well as some materials for the development of the academy and for the teachers. After the matter was settled, Lein nodded once more, this time more firmly, as if to signal the end of their meeting. I entrust these students to you, Mr. Yusuf. Guide them well. The future of humanity rests in all our hands, Lein said with a calm yet meaningful voice. He didn't forget to nod at the other teachers behind Mr. Yusuf as well. Mr. Yusuf nodded respectfully, still smiling warmly, but with a clear determination in his eyes. Don't worry, Mr. Lein. They will be ready to face any challenges that await them out there. With a simple yet meaningful farewell, Lein turned around and began to walk away from the platform. In the distance, two figures were waiting patiently. Grace and Joy, the two academy students who had just been recruited as core members, were ready to return with him. Grace, with her always enthusiastic and slightly arrogant eyes, and Joy, with her flat, almost bored smile, stood tall as Lein approached. Let's go, Lein said briefly, and the two students immediately followed without a word. They walked together towards the exit of the Star Academy, leaving behind the grand and energetic atmosphere. The students still in the arena could only watch their departure with respect and admiration. Lein, along with Grace and Joy, stepped out of the academy building, followed by the admiring gazes of many students. It might be a long time before someone like Lein visits their academy again. After 5 minutes, Lein and the two students arrived at the highway area. Two cars were already waiting for them there. Lein stopped and turned to Grace and Joy, who were standing behind him. For now, return to your respective homes. I will summon you in a few days for the core member induction ceremony. Understood, Mr. Lein, Grace replied firmly. Yes, Island Master, added Joy in the same tone. Good. Good, Lein murmured softly. You may use this car to return and wait for my call, he said, pointing to the other car parked not far from them. Grace and Joy nodded, then walked towards the car. The driver, who had been standing by the car, respectfully opened the door for them. Please, miss, he said. Grace and Joy immediately took their seats in the back, not forgetting to wave at Lein before the car door closed. Lein returned their wave with a smile. He was pleased with the two of them. Both had high-level talent. A moment later, the car carrying Grace and Joy started its engine and quickly moved away, leaving Lein standing by the roadside. All right. It's time to head to Gwandu Realm, Lein said as he took a deep breath. But before that, I need to meet Nita at the teleportation hub. Lein then entered the remaining car, giving the driver instructions to head to the teleportation hub, and pulled out his phone to contact Nita. Lara's home, City of Light. In a very spacious room, two women were chatting casually. A woman with long hair dressed in white stood behind another woman with short hair. The woman in white was styling the hair of the woman in front of her. With great care, she gently pulled each strand and arranged them to blend seamlessly with the others. The girl in front of her looked at herself in the mirror. Occasionally, she would change her expression, admiring her beauty in the large mirror. Yes, those two girls were Lara's and Nita. After leveling up, Nita had hurried to Lara's house to hang out. Nita felt like Lara's was her elder sister, so their relationship was very close. Lara's continued to tidy Nita's short hair with great attention, occasionally smiling at Nita's playful antics in a mirror. Sis Lara's, I'm sure if you're the one doing it, the result will be perfect, Nita said with a wide smile, watching every movement Lara's made in the mirror. Lara's chuckled softly. Yes, but you have to be patient. Your short hair is a challenge, but I'll make sure it looks perfect, Lara's replied, slipping a few small pins into Nita's hair to ensure everything stayed in place. I've been thinking, maybe I should grow my hair out. So, you won't have any trouble anymore, sis, Nita said, laughing. Lara's shook her head. No need, Nita. Your short hair is unique, and it suits you well. What's important is that you feel confident with whatever you have. Nita smiled sweetly, feeling encouraged by Lara's words. Sis Lara's always knows how to make me feel better, she said. After a while, Lara's finished with Nita's hair and moved on to her makeup. Now, let's add a little color to your cheeks. Do you want a natural look or something a bit bolder? Lara's asked, picking up a makeup palette from the table. Just natural, sis. I don't want to stand out too much, Nita replied, a bit shy. Lara's nodded and began to apply powder gently on Nita's face, followed by a soft touch of blush. Nita stayed quiet for a moment, amazed at Lara's skill in makeup. "Sis, you're so good. If I tried this on my own, it definitely wouldn't look like this." "Everything takes practice, Nita. I used to mess up a lot too, but if you keep trying, you'll get better over time," Laras said as she finished the final touches. When they were done, Laras suggested trying something new. "How about we cook together now? I have a great beef soup recipe. Want to try?" Nita hesitated for a moment but finally nodded. "Sure, sis. But I'm not good at cooking. I'm afraid I might mess it up." Laras smiled and took Nita's hand, leading her to the kitchen. "That's okay, Nita. We'll learn together. I'll help you." In the kitchen, Laras began taking out the ingredients for the beef soup while Nita watched intently. "First, we need to cut the beef. Can you try?" Nita took the knife and carefully started cutting the beef, but her movements were awkward. "Sis, this is really hard. The beef won't cut evenly." Laras chuckled and stood next to Nita, helping to guide her hand. "Just take it slow, Nita. The pressure needs to be just right, not too hard or too soft." After a few tries, Nita's cuts started to look more even. "Wow, with your help, sis Laras, everything is so much easier," Nita said excitedly. Laras smiled warmly. "See, you're already getting the hang of it. Now, let's sort a tilde copyright the beef before adding it to the soup." They continued cooking together, with Laras patiently teaching Nita each step, from sort a tilde copyrighting the spices to simmering the soup. Although Nita made a few mistakes, like spilling a bit of water or adding too much salt, Laras always guided her with kindness and care. Finally, their beef soup was ready. Laras tasted a bit and then handed the spoon to Nita. "Try it." "What do you think?" Nita tasted it, her eyes lighting up. "Wow, sis. This is so delicious." Laras laughed proudly. "Of course, like I said, if we learn together, we can definitely do it." "You did a great job, Nita." Laras and Nita sat down together at the dining table, enjoying the warmth of the beef soup they had just made. The enticing aroma of the spices filled the room, while the soft midday sunlight streamed into their dining room through a large window. Nita, full of excitement, scooped up her soup, unable to hide the wide smile that spread across her face. "Slow down, Nita," Laras said with a smile, watching Nita eat as if she hadn't eaten for 3 days. "We still have 30 minutes before 1 o'clock. No need to rush." Nita giggled but didn't slow down. "It's not because I'm in a hurry, sis, but this beef soup is just too good," she replied, sipping the broth with pure enjoyment. Laras smiled contentedly, seeing how much Nita enjoyed their cooking. It warmed her heart, like the feeling of an older sister watching her younger sibling grow and learn. Nita always made her feel like a real sister, and Laras cherished these simple moments together. After finishing their lunch, Laras and Nita got up from the table to make some small preparations before leaving. They were going to Guandu Realm, a place they had planned to visit together with Lein. Nita had talked to Laras earlier, asking for permission to join the trip, and Laras had agreed without hesitation. For her, the event contribution points she had accumulated were already enough, so there was no need to rush things. The journey to the teleportation hub took about 10 minutes. When they arrived, Laras and Nita immediately saw Lein waiting calmly amidst the crowd. "Ah, you finally arrived," Lein greeted them with a calm voice as he saw them approaching. "Sorry, big brother, I was learning to cook with sis Laras earlier," Nita explained with a shy smile, feeling a little guilty for making Lein wait. Laras, standing beside Nita, also nodded and said, "Hello, Mr. Lein." "I'm sorry. I'll be joining you this time," she said, slightly embarrassed. Lein smiled softly, signaling that everything was fine. "It's no problem, Laras. Your presence is very welcome." They then walked further into the teleportation hub, a vast area bustling with activity. There, they saw crowds of people coming and going, using the portals scattered throughout the area to travel to various islands and other worlds. The portals stood tall, emitting light in different colors, creating a scene almost like a dream. Around them, heavily armed guards stood watch, ensuring the safety of everyone using the facility. The towering lightning defense towers provided additional protection, ready to unleash deadly bursts of energy if any threats approached. Other advanced security technologies were also visible around them, adding layers of protection for the city and all its inhabitants. After chatting for a while, Lein led Laras and Nita to one of the portals that would take them to Guandu realm. They walked with confidence, though there was a slight tension, especially for Laras, who was visiting the place for the first time. The portal they were about to enter glowed with a soft blue light, reflecting gently around them. Lein stepped in first, followed by Laras, who gently held Nita's hand to give her some comfort. With a slight flutter in their stomachs and bated breath, the three of them finally stepped into the portal, feeling a cold sensation enveloping their bodies as they transitioned to Guandu realm. "Hey, did you know who they were earlier?" an old man asked a few people behind him. It seemed that the people behind him were his children and grandchildren. "Who? I feel familiar with those two girls, but I can't recall from where," said a middle-aged man. "It's natural that you recognize those two girls. The one with long hair is Laras, the goddess of light, and the other girl is the owner of the City of Life, where we are right now," the old man explained to his son. "And that man is the owner of the island you're standing on right now. He is also the leader of the World Market Trade Alliance," the old man added, with a slight warning to his son. "What? So young?" The middle-aged man widened his eyes in shock. How could that be? It wasn't just the old man's family. Many people around the teleportation hub recognized Lein, Laras, and Nita, but they couldn't approach, let alone ask questions. All because Lein had established a strict, unwritten rule not to treat himself as a celebrity or idol. A bustling place with a large portal standing firmly in the center of a plaza paved with white stones in a specific pattern. The vast plaza was filled with a variety of races. There were humanoids with lion heads, crows with sharp beaks, and even beautiful women with pointed ears. However, humans remained the dominant race in this place. At that large portal, people of various races would appear every so often. Besides their diverse physical forms, these people also possessed a wide range of power auras. Occasionally, a power equal to foundation building, Tier 2, would emerge, and several times a figure with the strength of a golden core, Tier 3, would appear. At this moment, a man with black hair and a friendly face emerged from the portal, followed by two beautiful girls who looked joyful and energetic. "Yay! That was so easy," said the short-haired girl, letting out a light sigh. Yes, the three people who had just emerged from the portal were Lein, Laras, and Nita, who had previously planned to visit the Guandu realm. "This place is still as busy as before," Lein said as he observed his surroundings. He saw a long line at the registration post for new rulers wanting to accumulate contribution points. He also saw a large gate, the exit from the teleportation area. "Come on. What are we waiting for?" "Let's get out of here first," said Lein, already walking towards the exit gate. There wasn't anything particularly interesting in the teleportation area. Nita and Laras were still chatting lightly and observing the various races around them. Occasionally, Nita would comment on a race with an unusual body shape, and Laras would try to share her knowledge about it. However, after a while, as she was too engrossed in talking to Laras, Nita lost track of him. She looked around and finally saw him far ahead, walking towards the exit gate. "Brother, wait. Why are you in such a hurry?" Nita called out softly, seeing that Lein had already walked quite a distance. She walked impatiently, with hurried steps, trying to catch Lein's attention. Seeing Nita's behavior, Laras could only smile slightly, amused by her clinginess toward Lein. As they stepped out of the teleportation plaza, the main view of Heavenly News City greeted them. The main streets of this city were filled with people from the Kian race, who were the majority population in the Guandu realm. The bustling streets reminded them of villages on Earth but were much livelier and more crowded. Along the road, various activities illustrated the diversity of life in Heavenly News City. There were merchants pushing carts full of hay. On the side of the road, small shops operated with just a piece of cloth as their base, where sellers offered their goods to busy passers-by. However, the most striking were the cultivators. They walked confidently, radiating an undeniable aura of strength. Long swords hung at their waists, symbols of the power and skills they had achieved. "Look, there's a food stall over there," Nita exclaimed loudly. Out of all the activities and places along the streets of Heavenly News City, Nita only cared about the food stall. When it comes to food, your eyes are sharp. Lein rolled his eyes 360 degrees at Nita's intense gaze at a noodle stall not far away. Even so, Lein felt they needed to explore Heavenly News City for a bit. So, without thinking further, he led the two girls towards the noodle stall. In the emptiness of the universe, two figures were locked in fierce combat. "Human, you will die today." A monster in human form spoke with a terrifying tone. Its body seemed to be made of shiny black rocks, with glowing lava flames visible in the gaps between the stones. Its horrifying appearance could make lower-level rulers shiver in fear. On the opposite side of the fiery monster, an old man in a white robe hovered calmly in the void. His face showed no sign of worry, let alone fear, towards the lava monster in front of him. "You talk too much." Immediately after saying this, the old man waved both hands in front of him, forming a strange pattern. Every movement left a trail of glowing blue light. Nirvana Fire Hand. A massive hand appeared out of nowhere. The hand was so enormous, reaching 100 meters in size, making the lava monster look tiny beneath it. The Nirvana Fire Hand, glowing with blue flames, shot down toward the lava monster at incredible speed, as if intent on destroying anything in its path. The lava monster, though terrifying and full of rage, immediately jumped back, dodging the approaching attack with equally swift movements. When the gigantic hand struck the spot where it had been, a massive explosion ensued, sending shockwaves that shook the entire void. Dust particles and cosmic rocks that had been floating around now scattered in chaos. Arg! Not standing idle, the lava monster, with a thunderous roar, it swung its arm made of shiny black rock, hurling a massive fireball formed from blazing lava toward the old man. The fireball burned so brightly, tearing through the space it passed, as if it could burn the entire universe. "Indeed, this chaos monster is as terrifying as its name," the old man commented, watching the terrifying attack launched by the lava monster. Without hesitation, the old man dodged the attack with a graceful movement, as if merely shifting a few inches to the side. His blue eyes gleamed with a frightening calm. Quickly, he gathered energy in his hands, and before the fireball could reach him, he made another rapid hand movement. 1,000 shadow swords. In an instant, the space around him was filled with thousands of energy swords shining with blue light. The swords shot forward with terrifying speed, chasing the lava monster from all directions. Each shadow sword that struck the monster's body emitted a small explosion, tearing through the black rock layer that covered it and burning every crevice filled with lava. The lava monster tried to run away from the reach of the old man's shadow swords. However, despite running at its fastest speed, the lava monster could not escape. It could only endure pain every time the shadow sword slashed its massive body. Arg! The lava monster screamed in pain, reaching its limit. After a few moments, the lava monster let out a final roar before its body was completely destroyed by the attack. Its body exploded into small fragments, and its flames extinguished in the void. The terrifying power it possessed vanished along with its shattered body. Seeing the destroyed body of the lava monster, the old man showed no expression of joy or sadness. It was as if he was performing a daily routine, with nothing to boast about. He immediately moved toward where the lava monster had been to check if any materials had dropped. The old man was about to move when he felt something and suddenly stopped. "Ha ha ha ha." "Finally, that young man has arrived," he said softly. His face now showed a happy smile, like someone who had received a long-awaited gift. Without further thought, the old man in the white robe disappeared from the void. He didn't even bother to check the items dropped by the lava monster earlier. Back in Heavenly News City, Lein and the others had finished eating. They were now on their way to the 2 Pavilion, where they had previously met Elder Wen. "Brother, do you think Elder Wen still remembers us and will give us the mission contribution he promised?" On their way to the 2 Pavilion, Nita was very concerned about the mission given by Elder Wen. The mission had been issued 25 days ago, and they had missed their scheduled meeting 20 days ago. "Come on, don't worry about it. If the Wen Pavilion doesn't remember us, so be it," Lein replied, unconcerned. Lein was not worried because he had faith in the system. The mission given by Elder Wen was still displayed on his mission system panel. Elder Wen's hidden mission. Name, Wanlu. Rank, S. Description, Provide Elder 1 with 2 blessing potions. Reward, 1 million contribution points. Unless the mission description disappeared from his panel, Lein would not feel concerned. He thought it was natural for Nita to ask, given that she didn't have the same mission description on her panel. After walking for several minutes, Lein and the others finally arrived in front of a tall and majestic building. It felt no different from when they first arrived in the Grandu realm. Lein still felt a strong familiarity with the Pavilion. Many people of various races entered the Pavilion to take missions and purchase weapons there. Lein, Laras, and Nita entered the Pavilion without any hindrance and began looking around. The main hall of the Pavilion was vast, with display cases filled with various weapons and cultivation materials in every section. It wasn't just catering to cultivators, there were also materials needed by other power systems. That thing seems very powerful, Laras said to Nita. She was looking at a white orb inside one of the display cases in the pavilion. Let's take a look, Nita replied as she approached the display case selling the orb. Upon reaching the display case, Laras and Nita asked the shopkeeper to take out the orb so they could take a closer look. They also examined the item's description. Orb of Divine Purity, level 40. Attribute, INT plus 450, Agi plus 320. Light of Redemption, releases a blinding flash of holy energy in a 30-meter radius, dealing an additional 250% of total INT damage to all enemies and restoring 50% of the total damage as health to all allies within the area. Amazing, it even has a very good healing effect, Laras exclaimed in awe as she read the item's description. This orb not only significantly increases the user's intelligence and speed but also has extraordinary abilities that can change the course of a battle with a single strike. What do you think, sis? Are you interested in buying it? Nita asked Laras. Laras nodded. Of course, she wanted this orb with such strong attributes. Since the orb's attribute is light, her natural talent would be activated without exception. Okay, let's buy it, Nita said excitedly. She then asked the shopkeeper for the price of the orb. The price is 6,000 medium crystals, miss, the shopkeeper replied casually. Nita didn't mind the price of 100 crystals, which, when converted into regular crystals, would be 6 million energy crystals. She gathered the energy crystals from within her storage ring and was about to hand them over to the shopkeeper. But before she could, Lein pulled out a platinum token from behind. To Pavilion token, platinum. A token only held by a few lucky rulers and highly respected by Pavilion. This token can be used wherever a Pavilion stands. Owner, Lein. Validity, forever. Benefits, prioritized customer at Pavilion and highest privileges. Use this, Lein said to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper initially acted casually, but the moment he saw the platinum token in Lein's hand, his expression changed instantly. His eyes widened, and he immediately bowed with deep respect. Ah, Sir Platinum Token Holder. Please forgive any inconvenience, he said in a more polite and humble tone. He then continued, with this token, you receive a 30% discount. The price of this orb becomes 4,200 medium crystals. Nita smiled in satisfaction and nodded at Lein before handing over the energy crystals to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper quickly processed the purchase and handed the white orb to Nita with great respect. Thank you very much for your visit. May this item bring you good fortune, the shopkeeper said with a friendly smile. Nita carefully took the orb and then handed it to Laras. This is for you, Sister Laras, Nita said with an excited smile. Laras accepted the orb calmly, nodding slightly. Thank you, Nita. They exchanged smiles, pleased with the transaction that had just been completed. Lein ignored the girl's actions and then turned his attention to another display case, browsing for more good items. Lein, Nita, and Laras continued to browse several items at the Pavilion. Occasionally, they would stop and inspect an item. No matter the price, it was not a big deal for them. As long as the item was useful, they would buy it without hesitation. Excuse me, are you Mr. Lein? While Lein and the others were examining an item on one of the glass display cases, a voice came from the side. The voice belonged to a woman in a blue uniform with a lotus emblem on the right side of her chest. Lein quickly glanced at her status panel. Status: Name, Miaj. Race, Qui race. Power core, Cultivator. Rank, Golden Core, Tier 3. The woman's cultivation level was the same as Lein's, but Lein could sense that her Golden Core cultivation level was still in its early stage. Even so, a person like her wouldn't appear randomly, much less act so politely as she did now. Yes, why? Lein replied casually. He had never met this woman before, and since she seemed polite, he had no issue reciprocating. Sorry to intrude. I'm here on behalf of Elder One. He would like to invite you upstairs to discuss something, the woman explained respectfully. Hearing her words, Lein and Nita immediately felt excited. As expected, the mission given by Elder One was still ongoing. This meant Lein would gain additional contribution points, securing his first place in the entire Race War event leaderboard. Alright, please lead the way. Lein had no objections, so he nodded and allowed the woman to lead. Follow me, sir, she said. The woman named Mia then walked toward one of the doors in the room's inner area, accompanied by Lein and the others. They ascended a wide staircase leading to the upper floor. Along the way, Lein and the others admired several ancient and beautiful paintings on the pavilion's walls, as well as traditional dolls made of bamboo and wood that exuded a mysterious aura. Sis Laras, do you think the scenery in that painting really exists in this world? Nita asked Laras, pointing to one of the paintings on the wall depicting a stunning 5-colored waterfall. Laras, hearing Nita's question, paused for a moment. She also looked at the beautiful painting that Nita pointed out. The painting was indeed enchanting, with towering trees surrounding the waterfall. Most likely it does, Nita. Why? Do you want to live there? Laras teased with a playful tone. Yes, it looks so beautiful and pleasant to live there, Nita replied. Laras and Nita continued their conversation about the paintings and accessories on the floors they passed by. Lein occasionally chimed in with his own opinions. 2 minutes passed, and Mia, Lein, and the others finally reached the upper floor and approached one of the main doors on that floor. The door was massive, standing at about 2 meters tall. It appeared to be the room of the pavilion's head. It didn't take long for them to reach the door. Mia spoke politely, reporting to Elder One, I have brought Mr. Lein. Enter. A deep voice echoed from inside the room. Just hearing it made Lein, Nita, and Laras's hearts beat faster. Even though they had heard Elder One's voice before, it seemed more impressive this time than during their first meeting. With permission granted, Mia boldly opened the large door and allowed Lein and the others to enter first. The luxurious room had walls adorned with dragon-patterned wood carvings, complemented by golden silk curtains hanging beautifully on large windows that overlooked the city's view. In the middle of the room, a wooden table with intricate carvings was set between 2 plush sofas upholstered in dark red fabric. A thick maroon carpet was spread across the floor, creating a warm and grand atmosphere. On one of the sofas, a man in his 70s sat gracefully. His body was clad in a clean white robe embroidered with silver, showing his status as a respected leader. His face was full of wisdom, with long white hair tied neatly, while his sharp eyes observed every movement of the people before him. This was Elder one of the main elders of the pavilion. Hello, young master, we meet again, Elder One greeted as he stood, ready to welcome Lein and the others. Lein was equally respectful. He bowed slightly and returned Elder One's greeting. Regardless of the high-level power that Elder One possessed, even if the person in front of him had ill intentions, Lein would still be polite for the rewards the mission offered. Hello, Elder One, sorry I did not keep my promise. I arrived 1 day later than planned, Lein replied with a polite smile. Hearing Lein's words and his given reason, Elder One was not angry at all. He simply nodded and then shifted his gaze to Laras, whom he had never seen before. Lein noticed Elder One's gaze and quickly explained who Laras was and why she was with them this time. Sorry, Elder, but she is one of the core members of my alliance. Her name is Laras. Lein introduced Laras to Elder One. Hello, Elder One, sorry for coming uninvited, Laras greeted, bowing with a warm smile. Elder One smiled at the 3 of them. He then extended his hand and invited them to sit comfortably on the sofa in front of him. Lein, Nita, and Laras immediately sat comfortably on the sofa, trying to make themselves at ease for a while. They somehow felt a bit nervous meeting Elder One this time. In his heart, Lein still wondered, why is this person's cultivation level still a question mark? Yes, Lein and the others had checked the status panel information about Elder One, but all they saw was a question mark with no further explanation. Status: Name, Wanlu. Race, Kui race. Power core, Cultivator. Rank: Alright, young master. I know you must be eager, so let's get straight to the point. Did you bring the items you promised earlier? Seeing that Lein did not take the initiative to ask, Elder One directly brought up the main topic of their meeting, which was to hand over the 2 remaining potions Lein had promised 21 days ago. Yes. Lein was slightly surprised but quickly regained his composure. He swiftly took out 2 blessing potions from his storage ring. Please examine them, Elder One. The 2 blessing potions I promised, Lein said as he casually handed the 2 bottles to Elder One. With his magical power, Elder One moved the potions to his hands. He carefully examined the bottles, his hands trembling slightly as if holding a priceless treasure. His usually calm eyes now sparkled with extraordinary enthusiasm. Wonderful, the same potions as before, Elder One muttered softly. He kept uttering words of admiration while gazing at the potions in his hands. Young master, thank you very much, he said sincerely. Elder One seemed to have run out of words of praise and simply expressed his gratitude. He continued to examine the potions with awe, occasionally staring into the empty space ahead as if contemplating something complex. Lein coughed softly. The elder snapped out of his thoughts, realizing he seemed to have forgotten something. My apologies, young master. I got too excited, Elder One said, while producing several items from thin air. Lein observed the items and picked them up with his bare hands. Laras and Nita, who had remained silent all this time, also glanced at the items. Just by looking at them, the items emitted a white glow, indicating their value. At the same time, a system notification sounded. Mission: Elder One's hidden mission, completed. Name: Wanlu. Rank: S. Description: provide Elder One with 2 blessing potions. Reward: 1 million contribution points. With the mission completion notification, the mission description also disappeared from Lein's status panel. Without thinking twice, Lein quickly checked his hard-earned rewards. The first item Lein examined was something he had seen before, a white card with some strange writing on it. What caught Lein's eye the most was the number written, 1 million. Wanlu message card. This card can be redeemed at any Kui race war office to obtain the corresponding contribution points. Contribution points, plus 1 million. Wow! 1 million points? Laras, standing beside him, couldn't hold back her amazement and whispered. Nita was the same. Her eyes widened as she looked at the card's description panel in disbelief. Aren't the contribution points too many? Is it really that easy to earn points? Laras said incredulously. Yes. No wonder my brother's contribution points are so high. Nita now understood how Lein managed to gain over 10 million war contribution points. No one could take him down from the number 1 spot. Lein ignored the astonished looks from the 2 girls and then turned his attention to the other item given by Elder One. The item was a round object with strange inscriptions surrounding the transparent orb. Inside the orb, he saw a portal-like structure with a few differences. This portal was supported by 5 pillars. Lein immediately recognized what the item was just by looking at it, and he proceeded to check the description of the portal. Multi-space portal, an ancient artifact that opens pathways across dimensions, born from the secret arts of formation. Only those with a sufficiently strong soul force can control it, making it a key to boundless destinies. Maximum distance, 10 spaces. 1 space equals 1000 trillion km. Power, 0, 1% equals 1000 power essence. Realm limit, 5 nodes. Terrifying, Lein muttered in awe. He was even more surprised that the system would grant them such an item for achieving first place in the first event against the Void monsters. Reflecting on the past, Lein felt a pang of sadness as he remembered how he had failed to rank in the top 1, or even the top 20. Huffed. Lein shook his head, pushing those thoughts aside since they were now in the past. He wouldn't let that happen again, not ever. After finishing his inspection of the multi-space portal, Lein then turned his attention to the last item given by Elder One. Lein didn't recall that Elder One would give any other items besides the multi-space portal and contribution points. But whatever it was, since it came from someone as powerful as Elder One, It was bound to be good and useful. The last item given by Elder One was a small tree with lush leaves, resembling a miniature banyan tree. Its roots were numerous yet incredibly thin, creating a beautiful sight due to their delicate size. Curious, Lein immediately checked the tree's status description. Tree of Life. An ancient tree that is the source of life for all living beings. It emits pure life energy every few months. There is nothing that cannot thrive with the pure energy from the Tree of Life. Level, Seedling. Energy, 1000 power essence daily. Abilities, Pure Breath, Heart Fruit. Pure Breath increases the experience of all inhabitants of the island by 1% daily. Enhances the brain energy of the island's ruler, providing an increase in the absorption of knowledge from nature. Max 10%. Heart Fruit grants a random attribute increase of 100 points. This effect can only be used once for the main effect. Subsequent uses only provide health benefits and mental clarity. Lein examined the description of the Tree of Life with a slight smile. Another highly valuable item that could significantly enhance the quality of the human rulers living on his island. With this group item, it would greatly accelerate the development of humanity in the Divine Sky Realm. Amazing, how can such an item exist? It can even affect the entire population of the island, Laras said in awe as she read the Tree of Life's description in Lein's hands. Yes, we certainly won't lose to those high-tier races, Laras said with a spirited tone from the side. Lein looked at the two girls with a confused expression. He gazed at them with a questioning look, as if to ask, "Aren't you talking about a high-tier race right in front of you?" Indeed, Elder One could hear their entire conversation clearly. However, he just smiled and didn't interrupt. "How about it, young master? The last item is a bonus because you kept your promise." Elder One noticed that Lein really liked the 3 items he had given him, especially the last one, the Tree of Life, which was specially granted by the pavilion's owner to be given to Lein. "Yes, all the items you've given me, Elder One, are incredibly useful," Lein said sincerely. Although he had many high-level items at his disposal, he still felt he should not show arrogance before this old man. If Elder One could casually give items of such high quality, it was certain that his power and wealth were hundreds or even thousands of times greater than those items. Ha ha ha. "No need to be so polite. It's a pleasure to work with you, young master. By the way, I'm curious. Have you determined the direction of your island's development?" Elder One asked casually, with a hint of curiosity about Lein's response. Hearing Elder One's question, Lein could only look back at him with a confused expression. He then asked, "What do you mean, Elder One?" "Well, it seems you're still unfamiliar with Etheris," Elder One said in a calm tone, like a grandfather explaining something to his grandchild. Etheris is the place where the realm you currently reside in exists. Etheris pulls life from lower realms and draws them into it. Life drawn from the lower realms will go through an initial phase, facing the void life, where these beings are provided with a wealth of initial resources to grow. At a certain time, when Etheris time runs out, it will lose its energy and vanish into nothingness, leaving behind a new realm like the one you are in now. Elder One explained everything to Laras and Nita slowly and clearly, ensuring they understood where they were and what was happening around them. For Elder One, this information was not something so valuable that he wouldn't share it with Lein, who had helped him acquire the blessing potion. "So, what happens to the realms inside Etheris once their energy is depleted?" Lein asked with great curiosity. He had previously known that they were in a starter realm rich in resources, pampered by the system. However, once the protection period ended, system resources would no longer be available, and they would have to rely on themselves to survive. "You have 2 options," Elder One replied directly. "The first is to move and follow the life path you chose at the beginning of your ascension. In the power system concept, you can choose to move and enter the realm of the crystal core race you used during the Tier 1 promotion trials." After explaining the first option, Elder One paused for a moment, allowing them to digest and understand. And sure enough, Elder One saw the 3 people in front of him exchanging confused looks. "Laras, what crystal core did you use during your Tier 1 promotion?" Lein asked Laras. He was sure Laras had chosen a different race than he had, which was the holy human race. "I used the crystal core of the winged heavenly angel race," Laras replied. It was already predictable from every skill and ability she possessed, all of which were related to angels and light. Even just hearing the name was enough to fill everyone with awe. Lein had expected as much, so he could only sigh deeply. Had he known this from the start, he might have guided all the Alliance members and the inhabitants of his island to use the same crystal core. What's the second option, Elder One? Lein asked, turning his attention to Elder One, who was still sitting comfortably while occasionally sipping tea at the table. The other option you have is to become a guardian of the realm where you currently reside. A guardian? Lein murmured softly, looking back at Elder One with a puzzled expression. Elder One continued, explaining that a guardian is someone who unites all living beings in a realm and becomes its protector. Of course, as the guardian of a realm, one must possess immense strength to lead that realm. If someone whose power is insufficient becomes a guardian, the realm would be destroyed by a stronger realm within hours. Hearing all of Elder One's explanations, Lein and the others took a heavy breath. They were shocked by the information they had just learned. They had thought they would live in the Divine Sky Realm for a long time, living as usual with the events released by the system. Sorry, Elder One, what are the requirements to become a guardian, and what are the benefits? This time, it was Laras who asked. After some thought, she realized that relocating to the realm of the winged heavenly angels, her crystal core race, might not be too bad. However, while becoming a guardian sounded like it came with huge responsibilities, there had to be significant benefits behind it. Of course, becoming a guardian is quite simple. You only need to secure most votes from the remaining beings who choose to stay in the realm you are in within Etheris, Elder One explained, then continued. The benefits of becoming a guardian are vast. You will own the realm itself and everything within it. Elder One's concise explanation of the benefits of being a guardian was brief, but it conveyed how invaluable it was. Brother, which option do you think the people in our realm will choose? Nita asked. Nita felt quite anxious about the choices humanity had. If everyone chose to separate and become part of other races, the blue planet human race would no longer exist. It was unpleasant to think that human civilization, once known as the most intelligent beings, would disappear from existence. I don't know. Let's hope they still have a strong sense of unity, Lein said, lacking confidence. In some cases, humanity displayed a strong sense of togetherness, but when faced with life and death choices, many would easily turn away. After saying that, Lein looked at Elder One and said, "Thank you very much, Elder One. We are very fortunate to have met you and received this valuable information." "It's no big deal. I should be the one thanking you." Elder One waved his hand, feeling it wasn't anything of great importance. Shortly after, Lein and the others exchanged a few more words with Elder One regarding life in the void, hoping to gain any useful tidbits. They were also curious about the lives of cultivators and asked several general questions in detail to Elder One. The conversation lasted for about 30 minutes, with Elder One answering all of Lein and the two girls' questions clearly and calmly. Occasionally, to lighten the mood, Elder One would ask about Lein and the others' life origins. Listening about Earth, Elder One did not seem surprised at all because he felt it was normal for a planet from a lower realm to have such a civilization. Feeling that the conversation was enough, Lein stood up from the sofa and said, "All right, Elder One, I think that's enough for the chat. Thank you for everything." "You're welcome." "Oh, and take this," Elder One replied, producing a hexagonal amulet made of white crystal stone. Elder One then tossed the hexagonal amulet into Lein's hands. "Oh, it's quite heavy." Lein held the hexagonal amulet and felt its weight. It was quite heavy, about 5 kilograms. But it was nothing for Lein, who had reached Tier 3. He then checked the status panel description of the hexagonal amulet. Portal Core Amulet, an amulet containing spatial and temporal energy that marks a precise location within the chaotic void. It serves as a beacon for multi-space portals. Location, Guandu Realm. Amazing, I can meet Elder One again and visit the Guandu Realm without much trouble, Lein thought to himself. Shortly after, the three of them thanked Elder One, who watched as they prepared to leave. Lein and the others made their way back as before, descending the stairs to the ground floor. Once on the lower floor, They rented a Star Beast transportation vehicle located in front of the main road of Heavenly New City. The transportation chosen by Lein, Laras, and Nita was a two-wheeled vehicle pulled by a large bird with colorful feathers. The bird was beautiful to look at, with a gracefully curved beak. "This is great, I can barely feel any bumps. It's much more comfortable than riding cars on uneven roads," Nita said, standing on the rear seat alongside Laras. Lein and the others sat comfortably on the transportation cart. After meeting with Elder One, their next goal was to explore and try to find popular dining and sightseeing spots in Heavenly New City within the Guandu realm. The streets were filled with the vibrant colors of lanterns and vendors offering various exotic fruits and mouth-watering grilled foods. Small shops sold glittering items and cultivation tools. The tempting aroma of food mixed with the bustling sounds of visitors, creating a lively and energetic atmosphere. Lein and the others were captivated, eager to explore all the wonders that the City of Heaven's News had to offer. After a few minutes, the beast vehicle carrying Lein and the others came to a stop. They disembarked from their Star Beast transport and walked towards a luxurious clothing shop decorated with shimmering lanterns and colorful silk drapes. The entrance was guarded by two golden dragon statues that looked almost alive, creating a magical and captivating impression. Upon entering, they were greeted by rows of elegant garments hanging neatly. Each outfit had its own aura, highlighting the distinct characteristics of cultivators. There were long gowns adorned with gemstones, intricately designed robes, and leather battle armor that looked strong yet graceful. "Wow, look at this one," Nita. Laras pointed to a white gown with gold embellishments resembling angel wings, perfectly matching her cultivation theme as a winged sky angel. Nita smiled. "Yeah, it looks perfect on you. You look like an angel descended from heaven." Laras tried on the gown and looked at herself in the mirror. "Beauty broken bar. I need something more flexible for fighting." "This gown is too formal," she said, spinning slowly. Lein, who was browsing the men's cultivator outfits, chimed in. "How about this cultivation robe?" He pointed to a navy blue robe with silver accents that looked light yet durable. "This robe has protective magic and seems comfortable enough for battle." Laras nodded in agreement. "This seems more suitable." "What do you think, Nita?" Nita, busy trying on some accessories, glanced at the robe and picked. "Great choice. The navy blue will also make you look more dignified." "Take it, and save the gown for special occasions." Satisfied with their selections, Laras and Nita decided to purchase the robe. They headed to the cashier and then continued their journey to a grand building at the end of the street of the famous auction house in the City of Heaven's News. The auction house was filled with wealthy cultivators, merchants, and nobles dressed in luxurious attire. The atmosphere inside was bustling, with the sounds of bids and comments echoing throughout the hall. A large stage stood at the front, displaying various antique and valuable items one by one. The auction had just begun with a bid on an ancient sword said to be able to absorb spiritual energy from enemies. Bidding starts at 500,000 spiritual crystals. The auctioneer announced loudly. Lein watched closely as the sword's price kept rising. Laras and Nita whispered to each other, amazed at how each bidder fiercely competed for the rare items. "I bid 800,000 spiritual crystals." A man in a black suit raised his hand, his eyes sharply fixed on the sword on the stage. 800,000. "Any higher bids?" the auctioneer asked enthusiastically. 850,000. Came a voice from an elderly woman who exuded the aura of a high-level cultivator. The auction continued with various other items, including power-boosting talismans, healing crystals, and ancient artifacts radiating magical auras. Lein, Laras, and Nita watched with great interest but refrained from bidding to them. These items were of a lower tier. They were here just to observe and experience the atmosphere of the City of Heaven's News. Special auctions for high-level cultivators were, of course, not open to the public and couldn't be entered by just anyone, unlike the one they were attending now. Lein and the others spent their time until late afternoon in Guandu Realm. They explored the entire Heavenly News City firsthand, observing the lives of the cultivators. While Lein and the others were relaxing in Guandu Realm, elsewhere, A fierce battle was taking place. A young man in a white robe with black stripes was seen controlling a white star-shaped energy, trying to attack a large wolf standing about a meter tall. "Ha ha ha, too easy," muttered the young man in the white robe as he controlled the brightly shining white stars. Woo! The wolf tried to dodge every approaching star, occasionally howling in an attempt to halt their movement. Not far from the wolf stood a figure in a green hooded robe. His hands were glowing blue, seemingly activating a beast summoning hologram. "Damn, this guy is only a mid-tier 2, but his power is terrifying," said the man in the green robe. The young man controlling the stars, who had been smiling, now wore a frown. He stared at the empty space ahead of him with disbelief, frustration, and confusion. "Damn, this guy again," he exclaimed angrily. From 11 million points to 13 million in just a few days. Yes, this young man was William Anderson, the leader of the American Alliance. Since finding out that Lein's contribution points had reached 11 million a few days ago, he no longer considered aiming for the top 1-3 spots. Nonetheless, he continued monitoring the daily leaderboard updates of the event. Not only do his alliance members dominate ranks 1-6, but he even gained an additional 1 million points. William muttered, baffled and questioning himself despite having an S-rank talent. As William was deep in thought, he sensed someone approaching him. Sure enough, the man in the green robe, who had been summoning the green wolf, leapt and lunged at William with a sharp silver sword aimed forward. Shah! William didn't panic. He quickly sidestepped. The stars around him gathered and immediately flew toward the man in the green robe. Tang! Tang! The silver sword and the stars collided. Each time a star was deflected, it would return and continue attacking the man in the green robe. Slashing killer! The silver sword emitted a red glow, enveloping the sword in a bright red aura. Shah! With just one slash, 4 of the attacking stars vanished. The man in the green robe then turned his gaze toward William, who was standing a short distance away. A slight smile appeared on William's face. He had just received news that he didn't want to hear, but fortunately, this man in the green robe was there at the perfect time to vent his frustration. Falling star. It was a simple murmur, but the previously dark sky above suddenly lit up. Damn! Where is this terrifying energy coming from? Said a Faith Wooden with a white halo behind his back. He was battling a beast master with an elephant beast, but he momentarily glanced at the sky above. Is another tier 3 player arriving? Asked a golden core stage cultivator currently fighting a beast master with a summoned dragon. Look, that thing is about to fall on us. Run. This is terrifying. Get away from this area. The Tier 1 warriors felt a profound fear in their hearts. The sight of the sky made them stop fighting and run away from the battle area between William and the man in the green robe. Their fear was not without reason, as the sky above William and the man in the green robe now formed a circular area with a 50-meter diameter. Not long after it opened, a massive 10-meter star emerged from within the large circle, and it wasn't just one, many smaller stars followed. Damn! What kind of attack is this? How can a Tier 2 possess such power? Said the man in the green robe. He immediately stopped attacking William and tried to escape. Where are you going? Let's continue, William said. He didn't allow the man in the green robe to flee or use teleportation skills. Dang! William rushed forward, attacking with his 1-meter-long white sword. He swung it from the side, attacking every time the man in the green robe tried to move. Feeling cornered, the man in the green robe raised his hand, and the beast-summoning hologram began spinning. The hologram on his wrist stopped at a large ape-like creature, and a white light emerged, forming the figure of a 2-meter-tall black-furred ape. The hologram continued spinning, stopping at another beast. How many beasts are you planning to summon? It's useless, William said. Transform. Another skill activated. The stars William controlled before now transformed into figures resembling him. The difference was that these transformed stars seemed even stronger than William himself. One clone charged toward the large ape that had just appeared. Each of the other clones attacked all the beasts summoned by the man in the green robe. Arg! Haw! The roars of the beasts had no effect on the summoned clones. They attacked ruthlessly with the same white swords that William wielded. Damn! This is impossible. Fear pierced the heart of the man in the green robe. A cold sensation enveloped his body as he looked around, realizing no one was in their vicinity anymore. The man in the green robe was terrified, but the stars in the sky were now descending, raining down on the area where he stood. Boom. No, you will regret this and be hunted by the Sun Conqueror sect. Boom, boom. The man's screams could be heard from afar, but no one came to his rescue. The star's impact was incredibly destructive, creating a deep crater in the ground. William, who had been near the man in the green robe, was now far from the blast area. Just before the stars exploded, he activated his teleportation skill, observing from a safe distance. Impressive, the president grows stronger every day. An old man with long black hair stood beside William, speaking in an admiring tone. He always felt a shiver whenever William activated his destructive skills. Hearing the old man's praise, William remained silent. His thoughts were still on Howlin, the leader of the World Market Trade Alliance, had grown so powerful and amassed such an absurd number of contribution points. The explosions in the distance had stopped. A figure in a long robe floated, observing the blast area beneath his feet. In just 2 seconds, the figure's gaze turned directly toward William Anderson and the old man Harrison beside him. William and the old man Harrison knelt on the ground. Fresh blood spilled from their mouths. Damn! This hurts. William groaned in pain. The old man Harrison was in a similar state, unable to think, staring blankly at the ground. Fortunately, William noticed that the figure observing them was facing another figure. They appeared to be on opposing sides. Without hesitation, William and Harrison activated their skills and began to fight. "Sir, we need to return. My strength has been halved for the next hour," said old man Harrison with a sour face. Just being stared at by that figure had halved their attributes. "Yes, you're right, Sir Harrison." Without further thought, William and Harrison vanished instantly, using their direct teleportation charms. On a large island, fierce battles were raging. Every individual on the island was killing and attacking each other, unleashing their most destructive skills and abilities. In one area, a muscular man fought alongside a large white bear, engaging in a bare-knuckle battle with a bald physical cultivator whose martial arts skills were equally formidable. With swift movements, he swung his massive fist at the enemy. His power-packed punch tore through the air, creating a shockwave that blasted forward. The bald cultivator dodged nimbly, flipping in the air and landing perfectly. With a hint of seriousness on his face, he countered with a spinning kick to the muscular man's abdomen, but the muscular man blocked it without injury, merely pushed back a few steps. The large white bear then roared, a sound that rattled bones. With unexpected speed for such a massive creature, it charged at the bald cultivator, its sharp claws ready to slash. The bald cultivator braced himself, using both hands to block the bear's claws. A pure strength battle ensued between them, each pushing with all their might. The ground around them cracked and shattered, displaying the immense power being unleashed. "Bernie, combo!" yelled the muscular man, as if understanding his command. The bear backed away from the cultivator and returned to the muscular man. "Double style," the muscular man said softly. Immediately after, the large bear vanished. "Arg!" The muscular man let out a terrifying scream, as if possessed by the spirit of the bear. His body was engulfed in a white aura, the emanating power growing stronger. "Prepare yourself." In an instant, the muscular man had already launched himself, driving his fist straight at the bald cultivator's chest. The bald cultivator tried to block with his crossed arms, but he was sent flying back 10 meters. Crack! A cracking sound was heard. Sure enough, he found himself unable to move his arms. The cultivator didn't panic. A green aura enveloped his arms. Shortly after, his previously broken arms became firm, and he could move them freely again. However, before he could reassess his surroundings, the muscular man in the white aura was already upon him. Powerful punches rained down quickly. With no other choice, The cultivator could only fight back with his own martial arts punching skills. A quick punch from the right was gently deflected away from his body. Another punch emerged from below, aiming at his stomach, but it was blocked with a slight push to the side. The bald cultivator increased his focus to the maximum level as he faced hundreds of punches launched by the muscular man. At this moment, a powerful kick came from the right. The bald cultivator bent his body backward as if he had no spine. His movement was smooth and flexible, allowing him to evade the powerful incoming kick. Quickly, his body straightened, and he continued blocking all incoming punches. The muscular man was quite surprised to see the cultivator in front of him keeping up with his speed and boxing skills. He then gave a thin smile, immediately directing a straightforward punch aimed right at the bald cultivator chest. Seeing the direct attack coming at him, the bald cultivator prepared to block and launch a counterattack. The punch aimed at his chest was blocked. Then he immediately pushed back with his feet. Shit! No, he shouted in shock. He saw a white, furry hand emerging from the stomach of the muscular man, with sharp claws on the white hand aiming directly at the cultivator's stomach, tearing into it forcefully. Arg! AAA! His terrifying scream was filled with pain. He could not retreat at this moment, his stomach already pierced by the sharp claws of the suddenly appeared bear's hand. Got you, said the muscular man with a wide smile. His strong hand immediately gripped the bald cultivator neck. Then his right hand delivered a powerful punch directly at the bald cultivator's face. Play! The cultivator's head shattered, leaving only a body still hanging in the muscular man's grasp. Damn! This guy is savage. Run! Said another cultivator not far from the fight between the muscular man and the bald cultivator. Devil! This guy is ruthless, shouted a female beast master, running away with her summoned spider. Everyone who had been fighting around the muscular man fled without exception. His brutal and sadistic fighting style terrified them. None of them wanted to end up like the bald cultivator. Hey, where did everyone go? The muscular man asked his beloved white bear, who had now reappeared. He looked around with a blank expression as if he had done nothing wrong. The white bear couldn't speak and just stared at the muscular man while licking its claws. Ting! The sound of a system notification rang in the muscular man's ear. He opened the system interface panel and found a priority message sent by his subordinate. Yelena, Mr. President, Mr. Lein's contribution points have increased from 11 million to 13 million. The muscular man read the message with a relaxed expression. He nodded and replied, noted. He then checked the leaderboard. Sure enough, their contribution points of the top rank, which were previously 11 million, had now risen to 13 million. Ha ha ha. This Indonesian guy is tough. I must pay him a visit when I return, said the muscular man. He then looked at the big bear in front of him, leaping high and landing smoothly on the white bear's back. The white bear didn't mind. After the muscular man mounted it, the bear leisurely walked toward another battlefield. On the main road of the heavenly news city, many people were going about their business, engaged in various activities. Along this road, a group of 3 could be seen, 1 man and 2 women. Brother Lein, don't you want to add more points? Laras asked Lein. Yes, this group of 3 consisted of Laras, Lein, and Nita. They were currently on their way to the main teleportation area in Heavenly News City. I think that's enough. Our next task is to determine the development direction of the island, Lein replied clearly. After receiving information from Elder One about the next development of the main island, Lein made it his top priority. His contribution points were already high enough, making it nearly impossible for other rulers to catch up. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, Sister Laras. Even if the top alliances worked together, they wouldn't be able to surpass Brother Lein's contribution points, Nita chimed in from the side. Nita didn't really care about any of that. Her task was to handle minor duties for Lein that no one else could do, not even the core members of the alliance. Thus, Lein's group made their way through the main street toward the teleportation area smoothly and without any obstacles. Since entering the cultivation realm, they had only encountered foolish individuals a few times, but it never led to any fighting. Lein thought that it might be because it was still wartime, and the security officer's vigilance was heightened, preventing young masters from prominent cultivator families from testing their luck. These young masters could die if they messed with the wrong young master who had come to aid his race in the war. Fortunately, Lein's group did not encounter any troublemakers, and they were able to collect points safely and smoothly. A few minutes later, they finally reached the main teleportation area. As usual, the area was filled with people of various races. Lein and the others chose one of the portals at the edge of the area and entered it, teleporting to the divine sky realm. Almost at the same time, 3 people emerged from one of the portals in the teleportation hub in the City of Life. These 3 were Laras and Nita, who had just entered teleportation earlier. "All right, since it's night now, let's rest." "What about you, Laras?" Lein said to the 2 girls. "I'll rest too, brother Lein. As you said, our position is already very high and won't change," Laras replied casually. Lein nodded, then looked at Nita beside him. "How about you?" "I'm also tired. I want to rest." With that, Lein and Nita parted ways with Laras and returned to their respective homes. They entered another portal that led directly to their homes. Of course, only certain people had access to these portals. Upon arriving at a small portal not far from the town hall building where Lein and Nita lived, Nita said goodbye and immediately headed upstairs to rest, while Lein went to the middle of the first floor. The first floor of the town hall building was a common area with a living room for receiving guests, a kitchen, a storage room, etc. Among all these, there was a special room in the center that was heavily guarded. At this moment, Lein was heading toward that special room. Lein walked down the first floor corridor, continuing toward the center of the room. Not long after, he saw a room with metallic white walls, protected by an array formation. Not only was it guarded by the formation, but 2 soldiers were also standing watch. When they saw Lein, they saluted and remained in their positions. The 2 guards were tier 2 strength, enough to deter any city hall officials from acting out. Seeing them salute, Lein nodded casually. He then stood right in front of the room's door. Next, he placed his palm on the protective layer of the array formation. Crack! The protective array formation disintegrated and disappeared. As the owner, Lein didn't need much time to unlock the array. Once the array formation vanished, Lein placed his palm on the door. On the left side of the door, there was a place to rest his hand to a scanner that looked like a handprint scanner. When Lein placed his palm on it, the scanner box changed color from white to green. Shortly after, a wide laser beam emitted from the door, scanning Lein standing in front of it. Huffed. "Safe, but so bothersome," Lein said casually as he watched all the security measures this special room took for protection. Soon, the green door indicated that Lein could enter the room. As the door opened, Lein walked inside. The contents of the room were simple. A transparent orb floated above a black box. The orb emitted a pure aura that was indescribable. Every time Lein approached this orb, he felt that it was extraordinary. Yes, this orb was the island's energy source. Everything was managed through this orb. All information about the island was stored in it, including population, the number of buildings, and more. Island orb owner, Lein. Island speed, 1000 km/s. Island size, 50 million square kilometers. Population, 1.3 billion. Defense tower building, galactic fortress, territory artifact, fire cannon, sky punishment mortar, divine dragon nest, Kai tribe warrior nest. Defense, 5 million. I wonder if this display will change once we exit Etheris, Lein murmured softly. After hearing Elder One's explanation about Etheris, Lein felt a bit worried about his island, so he immediately checked his island orb. Besides being the island's energy source, the island orb itself was proof of ownership for a ruler over an island. Like the core members, they no longer had an island orb because they had joined Lein's island. Lein had already duplicated his island orb, placing copies in special locations guarded by special troops. All duplicated island orbs had display panels that closely resembled the original island orb before him. Nevertheless, Lein still had his own concerns and would check the main island orb whenever he had time. All right, let's wait 3 days. I'm curious to see what will happen once the interracial war event ends, Lein said to himself. Lein then exited the White Room, reactivating the main door security and re-engaging the protective array formation. Once completed, Lein turned and went upstairs to his bedroom. It took less than a minute for Lein to reach his room, which had a large door with half-body dragon statues on either side. Lein had been amazed when he first saw the dragon statues, and even now, he still admired the majestic expression on them. Opening the door, he entered the room. It was a spacious room with 4 windows facing outside. Even at night, the bright courtyard lights were clearly visible from inside. Tack, tack, tack. The clock on the wall ticked, and Lein glanced at the large clock on one side of the room. It was 9 p.m. As usual, let's open the epic chest and hope for a satisfying outcome, Lein mumbled to himself. Since obtaining the chest and building the special storage room from the start, he had developed a habit of opening chests for 2 hours before bed. It also allowed Lein to wait for his duplication talent's cooldown time to reset and perform duplication. Lein walked over to a large bookshelf to the right of the door, a grand structure 5 meters tall and 3 meters wide. With his fingers extended, he began touching several books on the 5th shelf from the bottom. Each time his index finger touched a book's spine, a small glimmer of light would flash. Occasionally, Lein moved his hand between the books, like playing piano keys. DRRZZ. Suddenly, the sound of creaking followed by a loud rumble echoed. A long white corridor opened before him. Bright lights emitted from the corridor walls, making the end visible. In the distance, a shelf full of chests awaited. Without hesitation, Lein stepped inside. He didn't take long to reach the end of the corridor, finding a room filled with gold chests neatly arranged on the shelves. Phew! With this much wealth, who can match me? Lein said to himself. He had a habit of praising himself. He quickly walked to the center of the room, where a sofa and a small table were set up for him to relax. Yes, he would perform the tedious task of opening epic chests for the next 2 hours. Lein immediately opened a gold chest beside him. High storage chest. Storage slots, 1000. Item, epic item. Endurance, 10,000 points. All 1000 slots of the chest contained epic chests, each slot filled with 100 items. This high-tier chest could hold up to 100,000 items in total. Lein immediately took out an epic chest and opened it. Open, epic chest. Are you sure? Yes. A purple light immediately shone from the epic chest, dazzling and beautiful, with small stars dancing around the purple chest. Successfully opened, epic chest, obtained, Earth Spear. Pure Artifact X1. Mutant Wolf Nest Blueprint X1. High-level Energy Crystal X10. Whoa. An artifact? I haven't gotten that before, Lein muttered to himself. He then checked the description of the artifact. Earth Spear, a spear made from molexum jade crystal, containing a dense amount of earth element energy. Type, active artifact. Grade, Pure Artifact. Essence, 688. Ability, Wrath of Earth, increases speed by 50%, increases power by 50%. Unleashes a killing move with 1,000 spear thrusts. Each thrust reduces the enemy's armor by 1%. The cooldown resets when this skill finishes off a target. Cooldown 5 minutes. Damn, a killing move. The skill activates without cooldown when it finishes off a target, Lein said, clearly surprised by the Earth Spear's description. Lein quickly activated his duplication talent. Pure artifacts were a must to duplicate at least once. Even though his main weapon wasn't a spear and he didn't use it, it would be very useful for other things in the island's development later. Duplicating, Earth Spear, 10,000 times, confirm? Yes. Immediately, items identical to the Earth Spear in his hand appeared in Lein's storage ring. He had no doubts about his talent's duplication ability. Even if a god stood before him in the form of an item, he would duplicate it without hesitation. Next, Lein mumbled. He quickly took out another chest and opened it. Successfully opened, epic chest, obtained, mid-level energy crystal X250. Rama, level 30 X1. Skill book, legendary, X1. Legendary? Damn. Why am I so lucky this time? Though puzzled, Lein couldn't think of anyone in this realm praying for him other than himself. He didn't dwell on it and checked the descriptions of the items he had obtained. Rama level 35. Attributes: Res plus 230, SPD plus 165. Iron defense, increases armor thickness, reduces incoming damage by 20%, boosts healing effects by 15% for 1 minute. Cooldown 10 minutes. Just a Virgia broken Baln said after glancing at the Rama's description. Although the item level was quite high, its abilities were rather average, nothing special. He then quickly opened the description of the other item. The legendary skill book. Void slash activates void aura on both arms for 1 minute. In void aura mode, every attack increases by 50%. Speed by 50%, and attacks cannot be blocked by physical objects. Level 1, 0 10,000. Base damage, 40%. Rarity, legendary. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Requirement, Master, Swordsman. Master level is 1 level above Tier 3 on Power Core System. Crazy. Void Aura? Does that mean I can slash using the aura? Lein exclaimed, his mind running wild. He imagined himself standing valiantly before a giant dragon, casually swinging his hand, and the void aura emanating from his arm slicing the dragon in half effortlessly. Smack! Lein slapped his right cheek. Ha ha. This seems boring to me, but for others, who knows what their expressions would be, Lein said casually. The longer Lein stayed in the realm of the divine sky with the system's presence, the more he loved and appreciated everything he had achieved and gained. He had once thought little of himself for not securing first place in the system's first event. But look at what's happening now. His 13 million points would never be surpassed until the event ends in 3 days. Yosh! Next! Lein shouted, cheering himself up. Lein actually wanted to use the legendary void slash skill right away, but he couldn't because his level was still 50 Tier 3. To reach master level, he needed to exceed level 50 and undergo a promotion to the master rank. And so, Lein continued his tedious work of opening hundreds of epic chests alone in a very quiet room. The next morning, day 28 of the interracial war event, Lein woke up with a sleepy face. He had gone to bed at 11 p.m. the previous night, extending his time by an hour because the epic chests had given him many rare items. For 3 hours the previous night, Lein managed to open around 4,000 epic chests. The results were very satisfying. He obtained 17 pure artifacts, 58 broken artifacts, 22 legendary skills, 180 rare skill books, and 510 common skill books. The rest were building blueprints, materials, plant seeds, and ingredients for making weapons or alchemy formulas. From the 17 artifacts Lein obtained, 3 items stood out as particularly useful: Mad Summoner's Necklace, Goddess of Enlightenment Fan, and Full Soul Ring. Mad Summoner's Necklace, a necklace made from the teeth of the Chaos Dragon, emitting great energy power into the hands of a summoner. Type: Active Artifact. Grade: Pure Artifact. Essence: 995. Ability: Mad Summoner's Soul. Activates the Mad Summoner's Aura. Each summoned beast will be tripled and inherit random attributes: 25%, 50%, 75%. No cooldown time. Each summoned beast that dies will create a 1-second delay before the aura reactivates. Maximum duration: 3,600 seconds. Mad Summoner's Necklace is perfect for rulers with summoner classes. Lein couldn't use it himself, but the artifact's ability was exceptional. He remembered a core member of his alliance who had summoning talent, planning to meet them when he had the time. Goddess of Enlightenment Fan, a fan made from the feathers of a sky swan, forged for 1,000 years with the lightning of the god of destruction. Type: Active Artifact. Grade: Pure Artifact. Essence: 615. Ability: Soul Purification. Activates the pure soul energy contained in the fan. Eliminates all illusions around the user and within the user's soul, refreshing the mind, making it healthier and calmer. Regular use increases charisma and the positive aura of the owner. Cooldown: 10 minutes. This fan was beautiful, adorned with fine swan feathers. The handle was made of solid brown wood. With this fan, Lein could extend his epic chest opening time by another hour, keeping his mind fresh and calm. The third item was a simple black ring without any additional adornments, so plain that Lein examined it multiple times, making sure the ring he got was truly an artifact. False soul ring, a ring imbued with chaotic soul energy. Made from a mysterious stone with chaotic energy. Type, active artifact. Grade, pure artifact. Essence, 775. Ability, soul forgery, creates an illusion of life's soul. When this skill is active, the user can fake their power level, but not higher than their original strength. Can only deceive beings with the same power level as the user. The ring was Lein's favorite item. He had often read scenes where the protagonist hides their power, only to reveal their true strength and make a dramatic comeback when trouble arises. Lein stretched his arms and flexed all the joints in his body, trying to shake off the lingering drowsiness. The plain black ring on his hand was now visible. Yes, he had already worn it, but hadn't activated the soul forgery. Everyone already knew his power level, so it was pointless to use it now. Turning his body, Lein slowly got off the bed and walked towards the mirror on the table beside his bed. He stared at his reflection in the mirror intently. His face looked fresh, though some fatigue still lingered in his eyes. His short black hair was neatly styled, but a few strands were slightly tousled from sleeping. Lein sighed softly, feeling a rare calm. The plain black ring on his finger stood out on his firm hand. He observed his body for a moment. To a proportional and healthy physique, the result of regular exercise and a disciplined lifestyle. Since moving to the heavenly divine realm, Lein had always tried to maintain his physical condition. After ensuring he was ready for the day, Lein headed to the bathroom. Warm water flowed gently over his skin, washing away the last remnants of sleepiness. Lein savored every moment, allowing his mind to be calm and focused. After his bath, Lein dressed comfortably yet neatly. He went downstairs, where the aroma of delicious food filled the large dining room. Upon arriving, breakfast was already neatly arranged on the table. "Good morning, brother. Let's eat." As usual, Nita was at the dining table, arranging the plates to make everything look more organized. Nita was still wearing her apron, cooking every day with their personal chef and learning from them. "Good morning." Lein walked to the dining table and finally took his seat. He began serving food onto each plate, even though only the two of them were eating. The large table felt quite empty in comparison. "Brother, please try my dish." Yellow rice with rendang. Nita placed a large plate filled with cone-shaped yellow rice. Surrounding the rice were green vegetables and rendang meat with a rich, fragrant aroma. Delicious. Lein inhaled deeply. He loved rendang, meat cooked in coconut milk for hours. The smell was delightful, with a dominant coconut aroma. Ha. It's good, right? "I'll eat too," Nita said, taking off her apron and sitting beside Lein. "Let's eat." "Enjoy your meal." They soon began eating the food on their plates. Lein paused momentarily after his first bite. His eyes widened slightly, and a smile slowly appeared on his face. The savory taste of the yellow rice combined with the richly spiced rendang, creating a delightful flavor combination. He looked at Nita, showing sincere appreciation through his expression. "This is truly delicious, Nita," he said with satisfaction, his smile growing wider. There was pride in his voice, proud that his sister had made such a tasty meal. Nita beamed with happiness, feeling proud of her efforts. "I'm glad you like it, brother," she replied enthusiastically. They continued eating, enjoying every bite in a warm and harmonious atmosphere. "Brother, the city's development is progressing rapidly. Life on Earth is starting to return to normal, but now with very advanced technology." During their meal, Nita discussed the city's progress with Lein. As someone who frequently reviewed development reports of the city and island, Nita had a deep understanding of the current state of the city. The latest trend is that humans who no longer wish to build islands are now called hunters. This trend started by the Dawn Goddess Alliance from the Russian Alliance, Nita explained while continuing to eat. Nowadays, people understood that being a ruler and building an island required not just immense power, but also substantial wealth, relationships, and a vast community. Without these, it was impossible to survive the competition among other rulers. Even now, minor rulers with islands just tens of kilometers wide struggled to defend against hunters from top alliances. Becoming a hunter and taking shelter under the strongest rulers, like the leaders of the top 10 alliances, greatly enhanced the progression of one's strength. Yeah, sounds good. So, can you now be called a hunter? Lein said casually, still enjoying the tendrendang on his plate. Yes, that's right. But it's still just a trend. It hasn't become an official stance among society, Nita replied. Hearing Nita's response, Lein nodded in understanding. He didn't concern himself too much with such minor things. He wanted humans to be creative, to advance their civilization. The only thing he did not want was for civilization to be destroyed. Initially, Lein didn't feel the sense of responsibility for the human race as strongly as he did now. At first, he only viewed humans as his biggest competition. But now, after the start of the interracial war event, Lein realized how insignificant humans were in the eyes of higher races. Lein despised the feeling of being oppressed. He was doing everything he could to elevate the human race to the highest in the universe. Brother, today I'm going to attend college. After that, I'll visit Sister Laris's house to hang out. All right. Do whatever you want. With that, the two siblings continued their meal until 7 a.m. Nita stayed home for a while to do some things, while Lein left the town hall to check on the current state of his life city. On the main street of the City of Life, Lein sat in the back seat of his car, observing the surroundings leisurely. His destination this time was to visit the Central Control Tower, commonly referred to as CCT. The CCT is a building where all operations of Lein's main island are managed and centralized. This building was initially constructed to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of the island's development. Relying solely on Lein's thoughts and the system's simple interface panel was not enough to produce accurate data on the island's growth. With this building in place, Lein gained a better understanding of the island's development, allowing him to confidently construct buildings or manage urban areas. Sir, we will arrive in 3 minutes, said the driver in the front. His eyes were focused on the road, not daring to be negligent. Lein nodded and waited in silence. The city view was as usual, with people happily engaging in their activities, safe and comfortable. Occasionally, foreign tourists could be seen exploring. They appeared to be very happy, sometimes stopping to ask locals for directions. However, these conversations often started with opening the system panel first. Yes, Indonesians were generally not very fluent in English, so they used the system for translation. Yeah, heartbroken bar Indonesians are very lazy when it comes to education. Lein sighed deeply. Lein's English level was actually quite poor and could be considered inadequate. He could only manage basic everyday words. Anything beyond that was beyond him. 3 minutes finally passed. After passing through a large archway, a towering structure became visible in the center of the area. Lein's private car continued along the patterned stone road, passing through beautiful garden surroundings, and finally stopped in front of the tall tower after a few turns. Please, sir, a woman in a formal suit opened the door, inviting Lein to step out of the car. Lein got out and observed his surroundings. In front of the building was a vast garden filled with beautiful flowers and accessories like fountains and statues. There were also playgrounds and relaxing benches. Shifting his gaze to the building, Lein saw a wide staircase with dozens of steps. The tower was supported by large pillars at regular intervals. Seeing it up close, Lein estimated the circular base of the tower to be about 50 meters wide. It was grand and majestic. Lead the way, Lein said to the female officer beside him. The female officer immediately walked towards the building and jumped up the stairs. Even though she was just an officer, the woman had activated her system and possessed enough strength to leap over dozens of steps directly to the tower's entrance. Hey, a broken Barn smiled and chuckled internally. He found it amusing to see a beautiful woman in a formal, neat outfit performing such a jump. It was a rare sight. Ignoring Lein's odd gaze, the female officer went through the security gate. Lein followed behind her, passing through the gate without any hindrance. Can the security gate be made larger, so it doesn't have to be so conspicuous? Lein pondered aloud. He felt uncomfortable with the security gates in every major building. He wondered why inspections couldn't be conducted discreetly and within larger areas. I'll order someone to handle it later, Lein said casually. He then passed through the inspection gate and headed toward the tower's main entrance. The entrance was wide and tall enough to accommodate an elephant. Wow, a broken bar. At first glance, Lein could only feel immense admiration. He hadn't expected that the building, once very simple during its inauguration, had now become so grand and advanced. Shiny steel pillars in the central area supported the ceiling of the first floor firmly. In each corner, there were glass rooms with several officers inside, operating a large computer device with many strange buttons. Lein noticed that in every corner, some ordinary citizens were queuing for something. Yes, the tower was accessible to the public. Interactive kiosks allowed ordinary citizens to access information, pay bills, and request services. In the early days, many visitors to Lein's Island used to submit land rental requests at this building. There were also citizens who came to pay their rent bills every few days. This is the first floor, sir. This floor serves as a service center, the female officer explained to Lein about the first floor. Lein nodded, listening attentively to the officer's explanation. After observing for a moment, Lein saw an elevator leading to the upper floors. Followed by the female officer who kept trailing behind, Lein headed towards the elevator to explore the structure of the CCT. Floors 1-3 are public spaces, sir, used to serve the general public. Next are floors 4-10 where city data management is processed. These floors are the operational data center of Life City, explained the female officer inside the elevator. Lein simply listened, occasionally nodding in understanding. After a moment, the elevator reached the fourth floor. Sure enough, as explained by the officer, this place had a giant hologram displaying maps and surveillance camera feeds from various locations. The statistical data on the large screen gave a deeper insight into the city's situation. For example, the screen displayed statistics on the number of new arrivals, daily teleportation usage, and other complex information presented in a statistical format. No wonder knowledge is everything. Even with my current Tier 3 power, it's still quite difficult to understand how they calculate all of this, Lein said, praising the work of the city's top officials. He wasn't stingy with compliments, and he appreciated it when officials did their best for the island's development. Where can I see the number of nest troops and defense towers on the island? Lein asked the female officer beside him. Certainly, sir, please wait a moment. As she spoke, the female officer did something on a large tablet in her left hand, seemingly setting something up. Lein waited patiently. All right, sir, please take a look, said the female officer, pointing towards the large screen in the center of the room. On the screen, Lein saw a densely packed graph. He focused his eyes on one of the diagrams showing the number of nest troops. 1. Nest troops, Kai Tribe Warrior, level, 30, quantity, 11,250,000. 2. Nest troops, Silver Wolf, level, 30, quantity, 10 million. 3. Nest troops, Shadow Lion, level, 30, quantity, 8 million. 4. Nest troops, Venomous Bull. 5. Nest troops, Flame Tiger. 6. Nest troops, Storm Serpent. 7. Nest troops, Thunder Eagle. 8. Nest troops, Ice Bear. 9. Nest troops, Wave Shark. Level, 30, quantity, 2,500,000. Lein stared at the troop numbers with a shocked expression. That many? I remember it wasn't this much before, Lein thought to himself. He hadn't realized that his nest troops now exceeded 100 million, all at level 30. The sheer strength of these forces was unimaginable. Previously, Lein had acquired the Divine Dragon Nest, but it wasn't listed because he hadn't summoned a single dragon yet. Summoning one dragon took 7 days. Lein had duplicated the nests 50,000 times and ordered his troops to build them on the island's vacant lands. Next, Lein shifted his gaze to another diagram showing the number of defense towers on his island. 1. Defense Tower, Thunder Tower. Type, Defense Tower. Quantity, 3,800,000. 2. Defense Tower, Divine Light. Type, Defense Tower. Quantity, 2,500,000. 8. Defense Tower, Galactic Fortress. Type, Territory Artifact. Quantity, 600,000. 9. Defense Tower, Sky Punishment Mortar. Type, Defense Tower. Quantity, 500,000. Haha, broken but terrifying, Lein said with a long breath. Even though he duplicated all the items himself, Lein was still amazed by the sheer number of defense towers in his territory. Initially, the Thunder Tower was his mainstay, which is why it was the most numerous, but now, after acquiring more advanced towers like the Galactic Fortress, Lein stopped duplicating the Thunder Towers. Lein continued observing the defense diagrams on the massive holographic screen before heading up to the next floor. Ding! The elevator bell rang, and Lein stepped out onto the 11th floor, immediately greeted by an atmosphere of dedication and precision. Sir, we are now on the 11th floor. This floor up to the 20th is dedicated to urban planning and management, explained the female officer beside Lein cautiously. Her task was to ensure that Lein received all the information accurately, clearly, and swiftly. Lein nodded whenever the female officer spoke, constantly observing the work of the people in the room. This floor was the hub for strategic planning and city development, where new ideas and long-term plans were crafted. The room was filled with large work tables equipped with interactive maps, 3D models of the island, and large screens displaying projections of population growth, resource allocation, and future development plans. Officers here were serious, checking data and making critical decisions. They worked in small groups, carefully discussing every strategic step. Lein watched a group of planners projecting potential city expansions to neighboring islands, an ambitious project that would increase production capacity and population. This is amazing, Lein thought. With plans like this, my floating island will grow into an even greater power and be able to compete with the higher races. Lein continued to observe the planners at work before moving on to the next floor. A few minutes later, Lein proceeded to the next floor, the 21st floor. Upon arriving, the female officer again explained the division and function of the 21st floor. From her explanation, Lein learned that the 21st floor was the center of security and defense management. This room was more secluded and equipped with advanced technology. There was a digital tactical map showing the entire island and its surroundings, complete with the positions of defense towers, patrol troops, and potential threat points. Large screens displayed live feeds from various angles of the island, including real-time data from defense systems like the Thunder Towers and Galactic Fortress. Lein was drawn to a large round table in the middle of the room. He walked closer and saw a large map showing the overall situation of his island. Amazing, it's grown this big, Lein said in awe. Perhaps because he hadn't paid much attention before or because he wasn't skilled in city management, Lein was now astonished by the results of his efforts. On the large map on the table, Lein saw the division of the 10 cities on his island. The central part was the largest, the Life City. To the west of Life City was a city with black-edged borders, almost half the size of Life City, managed by his core member, the old man Heikel Emmanuel. On the opposite side, to the east of Life City, was a city with white-edged borders, managed by Laras, the City of Light. The size of the City of Light wasn't much different from the City of Calamity owned by Mr. Heikel. Surrounding the 3 main cities were 8 other major cities, each led by a core member of the World Market Trade Alliance. Although their size was smaller than the City of Calamity or the City of Light, the elements and components within the cities were no less sophisticated. In Life City alone, there are over 500,000 Thunder Towers, followed by tens of thousands of galactic fortresses monitoring the area, Lein said while observing the black tower points on the map, representing the number and location of defense towers. After observing the entire map, most towers were placed on the island's edges. This was understandable, considering that the strongest threats came from outside, not from within. To deal with internal issues, Lein was confident in his Tier 3 power, but not for external attacks. A master or nascent soul-level individuals could come and destroy his island out of boredom. Highly dishonorable. After examining the map, Lein casually observed the surrounding room environment. He saw security personnel seated at their stations, closely monitoring every movement recorded by the cameras. Some were discussing new defense strategies, while others were overseeing live troop training sessions. One screen showed combat training for the newly activated nest troops. Lein felt proud seeing how well his defenses were managed. With a system like this, even the greatest threats would struggle to penetrate my island's defenses, he thought. Alright, let's move on to the next floor, Lein thought to himself, slowly walking towards the nearest elevator door, followed by the female officer. Shortly after, Lein reached the 31st floor, where the island's environmental monitoring and natural control were managed. The room was filled with greenery, as if a piece of the outdoors had been brought inside the building. Staff members here monitored the quality of air, water, and soil, and kept an eye on the weather and climate patterns across the island. This kind of situation would never happen on Earth, Lein said softly. On Earth, people often talked about reforestation or zero emissions. However, it was incredibly difficult to achieve because the largest energy sources they had were power plants that generated pollution. Lein felt annoyed when he remembered how on Earth, many efforts and campaigns were made to achieve a pollution-free world, but all of them were hindered by a dependency on technology and industries that damaged the environment. Despite the grand ambitions to create a greener world, the reality was that fossil fuel power plants still dominated, contributing emissions that harmed the atmosphere. Efforts to transition to renewable energy like wind or solar were blocked by various hurdles, both technological and economic. To Lein, this contradiction was one of the things that frustrated him. The dream was big, but the steps taken often moved them further from that goal. Here, on the island he controlled, none of those issues were a concern. Technology had advanced so far that he could manage and maintain the balance of nature without worrying about pollution or environmental degradation. And the most crucial factor was that the energy sources in the divine sky realm were pure, such as energy crystals. Lein had an unlimited supply of energy crystals and could use them without limits. Huffed, Lein sighed deeply, pulling himself out of his thoughts about Earth's dire conditions. He then resumed carefully observing the 31st floor space. A large wall displayed environmental data in the form of dynamically changing graphs, showing information on pollution levels, average temperature, and sustainability of natural resources. Lein saw that efforts to maintain the ecosystem balance on the island were progressing well, with greening and conservation projects planned for the coming years. This is important, Lein thought. A healthy environment is the foundation of a strong and sustainable city. Although the pollution in the divine sky realm was not natural, one of the possible sources of pollution was the use of chemical tools from the city's laboratory buildings. However, Lein had already established strict rules regarding this and ensured that no leaks would reach the public environment. After surveying the entire area, Lein asked the female officer standing firmly by his side, "Are there any divisions on the upper floors?" "No more, sir. However, the top floor has a rooftop with a view of the city," the female officer suggested. "Interesting. Let's check it out," Lein said, walking toward the elevator door. It didn't take long for Lein to finally arrive at the 50th floor. Upon exiting the elevator, Lein didn't see anything unusual except for a few sofas, tables, and basic amenities like a toaster, a water dispenser, etc. But the most noticeable feature was the door leading to the outside terrace. Lein quickly headed toward the terrace, eager to see it for himself. When he reached it, a strong wind blew fiercely against his face. Lein ignored it and continued forward until he reached the edge of the terrace. The view from the top of the tower was breathtaking. Lein could see the entire city, from the bustling streets to the grand buildings he had constructed. In the distance, he could see the coastline and several small islands surrounding the city of life. Wow! So beautiful. This sight brought a proud smile to Lein's face. "All of this is the result of hard work and dedication," he said calmly. He took a few moments to enjoy the view, letting the feeling of satisfaction fill him. Lein felt even more motivated to continue building his floating island and becoming the ultimate ruler. After enjoying the view for 10 minutes at the top of the CCT tower, Lein felt even more motivated to strengthen his floating island and solidify his position as the supreme ruler. With a sense of satisfaction, he made his way back down to the ground floor. The loyal female officer accompanying him opened the exit door and gave a respectful salute. Lein stepped out of the CCT building, His gaze fixed on the magnificent city. He was ready to explore further, ensuring that every aspect of the City of Life was running according to the plans and the grand vision he had set. "Stay calm, we'll be there soon." A man with a stern face and sharp eyes spoke to 20 young men standing in a neat line before him. The man, with a large muscular body, wore a black uniform adorned with various military insignias. However, the most striking feature was the golden emblem on his chest, symbolizing his high status as a captain. Amidst the roar of the battleship's engine they were aboard, one of the youths in line whispered, "Damn, Master Randy's aura is so strong. It feels like it's crushing my breath." His whisper was filled with fear, though he tried not to be heard by the stern man in front of him. "Quiet, he can hear you," his friend beside him whispered back, pressing a finger to his lips, ordering his friend to stop talking. His face was tense, knowing that Captain Randy would not hesitate to punish any signs of indiscipline during the mission. Captain Randy glared sharply at the young men, his eyes scanning each tense face. "I will warn you for the last time," his voice echoed with authority. "You must help each other. If one of you dies, or even gets seriously injured," he paused, making sure every word was clearly understood, "then your team will fail, and you will not earn any points." The atmosphere instantly grew tense. One of the young men raised his hand hesitantly, his voice trembling as he asked, "Excuse me, Captain, why did the rules suddenly change?" "Yeah, we were supposed to act on our own," another youth chimed in, clearly displeased with the sudden change. "Shut up, fool," an older youth scolded. "This is a survival test. We have to help each other, or we all fail." A small but intense discussion broke out among the students. They were students of the Godslayer Academy, one of the largest academies on Lein Island. The academy was famous for its rigorous training and high discipline instilled in its students. The survival test they were about to face was the final stage after more than a month of theory lessons and training within the academy grounds. Their destination was Monster Island, an island far from Lein Island. The island was known to be filled with ferocious creatures that would be their opponents in this test. The battleship they were on was equipped with advanced security systems, though the tension among the students remained palpable. Captain Randy spoke again, this time louder. "I don't know where these rules came from, but one thing is certain, you must win this competition." "Yes, Captain Randy," the students shouted in unison, their voices echoing throughout the ship. Although they were still young, with egos that were sometimes hard to control, the awareness of the dangers ahead made them calmer and more prepared to work together. He paused, looking at each student with a sharp gaze. As the team captain this time, he would not let a single one of them get hurt. If anything happened to them, only God knew what consequences he would face from the island's owner. Seeing the students' response, Randy nodded in satisfaction. He reminded them once again, "Remember, this is not just about survival. It's about honor, teamwork, and your future in the academy. So do your best, and don't disappoint me." The battleship began to slow down, indicating that they were nearing their destination. The students' hearts pounded, and their adrenaline surged. Each of them tightened their grip on the weapons in their hands, ready to face whatever awaited them. As the ship approached the shore, Captain Randy gave his final order, "Prepare yourselves. The battle begins now." The ship stopped at the edge of the rugged, rocky island, surrounded by a dense, mysterious forest. Monster Island awaited them, ready to test their strength, resilience, and teamwork as one unit. With bated breath, the 20 students stepped off the ship, followed by 6 others, including Captain Randy and 5 officers in military uniforms trailing behind. "Ha ha ha. We finally made it." Rainforest Island. A loud, hearty laugh echoed from a distance. Not far from their landing site, a skinny man with a golden badge on his chest shouted, approaching Captain Randy with quick steps. Randy glanced at the man briefly, immediately recognizing him, then said in a calm tone, "Yes, I hope nothing bad happens on our first mission." The skinny man finally reached Randy, and they shook hands casually, as if this were just another routine meeting between 2 old comrades. Even though they were in the middle of a dangerous island, there was a strong sense of camaraderie between them. "Let's hope so," replied the skinny captain, glancing at his team who were having a light discussion not far away. His face showed a hint of doubt. "It's just that I'm not very confident with the team I'm leading this time," he continued, his voice a bit lower, reflecting the concern he was trying to hide. Captain Randy nodded in understanding, then calmly pulled out a cigarette from his pocket. He easily produced a flame from his fingertip and lit his cigarette. With a long drag, he exhaled thick smoke into the air. "By the way, how many teams are participating in this test?" Randy asked as he looked around the island, making sure no threats were approaching. "One," the skinny man answered briefly, gesturing for a cigarette from Randy. Without hesitation, Randy tossed him a cigarette, a gesture that had become a habit between them. Like Randy, the skinny man lit his cigarette with a flame that appeared from his fingertip. He took a deep inhale, exhaling the smoke with a satisfied expression, like someone who had just woken up from a long sleep without a care in the world. After a few puffs, the skinny man continued, "From what I heard from Commander Luders, the number of teams this time is 255. Randy raised his eyebrows slightly, murmuring his response calmly, "Quite a lot." His voice was composed, as if the large number did not cause any concern. However, beneath his calm demeanor, there was a great sense of responsibility to ensure that his team could survive and succeed in this arduous test. The smoke from their cigarettes continued to billow, while their eyes remained alert, assessing the surroundings and the students who were preparing to face the challenges ahead. Rainforest Island was no place for the weak, and they knew very well that this test would push the physical and mental limits of the students. Randy exhaled the last of his cigarette smoke and looked at the skinny man. "We'll see how they hold up. This is not just a test, but a harsh life lesson." The skinny man nodded in agreement, then tossed his cigarette butt to the ground and crushed it with his boot. "Yeah, one thing's for sure, we have to make sure no one dies here. Lein Island won't give us a second chance if we fail." Randy gave a faint smile, then said, "Right, so let's make sure they're ready for whatever comes." As the skinny captain had said, after their arrival, another 254 battleships continued to arrive non-stop, filling the vast beach of Rainforest Island. The island was vast and had been meticulously prepared. Several special teams had been formed beforehand to conduct field surveys, map the terrain, and identify the types of monsters inhabiting the island. The primary purpose of these surveys was to ensure that Rainforest Island was safe to be used as a testing ground for the Academy students. Essentially, the entire operation was planned by the Academy, which worked closely with the government in terms of supervision and provision of facilities. As a result, the government sent gold-level captains to lead each team, ensuring the safety and success of the training. Among the crowd of newly arrived students, light conversations could be heard. "What class are you from?" "I'm really lucky to be on Team Yanti, one of the top 10 students in the academy," said a young man to his chubby friend. "Yeah, you're pretty lucky. My team is full of regular folks who are only level 5, the chubby youth replied with a slightly dejected tone. "I'm worried, are we going to be safe in the forest?" asked a young man with a bow, his voice anxious. "Relax, we're being watched by gold-ranked captains," another youth replied, trying to calm himself. "Right, don't underestimate them. Every gold-level captain is surely level 15 or above." "I also heard that there's even a platinum-level captain leading this test," explained a bespectacled youth who joined the conversation. The lively discussions among the students grew, with scattered groups now gathering closer as almost all the teams had arrived. Essentially, these students were around level 8, with some reaching level 10 but not yet promoted. Promotion was not easy. Crystal cores were incredibly hard to come by. Relying on luck to obtain them from monster drops or golden chests was a slim chance. Therefore, nearly all lower-level students joined alliances to exchange member points for crystal cores. "Everyone, line up! Everyone, line up!" The team captains, who were previously relaxing, now shouted loudly, calling their respective team members. Quickly, all the students lined up neatly, preparing to welcome someone important. Sure enough, a large ship suddenly appeared out of nowhere, capturing everyone's attention. The ship was about 250 meters long and 50 meters wide. The golden cannons adorning its perimeter and other defense systems made anyone feel both awestruck and impressed. This was clearly not an ordinary ship. It didn't take long before the large ship finally stopped at the edge of Rainforest Island. Without any cues or formal welcome, a young man jumped off the ship and landed on the ground with a loud thud, thud. "Hello there," the young man shouted while trying to balance himself after the landing. A few seconds later, he stood upright, his black hair shimmering under the sun, and repeated his shout, "Hello there." The young man's voice was loud, yet it carried a powerful positive effect. Several students immediately felt their spirits significantly lifted. "Hi there." "Hello, sir," the students shouted in unison, matching his energetic demeanor. Seeing the cheerful leader before them, they responded with equally spirited shouts. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Agis. I'm the leader of this test." The young man introduced himself with a wide smile, looking at all the students with an excited gaze. "So young, how could his power be that strong?" a female student whispered among the rows. "Yeah, right. He's not even that much older than us," added another, her tone filled with admiration. "Stop. Look, he's a Tier 2 ruler," said a young man, his eyes fixed on Agis's status panel while Agis still smiled warmly. "Status. Name, Agis Mahendra, level 26. Race, blue planet human. Power core, player. Level, Tier 2. Yes, this time's team leader was a Tier 2 ruler with the rank of platinum level captain. Tier 2 was the minimum requirement to become a team leader outside the island. Agis, who was still standing confidently, then continued his speech to motivate the students. Although his age was not much different from theirs, he still had to be professional as the exam leader. A welcome speech was mandatory. In the 10-minute speech, Agis informed them all about the rules, winning conditions, rewards, and various other important information. "I know you are all ready. But before that, all captains please come forward and meet me shortly to obtain your team's test area," Agis said without wasting any time. After that, he walked towards an area where a tent and other facilities had already been set up. Many staff members who had come with him were doing the hard work of building tents, cooking meals for the 3 days of testing, and many other tasks. Rainforest Island was now fully prepared to be a testing ground for the enthusiastic students, under the supervision of tough captains, and led by an extraordinary young man named Agis. The test on Rainforest Island had begun. More than 200 teams that had been formed would navigate through the dense jungle of the Rainforest Island and reach the finish line at the end of the forest. The distance was approximately 100 kilometers. "Come on, everyone. Bring out your spirit," a young man in luxurious attire shouted to his friends behind him. Yeah, as if feeling the positive energy of the young man in luxurious clothing, his friends responded with equally spirited shouts. The students' shouts could even be heard by other teams, drawing everyone's attention toward them. "Ha ha ha. Reza, how about we make a bet, who will get the highest points?" At this moment, another young man dressed in a suit, equally luxurious as Reza, shouted from a distance. The young man was riding a lion monster with a red mane. The lion walked majestically, intimidating several other students. "Ha! With your little lion, are you sure you can beat me?" Not to be outdone, Reza's arrogant words were loud, and all the students heard them. From Reza's words and the attitude of the young man riding the red-maned lion, it seemed the two were often in conflict. Like cats and mice, they would fight every time they met. The other students who saw them were intrigued but not worried. They had seen this almost every day at the academy. "This will be interesting." Reza, the son of a Life City official, is betting against Azul, the son of the leader of the Blind God Hunter Guild. A chubby young man with missing teeth said, eyeing his friends with an odd look. "Yeah, I think Reza will win," another student replied. "What did you say?" "The leader of the Blind God Hunter Guild is richer and stronger. He even often meets with World Market Alliance officials for cooperation," a laid-back girl responded from the side. The discussion about Reza and Azul's bet heated up among the students. How could it not? Both were the children of people with higher rank and status. The regular students were not in the same league. Who's backing Riza? Who's backing is you? The previous chubby, toothless student casually asked. He pulled out a large black pouch and offered it to the surrounding students. Riza, 2 energy crystals, a student said, reaching into the pouch and dropping in 2 crystals. Not wanting to be left behind, other students did the same. One student casually said, is you, 1 energy crystal. Is you, 5 energy crystals. Riza, 3 energy crystals. Students who were initially uninterested now started to gather. They didn't want to miss out on the benefits of the battle between Riza and Azul. Dozens of students placed their bets with the toothless chubby guy, most contributing 3 energy crystals, so a small fortune for regular students. Hearing Riza's direct taunt, Azul remained unfazed, still gazing calmly at Riza, and said, enough. If you're scared, you'd better go home and return to the main island. After saying that, Azul shifted his gaze forward, no longer paying attention to Riza. Swoosh! The young man on a lion sensed incoming danger. Riza had already leapt toward him, with his sharp sword aimed ahead. With a flick of his hand, a golden spear appeared in his right hand. Clang! The golden spear in Azul's hand parried Riza's direct strike, creating a loud echoing sound. Sparks flew clearly as the 2 weapons clashed. Riza turned and landed calmly behind, repositioning himself quickly, immediately entering a fighting stance. His sharp eyes focused on Azul, who remained relaxed, sitting atop the red-maned lion. You've improved since last time, Riza remarked casually. Ha ha ha. How do you like my spear? Azul said, flaunting his new weapon. The last time you won was just luck. If you dare, do you want to bet on who gets the highest points? Azul reiterated his intent. He had lost the last duel with Riza. In his view, his defeat was purely due to Riza's luck using some explosive talismans. But this time, he had made full preparations and wouldn't allow Riza to use unfair external tools. All right. What will you wager? Riza asked Azul, returning to a casual stance. Azul, still atop his mighty lion, pondered for a moment. Not long after, as if an idea had struck him, he said, how about the loser gives the winner a golden chest? Silence. All the students, even Riza, fell silent at that moment. Perhaps ordinary people unfamiliar with the system would not feel the same. But these were academy students, well aware of how valuable a golden chest was. Even in their families, it was a rare item. What's wrong? Are you scared? Azul mocked with a sneering gaze. He felt elated seeing Riza's deeply contemplative expression. Is your family going bankrupt? Azul continued ruthlessly. He deliberately provoked Riza's anger. But contrary to his expectations, Riza was entirely different this time. Riza's aura, initially unremarkable, intensified sharply. In less than a minute, Riza's aura had grown wildly, even more terrifying than the aura of gold-ranked captains. Crazy. What kind of strange power is Riza using now? A panicked student shouted. He slowly backed away. Get back. This guy is going berserk. Run, informed the captain. Soon, the other students ran away from Riza. Riza's skin was now turning red, like a vessel unable to contain the massive energy exploding within him. However, among all the students who stepped back, one remained calmly observing Riza without the slightest intent to retreat. Yes, who else but Azul? He had also activated his equipment, all glowing blue, showcasing the value of his items. Great. Let's fight again to decide the winner. Azul shouted excitedly. Ugh! The lion Azul rode was not just an accessory. Its aura also surged. Its body enveloped in blazing flames. Its roar generated a powerful shockwave. A broken bar. Not far from where Riza and Azul were, several captains noticed something was amiss. A captain with swift and light movements dashed toward the scene. It didn't take long to reach where Riza and Azul were. He observed the two, ready to fight at any moment. You two, star. His words were cut short by a light pat on his shoulder. Let them. A young man with black hair and a friendly face spoke from behind the gold-ranked captain, stopping him. Continue without them. Appoint another leader as the temporary team leader for their teams, the young man continued. Yes, the young man who had just arrived was Agiz Mahendra, a platinum-ranked captain. After saying that, The captain left and carried out Agiz's orders obediently. Agiz, still standing in his place, pulled out a lounge chair from his storage bag. "Ha! Young ones, keep going until no one is left standing," he shouted, encouraging Riza and Azul. He then dropped himself onto the chair, took out more items from his bag, a few fruits, some beer, and a small table to accompany him as he watched the free-thrilling battle. Riza and Azul noticed that Captain Agiz did not stop them, making them even more excited. "Ha, broken bar, come on then," said Riza. Riza's appearance was very different from before now. He wielded scythe-like swords in both hands. The scythes were lined with sharp serrated edges ready to tear apart their prey. His equipment was fully blue and made of high-quality hard fabric, capable of blocking sword slashes with its sheer material strength. "I'm coming," Azul shouted, charging straight ahead with his lion. The fight between Riza and Azul had begun. Agiz Mahendra's cheers from his chair fueled the two fighters even more. There was no intention of stopping. "Ha, come on, show me your skills, don't bore me," Agiz yelled while biting into a fruit and taking a casual sip of his beer. Clang! Riza's scythe sword brutally slashed toward Azul, its serrated edges spinning like a deadly saw, slicing through the air at incredible speed. Each strike was full of fury, attacking relentlessly without pause. But Azul, with his sharp wits, remained calm on his red-maned lion, dodging elegantly while spinning his spear to deflect the ferocious strikes. "He's too emotional. But his power is indeed impressive," Agiz muttered from afar, observing with a keen eye. "Azul, that boy, surely has a strategy." Riza became more aggressive, attacking from every angle. The scythes in his hands gleamed in the dappled sunlight filtering through the trees, creating a dazzling visual effect. He spun, jumped, and slashed from above with full intensity. However, despite Riza's speed and relentless assault, Azul always found a way to dodge or deflect with his spear. He didn't strike back fiercely but waited for the perfect moment to counter. Bruek! Azul's red-maned lion suddenly lunged at Riza, its claws aimed at his body. Riza, with quick reflexes, jumped back, but the lion was already in front of him, delivering a powerful blow with its paw. Clang! Riza's scythe blocked the paw, but the impact pushed him back several steps. "Come on, lion boy, don't give him a chance," Agiz shouted, watching with shining eyes. Azul saw an opportunity as Riza lost his balance. With extraordinary speed, he darted forward, thrusting his spear with precision. Riza managed to parry it at the last second, but Azul's movements were highly skilled. Every attack was a blend of intelligence and tactics, unlike Riza's brute force that relied on power and emotion. Riza tried to trick Azul with a swing of his left scythe, but Azul wasn't fooled. His lion leapt high, positioning Azul above Riza. From there, Azul swung his spear at a deadly angle. Riza could only parry the attack with difficulty, each clash feeling like a sledgehammer pounding his body. "Ha, you're too foolish," mocked Azul with a smile, though small beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Enraged by Azul's taunts, Riza attacked even harder. This time, he spun in the air, his scythes forming a deadly circle, slicing through the wind with a sharp whistling sound. But Azul had set a trap. He commanded his lion to retreat slightly, and as Riza attacked, Azul spun his spear in a circular motion, sweeping Riza's legs. Riza didn't have time to react, and his body was thrown to the ground. "Eek!" Riza groaned, trying to get up, but Azul was already above him. "This ends now!" shouted Azul. With quick movements, he thrust his spear toward Riza's stomach. Riza's scythe tried to deflect it, but it was too slow. Chuck! Azul's golden spear pierced Riza's stomach, emitting a shrill sound. Riza fell silent, his face pale, enduring the overwhelming pain. Riza collapsed to the ground, his breathing heavy, his eyes still burning with the fighting spirit, even though his body could no longer move. Azul withdrew his spear and stepped back with a smug expression. Agiz Mahendra, who had been watching from afar, raised his beer cup and laughed heartily. "Ha, what an incredible finish. You two really entertained me." "See, you only won last time because of sheer luck," Azul said calmly. Riza just smiled faintly, holding back the pain. "Broken bar, you won this time. but next time. Don't forget the golden chest broken bar ha ha ha, Yule said before quickly leaving with his lion. Agus got up from his chair, clapped his hands, and shouted, "Well done, well done. You young ones have a bright future ahead of you. I can't wait to see your next battle." Agus then approached Reza and observed him briefly. He glanced at the wound on Reza's stomach. "You're lucky your vital organs weren't hit. Otherwise, you'd be gone from this world," Agus said as he pulled out a transparent bottle from his storage bag. High-level healing potion, an elven concoction with extraordinary healing effects. It contains natural energy that can heal serious wounds. Contents, 25 milliliters. Drink it, Agus said casually. He could have stopped Yule from stabbing Reza's stomach, but he deliberately didn't. He wanted to teach these young ones the harshness of the world they lived in. "Thank you, Captain Agus," Reza said, lacking his previous arrogance. He quickly took the potion from Captain Agus's hand and drank it. Right after drinking the healing potion, the hole in Reza's stomach began to close at a speed visible to the naked eye. The effects of the high-level potion were potent, true to its name. "Sorry, sir, I want to ask." Before Reza could finish his question, Agus was no longer beside him. He saw Captain Agus flying away, riding a small stick under his feet. "I was careless this time," Reza said to himself. Survival trials in the wild, like in rainforest islands, are common practices at the Magic Academy. The Academy sends their students to apply what they've learned in class to survive, protect themselves, and compete with other students. Lein knew all this, and he supported it. If he wanted to make the human race the #1 race, this had to be endured. There are no maximum results without process, struggle, and action. Even if they had hundreds of equipment or high levels, if their mentality was weak, those people would only become powerful rulers who fear someone stronger than them. After the brief battle between Yule and Reza, the trial had already begun some time before. They then rejoined their teams with the help of their respective captains. The captain's task was to ensure the students didn't kill each other and to protect the students if any issues arose, like wild animals that were too powerful for the academy students to handle suddenly appearing. If they couldn't manage, Agus, who was currently in the tent, monitored everything that happened. Inside the command tent, Agus sat comfortably in a large chair, surrounded by advanced equipment that allowed him to oversee the survival trials in the wild that the Magic Academy students were undergoing. In front of him, a large hologram displayed dozens of small screens, each showing various teams of students scattered throughout the rainforest island. He calmly bit into an apple, occasionally moving his hand to zoom in on one of the displays. On one screen, a team of students was seen working together to build a shelter from tree branches and large leaves. Two students were designing a simple foundation, while another agile student climbed a tree to keep watch. "Good. They know what they need to do," Agus murmured, nodding slightly. "But those fools, if they make the shelter too close to the river, they'll get attacked by crocodiles tonight." On another screen, a group of students were building a fortress from large stones and clay, encircling their area for protection. The team captain led firmly, ensuring all members followed instructions properly. Some of them also set up traps around the fortress perimeter. "Now this is pretty smart," Agus commented, looking at the screen with a sly smile. "But if your traps are too shallow, do you think the monsters here will wait? They can easily leap over such small traps." He switched to another screen showing a team of students who had assigned two scouts to monitor the movements of opposing teams from the treetops. The two students were highly alert, noting every movement they observed. "They finally understand the importance of reconnaissance," Agus said with a hint of admiration. "But staying too long on the trees could backfire if a predatory bird passes by." The next screen showed a team of students facing a pack of forest tigers. A large tiger pounced at them, but the students quickly formed a defensive formation. One student raised a magical shield to block the tiger's claws, while others launched attacks from a distance. "Not bad," Agus chuckled lightly. "But that tiger isn't serious yet. Wait until it gets angry." On another screen, a different team of students was being overwhelmed by a group of aggressive large forest monkeys. Some monkeys jumped from tree branches, attacking with incredible speed. One student fell, but others quickly assisted, shielding them with magic barriers while others counterattacked with fire. Idiots, against fast monkeys like that, why are you using slow fire magic? Think about your tactics. Agus grumbled in frustration, shaking his head. Suddenly, Agus's attention was drawn to a screen showing a group of students battling a giant snake. The snake coiled around one student before others arrived and cut its body with a large sword. The student survived but looked exhausted. Ah, finally, someone did something right. Agus nodded, looking somewhat pleased. At least you have guts. Every action by the students in the field did not escape Agus's sharp observation. He praised them when they did something right but also didn't hesitate to mock or scold them when they made mistakes. His task was to ensure that they learned from their experiences, for in the future, they would face challenges far greater than merely surviving in a rainforest. "Welcome to World Market Store, please come in," said a woman with a friendly smile, standing in front of a 10-story grand building. The building towered high, looking sturdy and elegant with a modern, futuristic design that radiated unmatched luxury. The woman wore a black uniform with the World Market Trade logo on her chest, indicating she was part of the store's welcoming team. In front of her stood a middle-aged man wearing a white robe with red accents on the edges. The man exuded a calm and wise aura, as if he had been through many adventures and battles. His sharp eyes scrutinized the building before him, seemingly curious about the store's reputation. "They say this store belongs to the World Market Trade Alliance," the man murmured softly, his voice low but firm. "I hope I can find the item I'm looking for here." With a slight nod to the woman at the entrance, the middle-aged man stepped through the automatic doors of the building. As he passed through the door, his world instantly changed. An extraordinarily grand and sophisticated view filled his sight. The room inside the store was far larger than he had imagined, seemingly exceeding the physical boundaries of the building seen from outside. With a vast space of about 200 by 100 meters, the room felt like a boundless expanse, filled with stunning items and advanced technology. In front of him stretched thousands of rows of transparent blue shelves, all that neatly arranged. These shelves glowed with a soft light, giving a futuristic and modern impression. Each shelf was about 100 meters long, displaying various items and materials with different variations. Nothing appeared dusty or forgotten. Everything was neatly arranged and ready for use. There were magic items, combat gear, rare materials, and much more, all categorized in their respective racks. The man stood still for a moment, captivated by the grandeur and efficiency of the place. From the door alone, he could see thousands of items displayed with a highly organized system. He wasn't just impressed by the room's size but also by the orderly crowd of people busy inside. Hundreds of customers were actively selecting the items they needed, moving from one shelf to another, occasionally touching the holographic panels attached to each shelf. He noticed a female customer standing in front of one of the shelves. She seemed focused, tapping the holographic screen on the surface of the shelf. With a few touches on the screen, one of the items on the shelf, a beautiful sky blue dresser, suddenly vanished and magically appeared, fitted directly onto her body. The man watched in awe, his eyes sparkling as he observed how the advanced technology worked. The woman casually spun around a few times, carefully examining how the dress fit her body. The blue dress looked perfect, elegantly following every curve of her figure. However, after checking the holographic screen in front of her that displayed the dress's status, she frowned. It seemed the magical properties of the dress did not match what she needed. With quick movements, the woman touched the holographic screen a few more times, and within seconds, the sky blue dress vanished from her body, returning to the transparent track as if it had never been moved. "Amazing." "We can try the items on before buying them," muttered the middle-aged man as he watched the scene in awe. "Simply incredible." He continued his observations, this time noticing several small robots moving between the racks and customers. These robots were about half a meter tall, rounded with wheels underneath, allowing them to move agilely. Occasionally, one of the robots would stop when someone waved at it. The man watched as a customer spoke to the robot, seemingly asking about the location of a specific item. The robot quickly provided the information and guided the customer to the correct track. The scene inside the store was vastly different from ordinary shops. Every interaction felt advanced, as if technology and magic combined to create an unparalleled shopping experience. The middle-aged man continued walking, occasionally glancing at the holographic panels on the racks, captivated by the speed and practicality of the system in use. The man paused briefly in front of a rack displaying various types of armor with distinct glimmers. Each armor was clearly visible behind transparent glass, with detailed descriptions appearing on the holographic screens. Some were red like blazing lava, others were a cool green like fresh forest leaves, and some were covered in sharp spikes. These armors exuded an aura of power, as if each one held unique secrets that could be decisive on the battlefield. He stopped at one armor that caught his eye. It was a sleek, shiny silver armor made of refined iron with a simple yet strong design. Fine iron armor. Level 30. Attributes: Res plus 230, SPD plus 165. Iron defense: reduces incoming damage by 10%, provides an additional 5% damage reduction with a 10% speed penalty. The middle-aged man carefully examined the armor. The iron armor looked heavy, but from its status description, he knew it was designed to provide a balance between defense and speed. There was a speed penalty, but the damage reduction from the iron defense skill made this armor suitable for heavy defensive situations. He pondered for a moment, nodding slowly. This armor is good for close combat, but it might be less effective when fast movement is required, he thought to himself. After examining the fine iron armor, the man shifted his gaze to another armor not far away. This armor was vastly different, with a fresh green leaf-like appearance, adorned with fine golden lines that shimmered when hit by light. Heavenly leaf armor. Level 32. Attributes: SPD plus 250, Dex plus 180. Forest's Whisper: increases movement speed in forest areas by 15%, provides a healing effect of 2% HP per second for 10 seconds when in the wilderness. This armor appeared light and flexible, designed for archers or warriors who relied on speed and agility. The material looked like a mix of fabric and leather, but there was a mystical shimmer indicating that the material was far stronger than it appeared. He observed the golden lines decorating the sides of the armor, giving an elegant and tactical impression. The middle-aged man frowned. This armor is perfect for warriors who fight in open environments, especially in forests. The healing effect is an incredible bonus, but its strength is certainly lower compared to heavy armor. Though it wasn't suited to his fighting style, he appreciated the beauty and ingenuity of the design. He then walked further in, and his eyes fell on another armor that was vastly different from the previous two. This armor looked rugged, with spikes protruding from the shoulders to the chest. Its dark color, a mix of black and bronze, gave the impression of brutal strength. Hellthorn armor. Level 35. Attributes: STR plus 300, Res plus 150. Hell's Thorns: every received attack reflects 5% damage back to the attacker. The spikes inflict additional wounds on nearby enemies. The man raised his eyebrows, examining the details of this armor. The sharp spikes jutting out from the armor's surface looked deadly, not just as protection but also as a weapon. This is armor for the truly brutal fighters, he thought. The Hell's Thorns effect was clearly designed for close combat, forcing enemies to think twice before attacking. He could envision a warrior wearing this armor in the midst of battle, absorbing blows while dealing damage back to his foes. This armor would suit those who are not afraid to fight with full force, without much concern for other defensive strategies. Simple, brutal, and effective, he muttered again, respecting its unique design. After examining the three armors, the middle-aged man stood for a moment, reflecting. Each armor had its own strengths and weaknesses, all heavily dependent on the user's fighting style. Amazing. This store offers so many options, each with a uniqueness that's hard to find elsewhere, he thought before continuing his search for other items that might better suit his needs. The city of life was always filled with the endless bustle of activity in the morning. Its grand streets were crowded with hovering cars, flying at regulated speeds along neatly organized aerial routes. Among the swarm of vehicles, a luxury car moved elegantly, swiftly maneuvering past other vehicles without obstruction. The car was a gleaming black, equipped with state-of-the-art technology that allowed for automatic navigation and the ability to fly at certain altitudes. Inside the car sat two women in the back seat, while a man dressed in a neat black suit drove at the front. He was Nita's private driver, his skills beyond question. Every movement he made reflected expertise, smoothly avoiding traffic and taking the quickest routes to their destination. "Princess Nita, we will arrive at Miss Lara's house in a few minutes," Nayla said softly, her eyes fixed on the tablet in her hand. The tablet was filled with notes on the agenda she needed to complete today. Her fingers deftly tapped several points on her daily timeline, ensuring that everything was well organized. Nita, sitting beside her, responded briefly, "Okay," while she continued to scroll through the advanced smartphone in her hand. The technology on this device far surpassed regular phones, equipped with an interactive holographic screen. At the moment, Nita was browsing a social media app, scrolling through some trending posts. Her sharp black eyes observed the details of the images appearing on her feed, occasionally smiling slightly at the comments accompanying the photos. Earlier that morning, Nita and Lein had parted ways after having breakfast together. Lein decided to explore various parts of the city to monitor the latest developments. Meanwhile, Nita had a class she needed to attend. However, before heading to campus, she had promised her friend Laras to stop by first and take her around the campus. They had planned this in advance, and Nita didn't want to disappoint Laras, whom she considered an older sister. The hovering car continued to glide among the tall buildings of the City of Life. This city was not only grand but also futuristic, with towering structures adorned with massive holographic screens displaying ads for the latest products, important news, and government messages. On the streets, people from various walks of life were busy with their respective activities. In the air, several hovering cars of various shapes and sizes, from public to private vehicles, moved at different speeds on the regulated lanes. The driver in the front seat appeared focused, driving the car with extraordinary skill. As Nita's private driver, he had undergone rigorous training and strict selection, so his driving skills were unquestionable. Every turn was smooth, and every lane change was executed with perfect precision, providing maximum comfort for Nita and Nayla, who were seated in the back. "Nayla, what do you think?" Nita suddenly asked, turning to Nayla and showing her the screen of her phone. "Should we participate in a competition like this sometime?" Nayla raised her eyebrows slightly, then glanced at Nita's phone screen. It displayed photos of a group of young people celebrating their victory after winning a survival test competition. The most striking photo featured a young man dressed in luxurious attire, holding a golden bow in his hand, standing proudly on the first-place podium. Next to him, the second and third-place winners were seen holding their prize boards. "A broken bar we could, Princess," Nayla replied calmly after a moment of consideration. "The Alliance has already participated in 2 previous waves of this competition. But it would look a bit odd if you, the sister of the owner of the World Market Trade Alliance, took part in such an easy test." Nita smiled at Nayla's response. She glanced at her phone screen again before saying, "You're right. If I joined, first place would be mine without a doubt." Nita's statement was not an exaggeration. As Lein's sister, Nita had reached Tier 3, an achievement attained by only a select few at this stage. Besides herself, Lein, and the 10 core members, no other member had reached that level. It required an extraordinary amount of experience points to reach level 30 and undertake the promotion mission to Tier 3. However, the power gained was well worth the challenge. With her abilities, Nita could defeat most of the Alliance members with a single simple move, without much effort. Of course, this did not apply to other core members who also possessed comparable strength. "A broken bar. Does the princess want to become even more famous?" "You are already very well known, Princess," Nayla said admiringly. She greatly respected Nita, not just because of her status but also due to her kind and friendly personality. However, Naila realized one thing about Nita. Even though she was already widely recognized, she still had the desire to gain more attention, both from those around her and from the outside world. Nita gave a faint smile, looking out the car window. The towering buildings along the road, the neon lights adorning the corners of the city, and the orderly hovering traffic all reflected the progress and luxury of the city of life. "You're right. Everyone knows me a broken bar. My task now is to help my brother protect and develop the city," Nita said, recalling a conversation she had with Lein about the city's development. Lein didn't want the same problems that plagued their previous world to happen here: poverty, disease, violence, and other bad actions. They had already experienced some of these issues, such as poverty and illness. Lein knew how hard it was to survive. Even finding a job in their own country was extremely difficult. In their recent discussions, Lein expressed his desire for the City of Life to provide all sorts of resources that could be processed by its residents. The City of Life had to provide job opportunities, so as long as someone had the will to live, they could work for themselves. Nita fully agreed with her brother's idea. Given their abundant resources, it was not impossible to realize such a grand vision. The car continued to speed along, eventually reaching an area surrounded by high, expansive walls. Yes, they had arrived at the location of Lara's house area. Nita's car drove calmly past the high and long wall that bordered Lara's family residence. After a few minutes, they approached the main gate, guarded by several fully uniformed soldiers. However, the guards seemed to recognize the vehicle Nita was in. Without any delay, the gates opened automatically, granting full access to Lara's family housing area. As the car entered the yard, a view of a wide and beautiful garden immediately welcomed Nita and Naila. On the right and left, green stretches were filled with colorful flowers pleasing to the eye. Some relaxing seating spots were scattered throughout the garden, and a few people, who seemed to be Lara's distant relatives, were chatting there. The air here was fresh, the atmosphere peaceful, a stark contrast to the city's hustle and bustle. In the distance, rows of grand houses lined up neatly. Each house was built with clearly expensive construction materials, showcasing the luxury and status of the families residing there. However, the largest and the most prominent house was located in the center of the residence of Lara's and her family. The building stood majestically, featuring modern architecture blended with classic touches, reflecting the prosperity and wealth of Lara's family. Just as Nita's car stopped in front of the house, the front door swung wide open, and Lara's, wearing a delicate white dress with a touch of blue lace, walked out to greet them. Lara's long hair, neatly flowing down her back, added an elegant impression. She smiled brightly as she saw Nita stepping out of the car. "Nita, you're here!" exclaimed Lara's enthusiastically, her eyes sparkling. Nita smiled back and looked at Lara's from head to toe. "Thanks, sis. But look at you. This white dress really suits you." "You look stunning," Nita replied, admiring Lara's beauty. Lara's blushed slightly but quickly continued, "You always flatter me, Nita." "Oh, and this is Naila, right?" Lara's turned to Naila, who was standing behind Nita. Naila, still holding her tablet, smiled politely and nodded. "Yes, Miss Lara's. It's a pleasure to meet you." Naila felt a bit nervous. Although she had met and seen Lara's several times, she still felt slightly intimidated by meeting a core member of the World Market Trade Alliance. This was understandable given that Lara's was a Tier 3, a level she rarely encountered, just like Nita, who was also a Tier 3. Lara's looked at Naila briefly and smiled. "Nice to meet you too, Naila. I've heard a lot about you from Nita. She says you're very reliable." Lara's had heard about Naila several times from Nita. She even received her first message from Naila because Nita had instructed her to send a message about their meeting schedule. Naila smiled wider, touched by the compliment. "Thank you, Miss Lara's. I'm just doing my best," she responded shyly, bowing her head slightly. After greeting each other, Lara's invited Nita and Naila into the house. In the living room, they were warmly welcomed by Lara's family, including her father and mother, who were already waiting on the sofa. Fortunately, Lara's father was at home this time. "Father, this is Miss Nita, the sister of the island's owner," said Laras, introducing Nita to her father and mother. Laras's father appeared well-groomed with very stylish clothing. He wore transparent glasses with shiny black frames. Even while facing Nita, he managed to maintain his calm expression. "Ha ha. Hello, Miss Nita, welcome," Laras's father greeted warmly. He walked over and shook hands with Nita and Naila. "Hello, sir, we meet again," Nita replied, shaking Laras's father's hand. She had met him earlier during the city's initial development phase. Nita saw him as someone who calculated everything based on profit and loss, even for minor matters. After Laras's father, other family members also greeted them. They couldn't ignore Nita. Even though Laras was close to her, they still had to show some respect when meeting the owner of Life City and the sister of the island's owner. After some brief pleasantries, Laras suddenly proposed an idea. "I have an idea. How about we cook first before going out? I want to try making chicken paw," she said excitedly. Nita immediately agreed. "Of course. It feels like it's been forever since we cooked together, sis. This will be fun." Naila just smiled behind them, happy to see the enthusiasm of these two friends. The three of them headed to Laras's large kitchen, filled with modern cooking equipment and various ingredients. Skillfully, they began cooking chicken paru, a traditional Indonesian dish rich in spices. Laras managed the pot, Nita prepared the spices, and Naila helped with small tasks, occasionally laughing along when something funny happened in the kitchen. "Nita, by the way, what class do you have today?" Laras asked suddenly as she added carrots to the pot. Nita, who was chopping onions, paused and, after thinking for a moment, said, "Today is calculus, mathematics." "Why do you ask, sis?" Nita asked back. "Nothing, I was just curious if you had any assignments." "Maybe I could help you later," Laras replied casually. She used to be very diligent and meticulous in her studies. She had continued her college education until halfway through the semester when they suddenly moved to the Heavenly Sky realm. A few weeks ago, it was announced that youths who were still in college could continue their education at the newly established university, but Laras didn't want to attend. Her father didn't push her to continue her studies due to the vastly changed circumstances. Instead, he encouraged her to keep improving her strength and become the strongest. "No, sis, today is my first time attending a calculus class," Nita answered while gathering the chopped onions and placing them in an aluminum bowl. "Even today, it might just be an introduction, not going into the actual material," she added. Laras nodded lightly at Nita's response and continued cooking, stirring the pot with a wooden spatula. The fragrant aroma of spices filled the room as the coconut milk started to boil, and the chicken was immersed in a thick, appetizing sauce. "It looks like it's done. Nita, please turn off the stove," said Laras, who was busy washing the cooking utensils. "Got it, sis," Nita quickly responded as she went to the stove and turned it off. Naila promptly helped set the dining table. She took plates, spoons, forks, and glasses from the kitchen cabinet not far from the stove, and carefully arranged them on the dining table. The dining room was just a few steps away from the kitchen, where the delicious aroma of chicken paw still lingered, making the atmosphere warm and cozy. Nita and Laras, having finished cooking, joined Naila in bringing the dishes to the table. Once everything was ready, Laras called her parents, who were in the living room. "Dad, Mum, lunch is ready," she called out softly but clearly. Laras's father and the mother immediately stood up and headed to the dining room. They smiled warmly upon seeing the neatly arranged dishes on the table. It smells so good." "Impressive," said Laras's father as he sat down in his chair. Laras's mother added, "The aroma is so tempting. It feels like it's been a long time since we've had a meal like this." "Thank you, Nita and Naila," she said while looking at them. "Ha ha ha. It's nothing, Mom. Please enjoy broken bar." Nita and Naila could only smile shyly at the compliments from Laras's parents. Most of the cooking was done by Laras herself, while they only helped with chopping, preparing, and cleaning. Laras handled the measurements, stirring, and other cooking techniques. Once everyone was seated, they began to enjoy the chicken paw they had just cooked. "Enjoy your meal. Enjoy your meal, everyone." The lunchtime atmosphere was warm and filled with camaraderie, They exchanged stories, starting with light conversations about the food served. Nita, how's your new university? There must be many new things you're experiencing there, Laraz's father asked while scooping rice. Nita, who was placing some chicken on her plate, paused briefly and replied, the campus is amazing, sir. The facilities are complete and very modern. They even have a lab that uses small-scale teleportation technology for simulations. She smiled, reminiscing about her new experiences at the university. That sounds fascinating. Our world has changed a lot since we moved to this realm. The development on the island is also progressing rapidly, Laraz's mother continued, delving deeper into the progress of their new home. Listening to his wife, Laraz's father looked at her with an odd expression and said, huh. That's why we should thank Lord Lein and Princess Nita. Instead of getting upset, Laraz's mother nodded in agreement and expressed her gratitude. It's all thanks to you, Princess Nita. Ha ha ha. No need to talk about it, Mom. We, as fellow humans, should help each other and unite, Nita responded politely. Nita then briefly explained the island's development to the couple. The island continued to grow, especially in technology and defense. Many people from various alliances were also getting involved in the development. I think, in the near future, this island could become one of the most advanced places in this realm. Laraz's father seemed impressed. That's good news. With such progress, we'll be better prepared for whatever the future may bring. The conversation flowed, discussing life on the island and how everyone was adapting to the new conditions. While enjoying the soup, Laraz's father asked Nita, who was also enjoying her meal, by the way, Princess Nita, I'm curious, what do you think of Laraz? Nita paused once again. Her expression shifted, resembling an older woman thinking about her child's future. After a moment, she finally said, I like Laraz very much. I have no issues with her. After saying that, Nita glanced at Laraz, who was currently staring back at her with wide eyes as if saying, what are you saying? Nita smiled broadly and gave a thumbs up, full of elegance and enthusiasm. Laraz, seeing this, could only lay her head on the dining table. A dark aura seemed to fill her head, unsure of what was happening. Ha ha ha. As straightforward as ever, Princess Nita. I hope everything goes smoothly. Hearing Nita's words, Laraz's father was obviously pleased. As a businessman, he had already planned dozens of steps ahead to ensure his family's continued prosperity. He would do anything, in any way. Nayla had only spoken once during the entire meal, answering a question about the city's environment. As a personal assistant, she didn't have much to say. The meal with Laraz's family continued harmoniously. Laraz's parents were delighted with Nita's straightforward and friendly demeanor. They showered her with compliments and even tried to get closer to the younger sister of the island's ruler. 30 minutes later, the meal concluded. Laraz's parents returned to the living room, leaving the three girls at the dining table. Let's clean up everything, and then we'll head out, said Laraz as she stood up and began tidying the table. Nita and Nayla didn't want to be left out. They quickly gathered the dishes they could carry to take them to the kitchen. Everything was done swiftly, and within 5 minutes, it was all cleaned up. They then prepared to leave. The three girls stepped out of the house and headed straight to the private teleportation portal not far from Laraz's home. They needed to use teleportation for their long journey, as the New Life University was in the City of Life, while they were currently in the City of Light, Laraz's domain. Ready? Laraz checked to ensure the other two girls were prepared behind her. After seeing them give an okay sign, she calmly entered the portal. Nita and Nayla followed closely behind, just as Laraz had done. Almost simultaneously, they arrived at the teleportation hub located in the City of Life. The teleportation hub was not far from the campus. They only needed to take public transportation and would arrive in a few minutes. Wow, a broken bar. It's so crowded, said Laraz, observing the large number of people passing by in the teleportation hub area. Yes, sis. There are already many foreigners moving to our island, Nita replied casually. She then continued, people from the American Alliance have been the most frequent newcomers in the past few days. I feel like that's not a coincidence, Laraz responded. In her opinion, a major alliance like America wouldn't let this happen so easily. But when she recalled Lein's 13 million points, Laris could only stop the conspiracies running through her mind. All would bow to the stronger. This was the primary rule of the realm they currently inhabited. Just like that, the three of them exited the teleportation hub and boarded a flying bus to head to the campus. At their level, they could actually use items that allowed them to fly. However, the flying speed depended on the user's basic strength. Except for Lein, Nita, and the 10 core members, public transportation was faster and more efficient. It was still midday, and Lein was on his way to the largest hospital in the city, Pertwee Hospital. Lein sat comfortably in the back seat of his luxurious car, gazing out the window while enjoying the view of the city. The midday sunlight shone on the modern buildings with grand architecture, their transparent glass reflecting the sunlight and offering a clear view of the activities inside. On some buildings, large advertisement screens displayed 3D animations in vibrant colors, giving the scene an even more futuristic feel. Lein also noticed several police officers guarding street corners. Clad in full uniforms, they watched over various corners of the city. With the crime rate being very low, most of their duties involved guiding foreign visitors, assisting elderly people crossing the street, and monitoring vehicles to ensure they didn't exceed the speed limit. "Sir, please stop at MCD for a moment," Lein said to his driver, pointing at a fast food restaurant not far from their view. The restaurant had a large, well-known golden M logo from the Earth's McDonald's. Lein had been planning to try McDonald's for a long time but never got round to it due to her busy schedule. So, this time he will try it before going to Pertwee Hospital. Lein's driver skillfully maneuvered the luxury car, parking it smoothly a few meters from the grand entrance of the MCD restaurant. The shiny black car gleamed under the sunlight, catching the attention of several passers-by. Everyone around the restaurant glanced at the car, but none dared to approach. They knew Lein disliked being approached recklessly, and this unspoken rule was followed diligently by the locals. Once the car stopped perfectly, the driver quickly got out, walking to the side of the car with a respectful demeanor. He opened the door gracefully, bowing slightly as Lein stepped out. The calmness exuded by Lein made the surrounding atmosphere feel solemn. Those nearby could only watch him respectfully, but none dared to approach. Just seeing Lein from a distance was enough for them. Lein stood for a moment, observing the restaurant building before him. Even though it was just a fast food restaurant, its design was extraordinarily grand. The building was adorned with elegantly curved reflective glass, reflecting light and shining under the sun. Above the main entrance was the iconic large MCD logo, but here, the restaurant had a more exclusive vibe, more like a five-star restaurant compared to the MCD on Earth he once knew. Every detail, from modern pillars to the holographic lights dancing in the air, made the restaurant seem as if it had come straight out of the future. McDonald's, true to its name, can adapt so quickly. Even if Earth's situation changes 180 degrees, Lein thought to himself, he couldn't help but admire the intelligence of the mind behind MCD. After enjoying the view for a moment, Lein walked toward the front door. As he approached, the thick glass automatic doors opened smoothly, revealing an even grander interior inside. Without rushing, Lein stepped inside, greeted by cool air that immediately hit his face. "Welcome, sir. How may we assist you?" A waiter greeted Lein as he entered. The waiter spoke with a warm smile, surprising Lein slightly with their politeness. Moreover, the waiter in front of him seemed to be from outside Indonesia. "It seems the building before me is just a MCD branch," Lein murmured to himself. Lein paused for a moment, his eyes scanning the restaurant's interior, which was vastly different from the MCD he knew on Earth. This restaurant looked incredibly grand, with gleaming marble floors, holographic lights dancing in the air displaying various menus, and futuristic technology at every corner. Holograms displayed images of burgers and fries with almost lifelike visual quality. Lein was truly amazed at this transformation. A once simple restaurant had now evolved into a high-tech dining place. "So luxurious," Lein murmured softly, still in awe. "Please order, sir." The waiter handed him a digital tablet displaying the menu with holographic animations. With light enthusiasm, Lein began selecting his meal. "I'll have a hamburger, hot dog, and soda," he said briefly. "Certainly, sir. We will prepare your order shortly," the waiter responded before leaving. Lein sat on one of the luxurious chairs near the window, enjoying the bustling yet neatly arranged restaurant atmosphere. People of various races sat enjoying their meals, some using their personal holographic devices for work or leisure. The restaurant's atmosphere felt comfortable and modern, far from the simple image of fast food restaurants on Earth. Before long, the waiter arrived with his food. The hamburger and hot dog looked delicious with a tempting aroma, and the soda bubbled in a transparent glass. Without hesitation, Lein took the first bite of his hamburger, his eyes narrowing slightly at the savory taste that immediately filled his mouth. "A broken bar, it tastes good," Lein said while chewing. Fast food is always easy and quick, but it's not something to eat every day. He chuckled softly, recalling health advice about fast food.